Good afternoon. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Today's January the 30th, 2023, City Council Special Meeting. Calling it to order. Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
And Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to go to see if there's any agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
There are none.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go to public comments. Madam Clerk, will you open it for public comments, please?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, we do have a group speaking number as the first public speaker, and they'll be allotted 10 minutes. If anyone in Zoom would like to speak, please use the raise your hand function. And hold on one second. And the first public comment speaker will be Fred Bailiff. Oh, got it. Okay. Yes, I'll get that right now.
Good evening. Tom Jordan, an environmental attorney, advocate for grassroots organizations that would assume political power, a mentor and valued resource for dozens of engaged residents. During his 50 years in Palo Alto, died earlier this month in Chico, California. His oldest daughter, Amy, informed me. He will be interred in Alta Mesa Memorial Park at a later date. Thomas Salvatore Jordan Jr., first generation on his father's side, the sole child of Thomas Sr. and Beatrice, was born in Panama City, Florida on the Gulf of Mexico. Thomas Sr. worked in a paper mill, which relocated the family northwest to Spring Hill, Louisiana, near Arkansas when Tom was 5, and at age 12, northeast to Hopewell, Virginia on the James River, where he became the manager. Together with the foreman, the two shared a love for baseball, and it was a shock for young Tom when the three went to the ballpark, but could not sit together. But one positive aspect of his early life was at each location, he lived on the edge of nature. Tom was a smart little guy, his words. And for high school, his parents opted for Randolph-Macomb Academy, a prep and military school in the Shenandoah Valley. He was later accepted to Princeton, where he felt he had catching up to do, set his mind to do it, and as a sophomore, was admitted to the university's elite Woodrow Wilson School, which accepts only 50 students a year. He was a very smart and hardworking guy, and he had a strong code of ethics. He was accepted to Harvard Law, but admission was delayed. In Korea, a truce, but not a peace treaty was in place. Military service called. A higher-up noticed he was a varsity tennis player and offered him a cushy post away from potential action. Tom declined, and he served in charge of an artillery regiment in battle positions just south of the demilitarized zone. After his discharge in Oakland, like so many before him, he saw how beautiful the Bay Area was and wanted to come back. And after completing law school in 1960, he did. Tom was hired as a tax lawyer in a large firm and was living in North Beach when lightning struck upon meeting Linda Frances Pfiffner. He took a long hike in the John Muir Woods and upon return proposed. They soon married and would have 4 children. In 1964, he joined 3 lawyers in a small firm, Hopkins and Carley. The family lived in a pear orchard in San Jose, and Tom's practice shifted first into real estate law and then into the developing field of environmental law. The family moved to Palo Alto in 1965. As I was informed by Tom's son, his dad's firm handled the bail following the arrest of Joan Baez at a peaceful anti-war protest in Oakland in 1967. Tom volunteered for citizens groups advocating for parks and open spaces. Enid Pearson notes that there were few lawyers back then willing to support such efforts. Tom and Pete McCloskey were notable exceptions. Battles could be long, they could be long-term and uphill. There was no California or national environmental standards, no codified conflict of interest laws. Elected officials were often not sympathetic. But in Palo Alto, resident-led lawsuits and referendums had stopped developments in open spaces, and a successful charter amendment would protect parklands designated as dedicated. And the establishment majority on the city council had been trimmed to a single vote, 7-6, too close for some of their allies who attempted to recall the entire council and bring in a more favorable alignment. It was 1967. Tom Jordan, Mr. Clean, the new guy in town, now president of the Committee for Green Foothills, was asked to lead the opposition. It did not succeed. Only 2 residentialists would remain. Tom preferred to frame the fault line through the question, what was most important to residents? Palo Alto is a great place to live and raise a family, or Palo Alto is a great place to make money? He would state this matter-of-factly with no animus. His writings, public comments, and conclusions were always knowledgeable, cut to the essence, well presented and respectful, potentially persuasive to those who would listen. And now a vignette Tom loved to recount. The following year at the new council, again representing Committee for Green Foothills, he submitted the final speaker card on a hot button land use issue. As he walked down the aisle to the podium, Mayor Ed Arnold saw Tom coming, looked him straight in the eye, and closed the public hearing. And after the telling, Tom would howl with laughter at the absurdity. That's just the way things were, he said. Small steps in a bigger long-term struggle. And as Tom would also say, you lose and you lose and you lose until you win. Tom would actively support the organization, a board of Save the Bay, and knew the 3 ladies, as Tom would refer to Esther Gulick, Kay Kerr, and Sylvia McLaughlin, the organization's founders and driving force. And Tom joined as vice president and legal counsel. At the time, Leslie Salt Company had plans to build a city on its holdings on the East Bay. The new Bay Area Conservation and Development Commission was in a temporary agency with the power to halt infill, but Leslie Salt claimed that their salt ponds were not subject to its jurisdiction. Save the Bay sued 3 municipalities over the plans. The state attorney general agreed with the arguments. Tom testified before the State Senate Rules Committee, and salt ponds were specifically added into legislation signed by Governor Ronald Reagan in 1969 that made BCDC permanent. And as current Save the Bay Director David Lewis writes, it became the model for the Coastal Commission and every single similar agency in the world. In 1972, Tom joined the 5-member board of the Peninsula Conservation Center. They created a library, raised funds to purchase a building on East Bay Shore, providing affordable rents to environmental organizations who provided hands-on experiential education, and which became its own freestanding nonprofit. In the 80s, Tom taught environmental law at San Jose State. After retiring from his law firm in 1994, then with 50 attorneys, he spent 3 years with the American Land Conservancy, a nonprofit land trust charged with returning private lands to the public. His areas were the Upper Mississippi, Oregon, Lake Tahoe, and Big Sur. He was also on the board of Gamble Gardens and the San Jose Symphony. He also had more time to work on Palo Alto issues with residents. He was committing to protecting dedicated parkland. He objected when the city allowed the school district to place portable classrooms in Rinconada Park without consent of the voters in 2004, and was validated by the county's civil grand jury. And in 2011, on an issue that unfortunately divided the environmental community, he worked against undedicating 10 acres of parkland in favor of a potential composting facility. He pushed back against Stanford in many instances where he felt the city was on the short end. In the Stanford Hospital and Medical Center application process, the largest project in Palo Alto history, he helped bring forth the first ever financial analysis to quantify the cost of impacts. He was fiscally cautious, complained about the transfer of utility funds, a precursor to the lawsuit of Miriam Green. And he objected to unbalanced staff reports. An egregious example he cited was where a project was simply stated as non-compliant and then went on at length about what the council needed to do to approve it. but his greatest local impact may have been his profound effect on others. David Lewis writes, although he was a generation older than I, or perhaps because of it, Tom was generous and gentle mentor to me. When I started as Save the Bays executive director 25 years ago, and continuing until very recently, he introduced me to colleagues in other organizations and people he thought I could mentor. He called me with observations about policy opportunities and also ways he thought Save the Bay could do better and partner creatively. And he was great about thanking us when we were successful at making change and were trying hard even when we were unsuccessful. Maybe our shared Palo Alto experience helped, but I know he was generous in that same way with others. Tom's wife, Linda, passed away in 1998. He is survived by daughters Amy, Katie, and Anne, and son Tommy. Tom's second wife, Madge, passed away in 2016 and is survived by son Mark and daughters Bonnie and Hillary. A lot of this material is drawn from a wonderful series of DVDs that Winter Dellenbach did in 2009 on oral histories of several people. I've submitted the DVD to the Media Center. The oral histories will be played on February 4th, 5th, and 7th on Channel 30 at 7 o'clock, 6:30, and 10:30 p.m. respectively. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Karen Holman.
Good evening. We had a full several days here with the retreat and now meeting on Monday. I come this evening to speak about Tom Jordan. Not so much about his extraordinary accomplishments to protect the environment, but to speak about him as a person, someone that I knew personally. If you've been involved in political battles, which can often be environmental in nature, it's very likely you've garnered at least a few detractors. Tom knew the difference between remembering what might recur and keeping that for future reference, as opposed to holding a grudge, favoring the former over carrying the burden of ill will. Tom was a gentle man. He was open to strangers calling him for his counsel, which he offered freely and free of charge, sometimes spending countless hours to help if he believed in the cause. He cared deeply about right and wrong, whether about the environment, a person, or the law. He held this perspective without being rigid or judgmental. He was a gentle man. He had a soft and easy laugh that could lighten many a situation, and a way of summarizing things in concise ways that could be disarming and lighten up a most serious situation. Tom was a gentle man. The world could use all the gentlemen and women it can muster, and so I speak tonight about Tom Jordan, to bring to your attention a man whose manner will be remembered in addition to his numerous accomplishments, and who responded to even the highest praise by the single statement, "One does what one can." Tom was a gentle man.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Aram James.
I didn't know Mr. Jordan, but sounds like an extraordinary attorney and a mensch. Thank both speakers for letting me know about this wonderful person and wonderful lawyer who did obviously so much for making the world a better place. So I'm going to just talk briefly. I'm going to read something I wrote you all. It's not the race, it's the culture. And Palo Alto's police chief, Andrew Bender, is all about the warrior culture. Thus is his insistence on maintaining deadly tasers and a canine unit, both of which he knows, and you know on the council, you know, are weapons of torture used almost exclusively on Black and brown people. Andrew Bender has absolutely no intention of creating a cultural shift in the leadership of the Palo Alto Police Department, in the leadership or the rank and file. Andrew Bender has already shown his willingness to thumb his nose at the recent RIPA data, Racial Identity Profiling Act, that shows that the Palo Alto Police Department continues to engage in racially discriminatory policing. Andrew Bender's leadership, or lack thereof, creates a clear and present danger to all people of color and other marginalized members of our community. As I said at Saturday's retreat, Andrew Binder and his boss at Chicada should be fired. Mark my word, these two individuals will cost our city millions in lawsuits, given their support of an old school racist model of policing. If you refuse to look at the truth, you look the other way, you avert your eyes, you will be held complicit for the criminal acts that these gentlemen commit in the future. I hope that we will have some thoughts about the death of Mary Nichols and Keenan Anderson, both brutally executed by the police. And like I said, it's not the color, it's the warrior culture in this country. And we have it right here in Palo Alto, and we got to open our eyes to it. I also wanted to talk briefly about the implications, or let's put it this way, the First Amendment and how it is implicated, when our city manager limits the speech through a long series of materials, procedure and protocol intended to gag our city council members without them understanding. And I refer the lawyers on the panel and anybody else that wants to read it to Republican Party versus White. Believe it or not, was Scalia wrote the majority opinion on how the First Amendment rights of people in office are not only their rights, but us, the citizens, so that we can be fully informed. We'll talk more about this tonight later. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. And our final speaker is Talia Shub.
Good evening, council members. My name is Talia Shubi. I hope you're doing well. I'm here today as a representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. I joined PASC this year after personally experiencing wildfire smoke, extreme heat waves, and disastrous storms in the Bay Area. I also learned about how much work Palo Alto has yet to do relating to climate change. Last year, the city of Palo Alto made powerful progress on climate action, setting bolder targets and passing the heat pump water heater electrification program. It was inspiring to see the council commit to prioritizing achieving the 80 by 30 goal that was adopted in 2016. It is imperative we reaffirm our commitment to actually achieve these bold targets. By setting climate change as a priority for 2023 this past weekend at the council retreat, you have shown Palo Alto residents that you are dedicated to sustainably reducing our carbon emissions. We hope you continue to do so by prioritizing electrification. We know that a major obstacle in electrifying Palo Alto is the lack of contractors trained in installing electric appliances. According to the California Department of Industrial Relations, as of January of 2022, there is roughly one certified electrician for every 478 housing units in the state. We encourage the council to address this issue and consider working with organizations such as Job Train, like Menlo Park, has to overcome it. By addressing this issue, we can accomplish the ambitious yet imperative goals Palo Alto has set. PASC hopes to work with the council to bring awareness to electrification in Palo Alto. We are here to support the city's efforts to achieve climate justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Now we move on to our consent calendar. Let's go to public comments on items on the consent calendar. Do we have any?
Okay, our first speaker is John Kelly.
Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, council members. I'm speaking to you again about the ordinance, or the proposed ordinance that was adopted by the City Council on its first reading on December 12th last year. This concerns whether ADUs can be two-story or not in Palo Alto. What's before you tonight is the second reading of the ordinance, and I would respectfully ask that you please take this off the consent calendar and that you deliberate on it further for one specific purpose, and that is to make two-story ADUs the norm in Palo Alto, regardless of the size of ADUs. And when I say regardless of the size of ADUs, just to save us all some time, what I'm talking about is size limits of 850 square feet for a normal ADU and 1,000 square feet for at least a two-bedroom ADU, as is set forth in the current Palo Alto ADU ordinance. There are a number of reasons why I think this makes sensible policy for the city, and I've tried to articulate them in the letter that I sent you earlier this afternoon. I apologize for not getting it to you sooner. But just to summarize, I think it's really a question of fairness and equality. There's no good reason for discriminating between one class of homeowners who happen to live slightly closer to either train stations or to El Camino, as opposed to those who live a little bit further away, and regimes. Sense. As I mentioned last time, in 2019, one of the prior councils was faced with a very similar decision. And at that time, the staff recommended wisely that you liberalize the parking requirements across the board, even though the state legislation didn't require that. I submit to you that that is the proper thing to do in the case of two-story ADUs as well. Some of you live near housing that's built on top of garages. Some of you know that people have built that way for a long time, not only in Palo Alto, but in other parts of the country. It's a very natural way to build an ADU. And I would submit to you that it's a particularly natural way to build an ADU when you're talking about a house that's on an alley. There's no reason not to do it. I also would ask you to consider what this looks like from the perspective of someone who wants to live in that ADU. The state statute assumes that basically you have two alternatives for getting around. You can walk or you can drive a car. That statute was adopted in 2008. Now we have a variety of other means of transportation that don't require walking and don't require a car. Therefore, let's have two-story ADUs throughout Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Maureen Bard.
Members of the council, I'm asking you to withhold approval of the updated ADU municipal code. My husband and I have lived in Palo Alto since 1993. In 2000, we moved to an enviable location downtown. We walk or bike everywhere. We've raised 3 children here. One was a boomerang who lived and worked from home during the pandemic. Our youngest is a freshman in college. And now my 100-year-old mother lives with us. Our housing needs are ever evolving. I'm a member of the sandwich generation, but at times I feel like that old man in the movie Up, where the neighborhood comes to engulf his charming house. But unlike that character, I accept the changes we need to make to increase our housing density. In fact, I'm asking you to reconsider the inconsistently restrictive height limit on ADUs. People complain that it's wealthy homeowners who are building ADUs just for private use. In reality, many of us are simply trying to create lifetime options. An ADU can provide a means to age in place. It can offer rental income that will help us pay our property taxes and make retirement here a possibility. It can create a starter home for the next generation. It can allow us to downsize and offer our more spacious house to a new family. And when we can no longer care for ourselves, it can shelter a caregiver for us. I know the council laments that it cannot mitigate the loss of privacy that backyard dwellings create, but the council does have the power to make the height limit fair and equitable. Our case is particularly illustrative. On our block of 15 homes, only 2 of us are limited to a 16-foot height. Moreover, every property on my street is R2. We're surrounded by 2-story multifamily structures overlooking our backyard. The one next door to me even has the opportunity to add 2 18-foot ADUs in its backyard. Our front yard lies within 1/2 mile of the transit corridor, yet we don't qualify for the 18-foot height because 75% of the property needs to be within that distance. It doesn't seem fair or sensible to me that you would want to uphold that code. But Does a 2-foot increase really make a difference? You're probably thinking, what difference does 2 feet make? Well, it makes the difference between an attic space that's just a crawl space and allowing a desk space so someone could work from home, or a bed to accommodate one more family member. It offers space that can make the house living much more comfortable for anyone who must opt for it. The city has the ability to expand that potential, and I hope you will consider finding ways to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And our final speaker is Aram James.
Okay, I'm waiting for the unmute button to come my way.
We can hear you.
Okay, so Mr. Kelly and Ms. Bard, really, really right on point. I suspect, listening at, that at first blush, you're going to be buying litigation if you have these different regulations where somebody can build a 1-story ADU on part of the block and it can build a 2-story on the other part of the block. Seems to implicate, equal protection, due process, a whole variety of things. But I know you guys don't really care about whether you buy lawsuits or not. It's the taxpayers' money, right? Not yours. Come on, we need to be responsible. We know that this is just sort of a vestige of the slave master mentality in housing. Why we had R1 in the first place. We didn't want black and brown people in the neighborhoods. People put restrictive deeds, couldn't sell to, blacks and Asians and on and on and on. So this is just one more iteration of that. So we should be ashamed of ourselves, and we should reverse that. We don't need to have this kind of regulation. And I mean, what you can do is also encourage people. I live in Lakeland. When I put an ADU in here, it's going to be consistent with the architecture. I wouldn't want to do it any other way. I'm going to wait until I have the funds to do it right. So we can encourage that rather than, sticking in regulations that are going to end up in litigation. Somebody, who lives next door to somebody that can build a 2-story ADU, but the neighbor can't. That's just irrational legislation. So I would agree with Mr. Kelly, Ms. Bard, take this off, have more community conversation about it. I realize everybody had a long weekend. People like myself, not you all, that went to a good portions, and you all went to all of the retreat. I didn't show up until about 11 o'clock, so I can't say I stayed the whole day, but I did stay to the end. So in any event, we need to think this through. Ask Molly what she thinks about it. I respect, I don't always agree with Molly Stump, but I certainly respect her as a lawyer. And I know she can farm it out to another lawyer who has the special expertise on this developing area of the law. And rather than buy a whole bunch of timely and costly lawsuits, let's get really good legal advice about whether these regulations that allow some to build a 2-story and others to only limit to a 1 is going to violate all kinds of constitutional rights and end up costing us a lot of money in litigation. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. That's our last speaker, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Back to council. Do I have any comments from colleagues? No votes or anything? If not, Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I am requesting that we pull item 3 from the agenda, and I intend to vote no if we do not pull it.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 2, and also like to pull number 3.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. No on 2 and what?
No on 2, and then pulling item 3.
Okay. So I don't hear a third for pulling.
Okay, then I'll be a no on 3 too then.
Okay. And with that, I will take a motion for the consent calendar, to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
I'll second. Madam Clerk, can you take votes?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, who was the mover, the vice mayor?
I'm sorry.
Who is the mover of the motion?
The motion was moved by Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Ooh, sorry, Mr.
Also, I think Lithcott Hames also requested no on 3.
Okay, so no on 3. Got it. Both of you. Okay. Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously for item 1. It carries 6-1 on item 2 and 5-2 on item 3.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, would you like to speak to your no vote on item number 3?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Regarding item 3, as members of the public have already commented tonight in public, and we received one letter in writing as far as I know as well, this ordinance simply doesn't go far enough. As anyone who knows me knows, I'm very much in favor of ADUs and in favor of more housing generally. ADUs are an important feature of our housing element, as we've all seen in the draft. And I've decided to vote no on this particular ordinance because I don't want us to just bring our Palo Alto ADU ordinance into compliance with the state's law, but rather to go farther. In so doing, if we allow these taller ADUs to be built across Palo Alto, we achieve equity across our city rather than just preferencing those who live a half a mile from transit. And notably, I think, in light of our brand new tree ordinance that makes it harder to build into your backyard, extending a 2-story ADU citywide makes it more likely that people will be able to build that ADU because a 2-story can be narrow and tall, avoiding trees rather than a 1-story, which can be squat and short. So that's my rationale tonight, and I look forward to talking about these issues further in the months to come.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
I'll first speak on item 3 and then item 2. So item 3, I have kind of the same kind of thoughts as my fellow council member on this one. But a couple of additional thoughts is just, I think we need to, in order to solve the housing problem, we need to increase the housing stock and opportunities. And this gives us the flexibility to do so. The other thing is that we already have the second story review. So if you try to build a second story in our city, it goes up for a review as well. So we have that check. So I don't think there's a lot of danger for basically being more flexible on second story review. Now, in regards to item 2, I don't know if you guys could see my screen, but so item 2 is basically a renewal of licenses with Microsoft. And since this is pretty standard stuff, we're talking like Office 365, right? As you can see here, this is the, if you go to their website and put your credit card in, it's $22 a month. And, so this is one of the things that really bug me is that, if we're doing this license with, I guess, the County of Riverside, we should be getting a better deal than what we could get by just going to the website. But unfortunately, we don't. So if we do the deal that's proposed in the consent calendar, it's $319 per user per year. Versus if you do the math there, which is this $22 version or package, it's $264. So it turns out to be times 1,100 licenses, $181,000 per year. And in fact, here you actually get 12 products. With the one consent calendar, it's only 8 products, right? So you actually get less and you pay more. So it's kind of bizarre why we have these kind of procurement contracts where we're getting a supposed discount, we're paying more and we're getting less. And this is not a small contract. I mean, I just went over the first line of the contract, and this is a $3 million contract. So you could do the math. It's actually quite a bit of money here. And really, we need to do a better job shopping around, because when we're increasing rates on people, when we're increasing taxes, we need to make sure that we spend the money like it's our own, not just because it's taxpayers' money. So this is, to me, just not good practice. Why we continue to buy things that are more expensive than literally just going on a website itself and buying it. And this is supposed to be a highly negotiated deal because it's, a big dollar amount, but it's not. It's more. It's more than if we would just buy it ourselves directly on our own credit card. And so it's kind of crazy to me when I see things like this. The other big issue for me is this includes a $300,000 blank check contingency, not specifying what it's for. It's for some future use, but not specified. And I don't like the idea of having these buffers or blank checks, especially when we're in tight times and we're talking about increasing more fees and rates on people. And so we shouldn't have this 300K contingency as well, which I think is not good practice, especially when it's very straightforward. We're buying a Microsoft Office license. What's a contingency for? And then the third problem with this is that this is also over budget. It's 100K a year over budget. And so, I mean, the other thing that's important for us is to stay within our budget. And we got to live within our means. I mean, our residents, our constituents have to live within their means, right? And so we should as well. So if this is over budget, we should cut some stuff. Or maybe, better yet, maybe just go buy it off the website itself versus going through this convoluted County of Riverside contract that costs us more money for less. Thank you.
Thank you. We're running a little bit late, but now we go to city manager comments.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Actually, a lot to unpack there, so I'll do this quickly, but perhaps just to hit a few of the items that have already been mentioned. First, in terms of just item 2 that was approved on consent, the issues that Councilmember Tanaka raised, I think would be appropriate for us to do a follow-up communication to council with a little more backup information. Unfortunately, we did not get those questions in advance, so would not want to try to address it on the spot here. On item number 3, for the council's awareness, and again, I know to a certain extent, council members are aware of this, so perhaps community awareness, that the action and the ordinance that you just approved was intended to maintain compliance with state law, and as such, somewhat time sensitive. The staff is currently working on the next iteration of ADU regulations for the city of Palo Alto, and we'll bring that both to the Planning and Transportation Commission as well as the council later this spring. And as it relates specifically to the issue of 2-story ADUs, I believe that might actually be appropriate for further discussion next week when the council discusses your specific objectives related to the priorities that were approved on Saturday. So I think you've got a few different touch points over both the next week as well as the next weeks and months to delve further into interests around ADU regulation. So with that, could I ask the city clerk to bring up a few slides? Also, just as we're making a transition here, I do want to reflect just for a moment on the beauty of our government, and that every week we demonstrate our commitment to the First Amendment, and hear members of the community share their perspective on the world, and in some cases on the city, and specifically tonight on individuals on our city team. And I just would like to ensure that the council and community are aware that as we often do or always do, remain open to hearing the perspectives of community members, that silence not be misinterpreted as in any way agreement or quite frankly even acceptance of charges that, quite frankly, are baseless, and in particular strike me as very concerning, and would like to ensure the council is aware of my complete confidence and, quite frankly, admiration for our chief of police and the work that he is doing, both for the Palo Alto Police Department as well as for the Palo Alto community. He has brought extraordinary sincerity and genuine leadership to dealing with very difficult issues on behalf of the community with the law enforcement profession. And I believe will continue to demonstrate the commitment that he has to ensuring that our police department can always be upheld as a leader, a national leader in community-sensitive and effective policing. So with that, let's move to the next slide, please. Well, again, perhaps on a similar vein, acknowledging the very stressful time that all community members are experiencing in light of recent tragedies. I wish we had more to offer, but at this moment, at least to share our sharing of those concerns and anxieties on behalf of our communities, both here in California as well as across the nation, and in addressing issues of violence, certainly issues of policing that, again, our department is taking to heart. I would note that our police chief last week issued a joint communication with the Santa Clara County Police Chiefs Association expressing their concerns and solidarity in support for the communities about this tragic and horrific death of Mr. Tyree Nichols. Also would offer that we have provided some links to resources that are available to assist in dealing with the stress of the moment, and in some cases perhaps more than the moment, but in any case want to ensure that community members are aware of resources that are available. Next slide, please. And I'm sorry, I didn't explicitly state it, but those resources are available on our city homepage that provides links to a variety of resources available. Then next, again, perhaps adding to the anxiety of the times, are high utility bills that all are experiencing, both residents and businesses, really not only here in Palo Alto, but we're certainly most attuned to concerns here in town. Would like to note and acknowledge that just as one statistic here, that our utilities department reports that the cost of natural gas is now 5 times more than it was in January this year. And I believe it's at least that factor as it relates to a year ago. And as a result, we are seeing bills that are significantly higher than have been previously experienced. We do want to note that there are some resources available, including free assessments from our home energy advisor. This is typically one that is done for a fee, but we have backfilled the costs of this for any residents that are interested in having a home energy audit that could have someone walk through the home to see where there may be areas of insulation that is not keeping heat in, some recommendations such as how to deal with shades and thermostat setting and the like, and also additional options available for community members related to payment arrangements and other steps that can be taken, including visiting our libraries that are open more and more days each week in order to provide another location for people to spend time in warm surroundings. Next slide, please. All right, then the weather. Our wild weather continues. We are hearing that a cold weather advisory, including a frost advisory, expected this week and as soon as tomorrow in some case. So as such, again, reiterate the availability of our libraries during normal business hours. Again, just if for no other reason than a way to get out of the house and spend some time and opportunity to do some learning in our libraries. Also, a variety of resources are being provided through our nonprofit partners. Next slide, please. February is Black History Month, and want to note a few programs that are planned primarily through our library department, including a number of programs listed here. I won't go through them individually, but this is an important time for us to, consistent with the council's adopted calendar, to recognize contributions from our Black and African-American community and opportunities to share in a sense of belonging. Next slide, please. Also, I just mentioned a moment ago, but we are seeing additional days of opening for now actually all of our branches. Mentioned last week, opening Rinconada, and now additional days available here for downtown College Terrace, as well as children's libraries. So details on this are available on our website, and these will be, these additional hours of operation will be effective in the month of February. Next slide, please. Also want to put a plug into our 4-hour ongoing recruitment for board and commission positions. These will be open through the month of February, but certainly a time for interested community members to begin conversations about where their interests and talents might fit. And our commissions are a wonderful opportunity for our residents' expertise and interest in community service on behalf of the community to intersect with city business. Next slide, please. And then old news for the city council, but to read out for community members that did not track our Saturday session, would note that the city council did approve your 2023 council priorities listed here: economic recovery and transition, climate change and natural environment, protection and adaptation, housing for social and economic balance, and community health and safety. And as I alluded to earlier, next Monday on February 6th, the City Council will continue that discussion, focusing on specific objectives that will advance these priorities. Next slide, please. And finally, that's a segue to your upcoming agendas. As noted, February 6th, council priority objectives. Also on that agenda for next week, a study session on the upcoming shuttle service, as well as discussion and action on gas-powered leaf blower enforcement. Then the week after, on the 13th, we've got a study session, 2 study sessions related to economic development, as well as the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, ongoing work, a mid-year budget review, and following up on your Saturday discussion, and based on our meeting this morning with the mayor and vice mayor, concluded that clearly, we would not be able to get the committee work plans on your February 6th agenda. So as a result, they're shown here on February 13th. And then as we look forward to future agendas, we'll be discussing parklets, the Palo Alto Airport master planning effort about to begin, next steps on procurement for automated license plate readers, and an ordinance proposed for firearms in sensitive places. And noting that February 20th, a council meeting will be canceled in observance of President's Day. That concludes my report. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager, especially on the matter about mental health support in light of recent tragedies. I do want to mention also for each of your offices, the city attorney, city manager, city clerk, as well as our city auditor, to take a look within and to ensure that we provide the same services for our employees. Thank you. Moving to the next item, action items. We'll move to the first one, which was carried over from last week. City Council discussion and direction regarding wage requirements for the contract for next janitorial services. A, to review and provide direction on wage and benefit requirements for inclusion in a new janitorial service request for proposal. B, responsible contracting standards from a colleague's memo by Vice Mayor Stone and Councilmember Burt. Staff Hi, Mr. Brackes.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. So as you mentioned, Mayor, we're here this evening to get guidance from the council on the wages and benefits requirements for us to include in our upcoming RFP, which will lead to a new janitorial contract. And with me tonight is Mike Wong. He's the Assistant Director of Public Works, whose team oversees the work under this contract. And I'm going to turn it over to him to walk through some brief slides.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council members. Let's see here, next slide. This staff report seeks council direction on the wage and benefits requirements for the new janitorial services bid solicitation. Next slide. The city's current janitorial service contract ends in 7 months. The original bid solicitation for this contract back in 2017 focused on creating new requirements to significantly improve work performance and prevent underbidding. By placing more emphasis on contractor performance over lowest costs, requiring minimum staffing levels and establishing other factors to improve bid accuracy, staff was able to significantly improve service performance and the turnover rate of the janitorial service contractor staff. Next slide, please. I think I already did that one. So that's good. To continue to build upon the 2017 request for proposal, staff is proposing that the new RFP continue to focus on performance over lowest cost, increase the staffing levels due to increased scope of work, include more specific wage and benefit requirements, and add 2 new janitorial job classifications with higher wages for park custodians and parking lot custodians. Next slide, please. Specific to the wage and benefit requirements, there are 3 possible options that staff is proposing. Option 1 establishes 7 specific janitorial classifications with city-determined wages and city-determined benefits. Option 2 requires public utility code prevailing wages and benefits. Please note that prevailing wage does not legally apply to the city's service provider, but can provide a useful benchmark. Option 3 is the recommendation that is described in former Mayor Burt's and Councilmember Stone's colleagues memo. The colleagues memo recommends both PUC prevailing wage and benefits, and that employees are covered by a collective bargaining agreement. The higher of the prevailing wage or the union agreement would then be paid if there is a cost difference. Staff has prepared 2 tables to show the cost differences of the wages and benefits for each of these 3 options. Next slide, please. This table 1 is an hourly wage comparison of the 3 options. In the column labeled city determined wages, you can see where staff has created more job classifications than the industry, so we can pay higher wages for more skilled work and to incentivize higher quality work. Of the 7 job classifications shown, 3 are unique to Palo Alto: park and garage custodian, parks custodian, and police department custodian. The PUC has only 1 job classification of custodian, so the pay rate is the same for all 7 of the job classifications shown. The union job classification and rate rates are not public documents, so it is not shown. So it is shown to be the same as PUC or higher, but we expect it to be the same as the PUC rate. Next slide, please. Table 2 shows the wage and benefit value in dollars per hour for each of the 3 options, starting with the hourly wage and then the benefit type and cost value below. Please keep in mind that the city determined wage is only shown for the base custodian classification only. Also note that for the PUC and union, that health benefits don't always start until a minimum number of years of service, which can be after 2 years of service. Next slide, please. At this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Brad.
And just to summarize, thank you, Mike. In addition, I did just want to mention that we did publish a supplemental memo with the agenda last Thursday that answers some questions having to do with payment of back wages under the current contract. So not directly related to tonight's council discussion and direction, but wanted to alert you to that since it is related. And I will turn it over to City Manager Shikata.
Thank you. I think that completes our presentation. I just wanted to note, and perhaps picking up on the discussion of the supplemental report that we provided that somewhat touched on the role of city staff or the city in issues of wage compliance for contractors, employees. I would note that this is an area that has grown and perhaps somewhat very incrementally over the last few years. And that said, is an area that, depending on the direction that the council takes, would likely be one that will want to look at the resources needed to ensure contractor compliance, again, on wage, whether it be wage and benefits, quite frankly, as the discussion proceeds. I will share it with you that you have the benefit of employees or staff that have experience in other agencies that have progressed much farther down the path of ensuring contractor wage and benefits requirements. So it's not an area that's unfamiliar to us. And if the council would like to proceed that way, we are very confident that we'll be able to take it on. But again, just want to flag the resource issue as one that, depending on where the council goes with this, we'll want to discuss with you further. That is also true with respect to collective bargaining agreement requirements, in that, again, our history here in Palo Alto has not typically required that through our RFPs. Very comfortable proceeding with that, should that be council direction. But in this case may be an area that requires both city attorney's office as well as staff follow up in moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to council, and would the colleague memo author like to speak? Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, as I'm sure most of my colleagues are aware, last March, several speakers and city janitors spoke in front of council and informed us of allegations of wage theft and other substandard working conditions with our third-party contractor. In response, city got a fair amount of attention from this. San Jose Spotlight released an article on the conditions, and we received several letters from Congresswoman Eshu's office, Senator Becker, Assembly Berman, encouraging this council to adopt higher level of standards for these subcontracted services. Last week, during public comment, a representative from Assemblymember Berman's office addressed our council, encouraged this body to adopt the recommendation in this memo. And in addition, not sure if everyone saw it, we did receive a letter from Senator Becker last week saying, and I quote, "These protections and fair wages to those providing services to the city of Palo Alto. I strongly support their proposal." So this memo really is meant to address two needs for our city's janitorial workers. First, the need for prevailing wage. Appreciate that it also being included in staff's second recommendation. But the second one is the need for a collective bargaining agreement. We talk a lot at this dais and within this community about providing greater housing opportunities for those who serve our community to have the opportunity to be able to live here. And while affordable housing production continues to be goal number one, I think it's really important that we simultaneously address other tools to address those needs. And one of those tools, of course, is salary. So I think if we're sincere in providing opportunities for those who serve us, and few serve us more than those who clean our community, then paying them more seems to be an obvious strategy in order to provide those opportunities. Adopting the higher prevailing wage also provides us an opportunity to address two of our now ongoing city priorities that we just approved on Saturday: housing for social and economic balance and climate change. So I think part of housing for social and economic balance is ensuring that we have a diverse community with residents who represent various socioeconomic backgrounds and racial and ethnic diversity. And according to the Maintenance Cooperation Trust Fund's report, called The Pandemic's Unseen Essential Workers. It was just released in 2021. And for those who don't know, the Maintenance Cooperation Trust Fund is a nationally recognized statewide watchdog that advocates for ending illegal and unfair business practices in the California janitorial industry. And actually, I thought it was pretty cool. We actually had the executive director, Miss Yardenia. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name. She spoke last week during our public comments. And I'm sure we all remember those public comments went past midnight. I think we had 8 speakers and overall supporting it. Hopefully we're going to have more tonight. So that report found that 67% of California janitors are Latino, and for contracted out janitors, which is the case here in Palo Alto, that rate is 81%. So in comparison to our own population, Latinos only make up about 7% of the Palo Alto population. Janitors, according to the report, are also, quote, characterized by low wages, financial insecurity, and lack of access to healthcare. And with 36% of California janitors earning below 200% of the federal poverty level, not only by providing a livable wage, will we be able to help support those workers to more likely be able to afford to live here, which will help us achieve that goal of achieving a more socially and economically balanced community. But we can also work on reducing greenhouse gas emissions by reducing the commutes that these workers have. The lower pay, the more likely they will need to commute long distances. In addition to the benefit of increased pay, having increased paid sick days has also been shown to increase stability among the workforce and reduce turnover rates, issues, not surprising, our city has been dealing with for the last several years. And of course, most importantly, I think beyond the benefits to the city, simply the right thing to do. I think we should be paying people a fair and livable wage for the work they do and the sacrifice they make on behalf of our community. And I just want to briefly turn to the collective bargaining agreement, really the second part of this. There are several reasons why having a collective bargaining agreement required in the contract is of particular importance with janitorial services. And the reason why, again, it's found in this Maintenance Cooperation Trust Funds report. First, and sorry, I know this will be a bit data heavy, but I think it's really critical. First, they surveyed non-union janitors and found high rates of food insecurity, financial distress, lack of access to healthcare, and high rates of employer non-compliance with COVID workplace safety regulations. Second, the report found that, quote, the highly competitive nature of the janitorial industry, combined with competition based on labor costs and the ease of evading regulations, creates an atmosphere of chronic noncompliance with employment laws. Third, quote again, the misclassification of janitors as independent contractors by their employer is widespread in the industry, and janitorial companies misclassify the workers as independent contractors to reduce costs and increase flexibility. So the report further found concerns with non-union janitorial companies, quote, routinely disregarding health and safety protocols that protect workers and clients from COVID-19. So in summary, I'll read one last quote from this report. Janitors covered by collective bargaining agreements earn higher wages and are more likely to have employer-sponsored health coverage as well as other benefits. Janitors normally lack access to the enforcement agencies to report employer violations. This is especially important during the current pandemic, where regulatory compliance can prevent life-threatening outbreaks. In such circumstances, a union presence in the workplace can increase the likelihood that such safety issues are addressed, either through the additional worker protections provided by a collective bargaining agreement or the presence of a union representative with the expertise to be an advocate alongside janitor. So just kind of in summary, this recommendation is about the health, safety, and dignity of our city's janitors and ensuring that they are properly represented and cared for in their jobs, particularly in an industry with a well-documented history and ongoing practice of violating labor and employment laws. They keep us healthy and safe by cleaning our city's facilities. The least we can do is repay the favor by protecting them and paying a livable wage and ensuring they have collective bargaining rights to enforce these contractual obligations. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt, would you like to also comment on your colleague's memo?
Well, thanks to Vice Mayor Stone for that presentation. I will just add that as the city has for years looked to determine how it can control and limit spiraling costs. One of the things that has served the city well and other cities is certain outsourcing of functions. But too often cities do that process without either the performance standards that are necessary, nor the consideration for what are the compensations and needs of that outsourced workforce. To the city's credit, in 2017, they added significant performance standards to the contract. And that was a step in the right direction. But we really, beyond that, looked merely at how can we get the performance we need at the lowest cost. And we need to embrace a greater responsibility to assure that people who perform work on behalf of the city, whether they're direct city employees or not, are able to have a fair living wage in our increasingly expensive region. So that's the reasons for this. I did have one question. The colleague's memo wasn't dated. What was the date that Councilmember Stone and I approved the final version?
Well, it was originally agendized for the November 14th meeting.
Yeah,
So I
that
think it
was
was dated
some time
shortly
after we
before
had
that.
submitted. And the reason I asked that is this is a somewhat unusual circumstance where we had a colleague's memo that I think was originally submitted close to 6 months ago. And it was held back to come forward along with a staff proposal after we had actually had an extension on this contract come to the council. And I think this is one of the things that maybe at our upcoming discussion on priorities for the year, we really look at outsourcing policies and include also some discussion about how colleagues' memos are prioritized and agendized. Thank you.
And and Councilmember Burt, I found the date that we submitted it was October 5th.
Right, and that was after a couple months of kind of staff review, et cetera.
Yep.
Thank you.
But
I think we got it in October. Yes.
Okay. I am going to allow for public comments right now for those who did not speak at the last meeting. It did go to a late hour, so I want to make sure that those who were not able to stay are able to give their comments. Madam Clerk?
Okay, our first speaker is going to be Aram James.
So, Vicki, Julie, and Greer, we'll talk about this more later, but you know about the phrase called trial by ambush, when a person is ambushed and not given an opportunity to respond. And we all know what that's about. I stand by my strong comments, and we'll go to that later. But really what I want to focus on is, I know as a young man, I stood outside a number of stores in this area trying to support the United Farm Workers in better wages. And this sounds a lot like that struggle. And so to Vice Mayor Stone and to Councilmember Burt, this is an extraordinary thing that we're doing. I think the collective bargaining is extraordinary. I hope we do not have a third-party contractor here. I hope that it's the city that does this. And I find some irony that members, at least one particular member of the management team, who certainly believes in collective bargaining for people at the top end of the salary scale, would even put out a plausible argument against this. really hypocritical in my estimation of employees making $400,000 plus would want to keep the most vulnerable workers in our community. So Greer and Burt, Councilman Burt, this is exactly what we need. We need comparable wages for the highest janitorial in the country, probably, because we know the housing is the highest here. We need collective bargaining because that's so critical to make sure that those rights are enforced. We need health benefits for the folks that they work around all sorts of extraordinary problems. I know that during COVID, they cleaned and kept the city buildings clean for management people and everybody else. Again, I wouldn't reward with an RFP any third parties, and you can do this vetting, that have a history of mistreating workers, including the important janitors, and they should have all the benefits that our top rung employees have, because their families are just as important to them, to the janitors, as are the families of the people making $400,000 in this city. So they know who they are. That includes some people that, like Zach Perone, that still stay employed by the city. So again, I don't always agree with Councilmember Burt, and I wish you'd call me, as I suggested in my memo to you, so we could have a real conversation, not something like this. Greer, I'm not happy with certain of the things that you've done, but let's carry on the conversation. Congratulations to both of you gentlemen tonight.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Cassie Peabody.
Hello, Council. Good evening. My name is Cassie Peabody, and I was here last week, but tonight I have the great pleasure of sharing comments from a group of SWA janitors who clean the public buildings in the city of Palo Alto, including City Hall, where you all sit tonight. I'm going to read their comments in Spanish, and then I myself will translate into English. I don't anticipate going beyond the 3 minutes, but I want to acknowledge the fact that translation will be happening. So I'll start in Spanish. A quien corresponda. Mi nombre es Maela Castaneda y trabajo para esta WA Services Group. Los trabajadores de esta compañía necesitamos una compañía responsable que haga valor a nuestros derechos. Quisiéramos que cambie nuestras condiciones de trabajo, que se nos ofrece beneficios como holidays pagados, un buen plan de salud, vacaciones y que hacer valor a la minoría de los trabajadores. Sin el apoyo de la ciudad, con una póliza de contratistas responsables, estamos indefensos a esos tipos de acciones u abusos. Atención, trabajadores de la ciudad de Palo Alto. Dear City of Palo Alto City Council, my name is Maela Castaneda, and I work for SWA Services Group. The workers of this company need a responsible contractor policy that values our rights. We want to improve our working conditions, benefits like paid holidays, a good health plan, vacation days, and a company that values worker seniority. Without a responsible contractor policy, janitorial workers are vulnerable to bad acts by our employer and abuse. Sincerely, the janitors who clean the city of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Looks like our third speaker has lowered their hand. So our final speaker is Jose Pavon.
Hello, good evening, Palo Alto City Council. My name is Jose Luis Pavon, and I'm a political organizer with SEIU USWW. And we also have a few speakers that would like to speak, but will also need translation. So I was wondering if I might be allowed a little bit more time to be able to translate for them.
Yes, that'll be acceptable.
Okay. Okay, just 1 second. We were not able to, I guess they had a little technical problem. So I'm gonna call them really quick and get them on the line this second right now. 1 second. Okay. And hi, Carmen. Hola, Carmen. Este es José Luis. Si estás lista para compartir unos comentarios con el Concilio Municipal de Palo Alto, yo te voy a traducir.
Okay, sí, buenas tardes, good afternoon. My name is Carmen Sandoval. I working with the SIU USWW 23 años.
23 years.
Unión. Trabajo en el estadio de Oakland y la arena. Entonces, yo estoy muy orgullosa de pertenecer a la unión, ¿no? Tener un sindicato donde me respetan mi salario, mis días de enfermedad, mis holidays, y pues no tengo que estar preguntándoles cuándo me van a aumentar, si cada 2, 3 años. Entonces eso ya está en el contrato, ¿verdad? De nuestros aumentos, y está uno muy a gusto trabajando con estos beneficios. Sí, también vacaciones, las tenemos pues ya decididas, ¿verdad? Cada año. Entonces, tengo
Si me
mucho
permites,
tiempo y estoy muy, muy a gusto con ser miembro de Unión. Y quisiera que para nuestros compañeros de Palo Alto, pues sí, logren algo como nosotros ya lo tenemos. Los buenos beneficios y ir a trabajar con dignidad, con respeto, y con un poco más de salario.
Gracias, Carmen. Gracias, Carmen. Voy a traducir rapidito. So very quickly, Carmen says she's been a union member for 23 years. She's with SEIU USWW, and she wants to say that she really supports being union, that because of her union contract, she's able to have a stable salary, paid holidays, stable benefits, paid vacation, and that her raises are automatic, and that she wants the workers of Palo Alto to also enjoy the same benefits that have contributed to her family's stability and to her health and financial growth. So yeah, and the last thing I'd like to point out is that I was looking at the memo that was shared, and it said, and correct me if I'm wrong, $17.50 per hour is the current contracted wage, and that amounts to about $36,000 per year if the workers get 40 hours, if they get paid holidays, and that is not a livable wage at all. So ask the city of Palo Alto to please act in support of the workers. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that's our last request to speak.
Thank you. So we'll bring it back to council. If there's any questions or comments, please, I see Councilmember Lizcari-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Director Eggleston and Mr. Wong for your report, Vice Mayor Stone's overview, Councilmember Burt's comments about the pitfalls of outsourcing key city services to contractors, and the imperative to not just seek performance at the lowest cost, but to ensure our city standards are met and reflected in the work of those with whom we enter into contracts for city services. I also want to thank the many members of the public who spoke out either tonight or last Monday. And finally, of course, a huge thanks to the janitorial workers without whom the city could not function. As recent events in the Half Moon Bay farm working community have only underscored, it is incumbent upon those of us in local government to seek to better understand and better serve our most vulnerable workers and residents who are often providing services deemed essential as the pandemic illuminated, ensuring that our janitorial workers here in the city of Palo Alto, more likely to be of color, more likely to be female, more likely to be immigrants, are compensated appropriately and are free from harassment or wage theft from their employer should be a top priority in a city that seeks to treat all humans equitably. I want to thank Council members Stone and Burt for giving us the opportunity to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you, Mayor Ku. I also want to thank our staff, including Mr. Wong, who stayed so very late last time and we didn't get to this item. So thank you for that, or twice before. And also for the public speakers who stayed on the line till so late, including an awful lot of people with lived experience, but also Ruth Silver-Taub, who has been working on wage theft for decades and stayed on the line that late to talk to us about this critical issue. And then today, the speakers that came back, and I was particularly moved by Jose Pavon's allowing Carmen to speak about her 23 years with SEIU and what it's meant to her to be part of be paid a prevailing wage, have benefits as part of that union. I echo my colleague, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' comments about we should be judged by how we treat the most vulnerable among us, and that's what we're doing here. So thank you, Vice Mayor Stone and Councilmember Burt, for your memo. I'm glad you raised both the prevailing wage and the CBA's issues. Those make sense to me. I have a question, however, and I think this goes to staff, about Table 1 that was in the staff report and also in our slides. Because we only have the one classification, I believe, for the PUC prevailing wage upon which the middle column and the column to the right are based, and because Palo Alto has these 7 different classifications so that we can assign the higher wages per hour, we end up with an odd situation with the utility custodian, the lead custodian, police department custodian, and supervisor, where the city determined wages starts at a higher place than this $20 or higher for the PUC plus union wage. And so I was wondering if you could address how we might look at those higher classifications above the custodian classification that I believe the prevailing wage is based upon. So how would we address those as we went forward?
Well, thank you for that question. Really, I think the two ways are at its most simplest, we could just require the PUC prevailing wage or union wage or a collective bargaining agreement, in which case we might not see the higher wages for these different classifications we're defining. Part of what we were suggesting in the report was that if council directed, we could look at essentially the scale of wages that staff had defined and apply that and set a floor for those wages that could still apply even if we were requiring collective bargaining and or the PUC wage.
Thank you.
So for instance, we might say utility custodian should be 8% higher than custodian. I'm making that number up. And then we could, in the contract, tie custodian to the PUC prevailing wage and require that these other classifications we defined ourselves essentially increase along with the PUC custodian wage.
So let me try to say that back to see if I've gotten it in some. So start with the PUC plus union, this is the prevailing wage plus the union wage, but then keep the relative increases as we have under the city determined wages as we went up the scale, or?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I just didn't want to end up in the strange position that we're trying to, increase the compensation and we end up actually not accomplishing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing?
Thanks very much. I really appreciate the two council members bringing this to our attention in such a detailed way. And I really thank Vice Mayor Stone for going into the detail tonight, some of which I was going to ask about, and really understand particularly why we also want to support the unionization, not just the wages. So I think that was really helpful to council and, and to the public. And certainly thank the staff for taking this to where we've done. This starts, I think, for our town as a morality issue. And I think we just need to be all in on that. These are folks that are working for us to make us more successful as a city, and they need to be more successful as well. Really appreciate the public comment for those people that are cleaning City Hall. That was really brought it home in case anybody needed it to be brought home. I also want to say to members of the public that this is not just a gift we're talking about. The city actually gets benefit, and as does all these employees. So we want high performing people that are going to stay with us. We want them to be kind of members of our family, not just outsourced workers. And the data shows that will be the case because they can financially afford to keep doing that. So we'll have people working here in City Hall for years, not just months or sometimes weeks, as we've heard in the past in terms of turnover. So everybody wins with this. I also really like the fact that you've added more job classifications. So all these folks have a career path, frankly, in terms of where they can move forward if they choose to do so. And I think that's a terrific statement on our part, not just to our own employees, but even to potentially here outsourced employees. So thanks to everybody that went to team effort to get to this position. Of course, the one thing here is called cost. So I presume that this 40-some% increase is just simply a general fund item that we need to budget for.
I think the answer is mostly. It's not quite that simple because these services are provided to areas occupied by enterprise funds, but I think the great majority of it is a general fund cost.
Right. And I think that's fine. I just wanted to make that clear as we're looking at the votes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I have just a few questions for staff. Should the council support option 3, which is aligned with the colleagues memo, what do you foresee as the process by which the bidders would be able to have a collective bargaining agreement before commencement of the new contract? Is it our understanding that the bidders we've used none of them have had collective bargaining agreements to date?
Yeah, most of the bidders in the past RFPs have not been collective bargaining units.
I could add on to that to say, and we can't say exactly what bidders would do. I think there are some companies who do have collective bargaining agreements. And my understanding is, although the agreement is not publicly available, there's an SEIU master agreement for the region that private companies can essentially sign up to.
So they can go into that collective bargaining, whether they actually become SEIU or some other union or not, they could still use that as a master agreement. Is that the way it works?
That's my understanding of how it works.
Okay. So then from a timing standpoint, do we not see a hurdle from the remainder of time on our existing contract to have the new bidders have been able to go through a collective bargaining before implementation of the contract? It's ended. So the way it's written, we could settle on a contract with a bidder and they don't yet have a collective bargaining agreement, but they would have to have it in place by the time the contract took effect. Is that correct?
That's correct. Although to be fair, we haven't drafted just what that language would look like. I think the way you described it is logical.
So
We do have 7 months essentially from now until the current contract extension expires.
I'm trying to envision how this would occur, where if a bidder does not currently have collective bargaining agreements, they'd have to go into that to be able to bid, correct? Or take the risk of an unknown cost if they negotiated it subsequent to receiving the contract, but prior to its effective date.
I think that's correct.
Well, I think perhaps just to set the expectation, only time will tell for sure, but I think we would expect that the only companies that will bid on this work would be those that already have a collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, that's what I was wanting to get a better sense of what we're expecting. And then
I agree. I agree with that with Fred, but I think there would be a few companies who would try. And if they don't make it in time, we might be limiting, other bidders that, may not be able to get unionized in time.
well, and I expect that between what Mountain View has done and we're doing, we're going to see that this is going to help a regional trend toward expectations of these workforces being under collective bargaining, and companies who want to compete are going to have to move in that direction more. When and how that happens, I don't think we know yet. And I just did want to point out that several key benefits, in addition to the wage scales, the differences between our current proposed option, essentially option one, sick and vacation benefits combined would only be 1 week of personal time off. That's what they currently get. Under the PUC prevailing wage, it would be 5 to 10 days of vacation and 3 days of sick, and it's at a minimum under the collective bargaining. Under the current contract, no paid holidays, and under the PUC prevailing, it's 4, and that's the floor again under the collective bargaining. And then one that still concerns me, and we may want to wade in on this, is the health and welfare. The amount that's contributed goes from $3 to at least $8.25, but the benefit only accrues after 24 months. And I don't know if staff has any thoughts on that. These workers may qualify for state health subsidies based on their wages, but that's a long while to await qualification for healthcare. And I want to put that one item out there for our consideration. And then lastly, I didn't appreciate, and I suspect most of my colleagues didn't either, that we had so many different categories within this work sector. Can you explain just very briefly kind of what's the different qualifications between a police department custodian? Is that more of the security liabilities or other things, and a utilities custodian versus a general purpose one?
So it's the different job classifications based on different skill sets and qualifications. So, the base custodian does typical office cleaning, vacuuming, bathroom cleaning, typically. Parking garage custodian is what we call dirtier work that people don't want, even custodians don't generally like to do. The filthy parking garage restrooms, the parking garages themselves. The park custodians also same, very dirty environments that that you're exposed to and having to clean a lot of feces, vomit, and urine cleanup that the basic office cleaner isn't necessarily exposed to as often. Utility custodians are a special skill set where they do special cleaning, hard floor stripping, wax, carpet cleaning, things like that. So they have a different skill set, window washing, things like that. Lead custodian obviously, usually has experience in all that, and they're leading the rest of the custodians above them. Police department custodian, you hit it right on the nose. Requires a much higher level of background check that's much harder to find. Also, the skill set of a police department custodian usually has all the skills set of everybody above them, so they can work more independently. More English speaking, so they can work with customers and follow instructions and just get their own basic assignments and be able to work independently. So that's the highest skill set that we require.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you for bringing this forward and for everyone's work on this. A few questions for staff, I think. First question is, for the current janitorial service, why didn't we renew the contract with them? Because if they were violating our labor standards, why did we go ahead and issue another, I think it was $1 million plus contract to them?
Well, in previous reports, we've characterized it less as a violation than a misunderstanding. When we brought the issue to them, they immediately corrected it. And again, these weren't really choices about whom to contract with at the time. We need to continue these services. It takes time to do an RFP and develop a new contract. At the time, we tried to bring this item to council back in October, early November. We were trying to be on a very short time frame to actually turn around an RFP and potentially bring a new contract before that, before the contract at that time would have expired at the end of February next month. And the fact that that item got continued and we weren't able to come back right away meant that we really didn't have a choice other than to further extend the contract. And there's also the issue that wherever we end up with this decision from council, we want to get this right. It'll be a little bit of a different type of RFP process for us than what we've done in the past.
Okay, I guess my point of view is just, it was spelled out in the contract. I actually did, you guys attached a contract, so I saw it. It was pretty straightforward in terms of what they were supposed to pay. The other thing I wasn't clear on is why didn't they just pay, if they were correct, why did they just pay for the difference in the wages? Why did we have to pay for it? Because it's under contract, they're a contractor, right? So they owe the pay to their employees. Why do we have to pay for that?
Essentially, that was a recommendation we made to make sure that that happened expeditiously and fairly.
Okay, it's just the contract said for them to pay. So that's why I was trying to understand what happened there. And then besides Mountain View, and I think we know Mountain View is actually doing very well financially in terms of revenue and whatnot because of all the lease revenue that they have. Besides Mountain View, what other cities have adopted this practice?
We're not aware of others.
Okay. And so I did look at the table that you put together, and it says 44% higher, right? Is that 40? So will this cost us 44% more than it does today? Is that roughly? I heard the answer you gave to Councilmember Lowing, but it wasn't quite clear. So it looked like there's going to be some sort of increase in cost for us. Is that right?
Well, to try to be clear, we can't say exactly how much it'll cost. That was kind of a round example. On our staff, Mike and I talking about this, if there's a 44% increase, and we can't guarantee that that's exactly what the increase would be, that's on the wages and benefits side, which is probably, that would be the majority of the cost for the contractor. but there are other costs like their overhead, cleaning supplies and materials. So in our discussions, we thought that it's likely to lead to something probably on the order of a 35 to 40% increase in the total cost. But again, we don't control that. Just looking at the round figures of what the current contract cost, if it was a 40% increase, it's on the order of $1 million annual increase.
And so where would that $1 million come from?
It would be part of council's decision on how to budget those funds.
Okay, but it has to come from somewhere. Either we get it more from our residents or we take away from another service, right? I mean, it has to come from somewhere.
Correct.
Okay, so because I don't think we have a surplus in our city, at least not that I know of. I know that's the thing I wonder about, because I think we all saw the emails coming in about our utility rates, right? So this $1 million, I assume, we would have to increase the rates again on our constituents to pay for this somehow, at least the enterprise portion. Or you have to have some way of either, or we cut back some other program, right? Because we can't print money like the federal government, right? Am I mistaken here? Or is there some other way that we can pay for this?
Well, if that's a question, I'm not sure how the utility rates factor into that. But yes, it would have to be some weighing of priorities to determine how to fund this.
Okay, because I think we want to take care of our workers, but we also want to take care of our residents, and we know people here who are struggling to live here, and so this is going to increase their costs as well. So I worry about that, because I know some people are just on the edge here. So can staff tell us why are some services that we do employees and some services contractors? Why do we use contractors? What's the point of it?
We've traditionally moved to contracting some services where they were services that could be performed by people other than staff, and I think with a very straightforward kind of scope of services and cost effectiveness.
Okay. And so the question is, why just janitorial? Why don't we do this for tree trimming? Why don't we do it for our garbage? Why don't we do it for everything? Why just janitorial?
So Madam Mayor, can I weigh in here? These are good questions, but they're pushing against the boundaries of this agenda item. I heard an earlier comment also from Councilmember Burt that he has some interest in this topic. So I think a deeper dive needs to be for a noticed item where staff can be prepared. This is an area that's very complicated. This janitorial contract is one of many types of contracts where the city contracts out or procures outside services. There are many different reasons for that. There are complicated legal issues regarding the type of services and the process. So I would like us to make this focused on the janitorial.
Okay, that's a good point. So my thought about this is, my parents were union employees, so I understand the value and importance of unions, and I definitely, I had a very poor upbringing, so I understand the importance of taking care of those that need help. But the flip side of it is, if this increases our cost base, I think our total budget was about $1 billion, everything all in, for all of our funds. So can you imagine if our funds increased 44%? I mean, where would that money come from? I mean, we would hope to maybe get a federal state grant, maybe, or more likely, we would have to decrease the services to our constituents, or we would have to raise the fees on our constituents, but it has to come from some shape or form. So that's the thing I just wonder when we ponder this, like, how does this, how do we make something like this happen?
Are you finished, Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I'm over time, so sorry.
No problem. Thank you. So I appreciate all my colleagues' comments, and I want to thank Mr. Wong and Mr. Eggleston for being here so late, and all the commenters also. So I concur. I believe that, one of the living wages is really important to revisit and to visit. to ensure that, people who work here as essential workers are able to sustain their lives with their families as well. I also I have a question. How do we ensure vendor compliance?
Well, I'll take a crack at that and then kind of defer to what the city manager said. To be honest, our ensuring vendor compliance is usually more focused on ensuring that they're fulfilling the scope of services that we're paying them for, and not on this wages and benefits side. And in fact, at least in Public Works, I believe this current janitorial contract is the first time we've actually established wage and benefit requirements and not followed a process of determining performance standards and then picking the lowest bidder. In fact, in this case, in 2017, we picked the highest bidder for that reason. So as Ed was describing, this is not an area that the city organization has much experience or practice in as far as monitoring on wage and benefits compliance side.
Right. So if I could follow up on that, as noted earlier, if this is an area, and again, let's say, presuming the establishment of some additional wage and benefits requirements as a part of this new RFP, we will want to ensure that we're resourcing it adequately to ensure that compliance. As the council members may recall, with the city's minimum wage, we actually contract with the city of San Jose to provide through one of their existing functions to provide a mechanism for complaint-based enforcement of the citywide minimum wage. So in combination with any contractual requirements that might be new, as Director Eggleston points out, traditionally this has been left to our staff, who is the project manager or manager of that contract. And again, that may not be a good match with the skill set of the person who's overseeing the performance of the work to also know what they're dealing with in terms of reviewing payrolls, addressing issues of complaints should they come up, and how to handle that in an effective and time efficient manner.
Yeah, I think that's an area that needs to be further explored and to solidify on, because that's going to be important as we move forward on this. And then I just want to say, where is the money coming from, right? I think there's a lot to do with also economic development. Having a city that is clean and feeling safe and healthy is going to draw more people in rather than staying away. So, our garages is one place that people need to feel that it's clean and safe. And like Mr. Wong said, it's one of the harder places to do so. Coming into City Hall or going into any of our community centers or facilities, there's always that factor to make sure that visitors as well as our residents feel like it is a place to be at, and it is going to be clean, as well as promoting health and safety. So if there is any other comments, I see Councilmember Tanaka's light.
Yeah, actually, I hit it accidentally, but I can speak now anyways. What I'd like to do is I'd like to make a motion. Is that okay right now? Or did you want to take motions later?
No, sure, go ahead.
So my motion is that we look at this proposal, and not just janitorial contracting service, but all contracting services in our city, and look at seeing if we could do something similar for them as well. Because I think this is not just a problem with our janitorial service, it's a problem with all of the different services. But we do that at the time when we do our budget, so that we can understand, because right now we're kind of doing this in the vacuum. We are thinking about moving forward on this, but we haven't answered the question of where is it going to come from? Like what are we going to lose by doing this? Are we going to lose residents because we're raising the fees on them? Are we going to lose services that people value? Are we going to shut down our libraries earlier? What does it mean to do this?
Councilmember, could you provide the motion and then speak to it after?
Sure. So the motion is that we look at this as well as all of the contracting services at our budget cycle, so we know how we're going to pay for this. And then also to Molly's point that we could actually, talk about it more freely.
Do we have a second? So the motion is by Councilmember Tanaka to look at this proposal and all contracts for services during the budget review cycle. I'm looking for a second. It doesn't look like we have a second.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll come back to council and I see Councilmember Burt.
I will move that the council adopt option number 3 as stated in the staff report.
I'll second.
And I think we've had a healthy discussion on it, and I don't need to speak further on the motion. I hope that my colleagues will support this proposal.
Vice Mayor Stone, would you like to speak to your second?
I think I spoke to it sufficiently earlier. I do want to just point, I thought the mayor's comment about a clean city also is going to attract better retail and visitors and give residents a feeling of safety was also a really valid point. So also goes to the economic benefit of passing this motion. So that's 3 of our 4 priorities that we're able to help accomplish through this. So hope my colleagues agree. And just to once again quote Senator Becker's own letter to us, he said, "I strongly support this proposal." Hope you all do as well.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in and acknowledge Councilmember Tanaka's motion. As a newbie, I wasn't sure whether to vote for it or to second it just to have the conversation or whether to let it pass, because I knew ultimately I wasn't going to vote for that tonight. But I do want to acknowledge the importance that we'd be good fiscal stewards of the city's resources, and we do have to figure out how to pay for this increase in a line item. And the notion that it's imperative that we be consistent across our contracts with third parties who provide services. I believe in that wholeheartedly. So I wanted to thank him for his motion and indicate a definite intent to examine those issues as they come before us, perhaps around budget time this spring. And that said, I do intend to support this present motion that's on the table.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I support this motion. I think that this is also a good vehicle to explore how this works, dealing with the CBA requirement and the prevailing wage requirement. It's a little different, a little bit of a departure. So that when we come to those financial broader budget discussions, we'll kind of have seen how we did. But anyway, I support this motion and I thank the colleagues who brought this forward.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I wanted a quick follow-up, Brad, on the exchange that you had with Councilmember Vinker regarding if we need to, looks like you know what I'm talking about. So are we going to need to include that in the motion here?
Yes, as it is, it's not implicit in the motion.
All right, I'm wondering if the maker is open to that. I don't quite know the language that, if you could help me out on that.
I think the language would be to scale the definition of PUC prevailing wages in the RFP in accordance with the classifications in option 1 or something along those lines.
That works for me at the motion.
That's acceptable.
Okay.
Can you say that?
Thank you.
Let's wait for Madam Clerk to put it all up.
Scale the definition of PUC prevailing wages.
To scale the PUC prevailing wages according to the classifications included in option 1.
Now, I'd like to confirm I understood that, and perhaps others would as well. I'm reading that as using the PUC wage as the minimum to scale the other wages to reflect this classifications. Is that correct?
That's correct. We would look at the percentage steps, say from custodian to parking garage custodian, and apply those same percentages to the PUC custodian wage.
Right, relative to the base wage of custodian shown in table 1. So that would be the floor of the PUC, well, effectively the $20, or as it would be revised, would be the floor, and the other classifications for specialty work would be increased in proportion.
Great. Thank you, Director Eccleston.
So should we say, scale the PUC prevailing wages in proportion to the classifications rather than according to? Is that a little clear?
If I'm out of order, I think you want to scale the wages for the various classifications based on the PUC prevailing wage and in accordance with the differentials in the city determined wages, essentially. I just think the basis is the PUC prevailing wage and then we go up.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement on the intent. If there's specific wording recommendations, then go ahead and offer those.
Well, I guess my point was I don't know that we're scaling the PUC prevailing wages. I think there is a PUC prevailing wage for one category. We're scaling our wages in proportion to the
Yes.
city. That's all.
So let's say to scale the new wage set in proportion to the using the PUC prevailing wage as a baseline? Is that?
In proportion to the classifications included in option 1, using the PUC custodian prevailing wage as the baseline. I think that's very clear to us, and we definitely understand the intent.
I would just add that it should be the PUC base custodian classification.
Okay, so that goes instead, yes.
So if I may ask, so you're using the $20 as the base?
There, we're going to base it on the job classification because the contract might change those rates later in the next contract. So we're going to use the whatever dollars amount associated with that job classification.
But then the police department custodian, the lead custodian, utilities, those that are higher.
They
than-
go up in the
they'll go up
same
in the-
percentage that they currently go up.
Okay. Got it.
All good? Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, actually, I'm not, I was actually going to support the original motion, but for this one, I'm not sure. Why do we need this again? I don't know.
What are you asking?
So what was wrong with the original motion? Why make this change?
It's for clarity that we are using, you look at Table 1, and you'll see under PUC prevailing wage, they have one amount as $20, whereas under the city scale, we have the other wage categories at various percentages above $17.50. So we'd move that whatever we decide on as the base custodial wage as the baseline. And then each of the categories beyond that would go up according to the same percentage as they do increase under our current city determined wages column.
Okay, so I think it's better to give staff the flexibility. I think the motion as it was originally was better. and I'll be willing to support the original motion. You probably have 6 votes already, so you may not need my vote, but if you want my vote, I want the original motion.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Tanaka, I didn't hear your comment there. I'm sorry. Can you repeat,
Yeah,
please?
so I think it's better to give staff the flexibility on this. I like the original motion better than with the addition. I think there's probably 6 votes on this already. So you don't have to honor my requester, but I'd rather have it as it was originally. So if that could be done, that's awesome, and I'll vote for it, and it's probably unanimous. If you don't want my vote, you don't have to change it.
Well, you vote how you like. I'm not accepting reverting to the original language.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question. On the healthcare, is that 2 years later that they get the healthcare, or is that part of when they,
Our understanding is it's after 2 years of service.
after 2 years of service? And would we be able to keep track and make sure that they do get it and not have severance or be cut from service when that is coming up?
I may be off
I
base
just say
here.
it's same as all the other contract requirements, that they're going to be contractually bound to meet all of the contract requirements, including that.
The collective bargaining agreement requirements, I believe is what Councilmember Burt was referring to, as opposed to the contract with the city.
Yeah.
We're talking about the contract or the agreement between the company and the union. So that's what would define those benefits.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry to clarify, because on table 2 here for health and welfare, under option 3, which is what we're proposing here, it says after 25 months of service or earlier. So I interpreted that as then the collective bargaining agreement could negotiate a shorter time frame, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it could be earlier.
Very good. I don't see any more lights. Oh, I see Councilmember Tanaka.
I don't know if it's possible, but is it possible to split the vote on this one?
Split the vote.
There's only one motion.
Yeah.
Councilmember, what 2 parts are you seeing there that could be?
I like the motion as it was originally versus modified.
That motion is not on the floor. You can make it as a, what do you call it?
No, I'm not going to win on that one. That's fine. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, let's call the vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. So before we dive into the next one, does anybody need a break? No, so let's go on to our next item, which is a review and adoption of the Policy and Services Committee recommendations on the revised council procedures and protocols handbook.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor and Council, Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. The item in front of you today is your council protocols or procedures and protocols handbook. And we wanted to give a brief overview of what it is. And I'm looking to the mayor and vice mayor. And did you want to give the overview? You want me to jump right in? Just want to make sure.
Go ahead.
I see fingers pointing my way. Excellent. So just as a place setting for what the handbook itself is, the purpose of the Procedures and Protocols Handbook is to review a set of rules through which the Palo Alto City Council will conduct its business to ensure that you have a fair and equitable way of an effective way of running your meetings and interacting with the public and letting them interact with you during these meetings. The handbook does require City Council adoption, and there's annual review of the handbook through the Policy and Services Committee. What brought us to this particular evening and this review is the the City Council first voted to ask the staff to work with the copy editor to reorganize the handbook. It had been edited over time, many different pieces, and it was in need of a slight facelift in terms of just reorganizing the information. So staff did that and brought that draft to Policy and Services Committee last November for discussion. And after that discussion, or maybe it was December, sorry, the end of 2022. And with that discussion, first as an outline with the Policy and Services Committee to make sure we were on the right track and where we were placing items within the handbook. And then at the next Policy and Services Committee meeting, the committee dove into the actual revised language and seeing some of the recommendations for new policy topics to insert or change within the handbook. That process in and of itself of changing policy pieces in the handbook is something that's annually done through the Policy and Services Committee. So that's happening right now at the same time as this revised. The City Council as a whole discussed this at the December 19th meeting, had a very robust conversation about the different sections, and that the decision at the end of it was to bring the item back today because we have a little more bandwidth so you can expand on the different topics. To organize the discussion a little bit today, we were hoping to go section by section and having discussions on anything within that section, either the policies that are the recommendations that came from Policy and Services Committee, and any other small line item changes that you have within a section, and that we can do it like your budget process with sort of tentative approvals or agreements for each section as we go, with the goal of being able to adopt as much as we can this evening. And of course, this is your handbook, so the discussions on all the pieces, we can always continue over time. So that's the high level overview. And with that, I will give it back to the mayor.
Thank you so much for that overview and framework. I just want to say also that the goal tonight is to approve the handbook with the sections that may have to be further refined or further amended by staff. But the goal tonight is to have something approved so we can work within its framework. And with that, we shall, oh, yes.
Just so procedural question, just so I understand that, does that mean we're going to follow the order on packet page 42 and 43 of the items 1 through 16?
Actually, I was thinking that we can either do the red line. I've been working on the red line version.
That was my next question. Can we stay with the red lines?
It's
Yes, we can.
it's effectively a page turn on the
Yeah.
document rather than pages 42 and 43 that Councilmember Lowing you referred to were the policy issues that have been identified through the PNS discussion. Those are a subset of the page by page. So we will raise those issues as you're proceeding section by section, just to make sure they're part of your discussion.
It seemed like those asterisks one might be harder. That's why I wondered if they were going to go last tonight as well.
Yes, we will. As we go through the sections, those that we don't get to with the asterisks, we will go to it towards it at the end. Does
Thank
that
you.
work for you? Staff? Yeah.
Yes, I would just request, as we're identifying specific sections, if we can just call out the section just so the public and staff taking copious notes can keep up, that would be great.
Thank you. And then Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one clarification. So I was chair of Policy and Services when this came to us, and Ms. Khan-Gaines, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe that the asterisks indicate the areas of Policy and Services did not reach unanimous agreement. correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. So policy and services had an opportunity to be able to vet the document. Overall document looked really good. There are a few really critical policy changes that did not reach consensus at policy and services. And that's why they're called out here for us to dive deeper.
Very good. So before we move forward, let's go to public comments.
Okay, our first speaker will be Fred Balin in the council chambers, followed by Aram James online.
Thank you. Just off the top of my head, having followed the procedures over the years, but did not hear your discussion earlier last year, I'll mention a few things that come to my mind, and I just wanted to point out for new council members as well. And there is some confusion maybe for older ones. On the idea of reporting on quasi-judicial hearings, we hear generally a perfunctory, well, it's already been covered in the staff report. But if you look at the wording in the policies and procedures, it says a disclosure is supposed to be about anything that significantly changed your mind or impacted your decision. So be aware that perfunctory, oh, it wasn't no different from the staff report. It's really not consistent with the wording that's in there. What else? We have some nice things that came in there over the years, such as the extended release of the packet window to 10 days that was put in a number of years ago. Tom Jordan was involved with that, with me as well. That plans for projects are supposed to be submitted 5 days before a meeting to the city manager or the planning department. Let's see, what else is in there? There was one more I wanted to mention, but oh yeah, that if there is a project out there that is going through the process and coming to the planning commission, you're not supposed to be speaking with them until it comes to you. In other words, the idea is we used to have a time where planning commissioners were talking to council members about projects that were coming forward to them. And the decision was already made by the time, they're basically out of the picture. So the idea was to bifurcate things, that the council would not really be discussing with planning commissioners until their work is done. So when an applicant brings forward a project, it gets discussed through the process with planning, because applicants were talking directly to council members, and then the planning commission's work was seen to be superfluous. So that's in there as well about when the conversation begins. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and our next speaker is Aram James.
Yeah, so let me point you first to what I saw as the December 24th update under public decorum and meetings. Point B, all remarks should be addressed to council as a body and not to any individual member or staff person. I've talked with Molly Stump about that over the years. The right to criticize public officials and to do it harshly is New York Times versus Sullivan, 9-0 decision, Justice Brennan writing that opinion. So I think that needs to be amended consistent with the United States Constitution. Secondly, a common thread through these 51 pages that I read, it's tough to read them all and keep everything in mind, was professionalism from the staff to the citizens and an equitable giving of rights to all citizens, even the ones that you don't like or you don't agree with. And as far as I'm concerned, that was an unprofessional outburst by the city manager directed at me. It went on for a fairly substantial amount of time. And like trial lawyers know, it's not right when the other side does a trial by ambush where you have no chance to respond. And I would object immediately in the courtroom, ask that the comments be stricken. Now, if you were really a city manager and you wanted to do things equitable, Ed Shikata, you'd meet with me I've put that out many times. Let's talk about these issues. I want the canine issue on, and I want the taser issue on as an example, police practices issues. And it's become much more difficult, as Pat Burt pointed out at the retreat, to have agendized items. Apparently, Pat has a much better institutional memory than I do on this issue. But it looks like you've narrowed and narrowed and narrowed all the power in your hands. People have to report to you, the city council, and getting something on an agendized item in a timely fashion, the difficult process. And you pick and choose the city council members that you like, that bow to you, that don't criticize you publicly. They have a much better likelihood of getting an agendized item on than somebody else. And then there's a citizen down the line, somebody like me, who people, often don't like personally. I get that. They don't like my style. They don't like my tone. But do you think that is a reason to deny me your professionalism and equal protection of the law? And I would remind you, during your tenure here with the city, Wayne Benitez was charged and is still pending trial, okay, in the criminal courts, former sergeant in the police department. So when you don't do your job and when the police chief doesn't do their job, yes, criminal acts occur in my name because you didn't properly manage. So there was not a thing in there that I said that was inappropriate. It simply got under your skin, and I'm sorry for that. But you owe me an apology, which I know you won't give me, but what you could do is at least meet with me. Do that. I'm a citizen. I'll sit down. I'm not going to bite you. I'm not going to do anything to harm you. I just want to have a conversation about issues that I find to be critical in the city. Let's do that, Mr. Shikata. Give me that privilege. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the
All
last
right.
public comment.
Yes, madam.
I also failed to mention that the travel section was updated for this draft that's in front of you. I just wanted to make sure I highlighted that because that is something different from your December discussion to today. Thank you.
Okay, so back to council. If you have any comments, we'll start with packet page 97, part 1, city council. I'm sorry, not. Let me just go back to the beginning.
I'm going off another folder.
You're going
Handout.
off another folder. Okay,
Oh,
dokie.
maybe I can translate.
We will go
But
to
if-
the red line version and we'll start with the very first page, city council procedures and protocols.
And Mayor, if I could just ask, can you, in addition to referencing the packet page, reference the page number of the red line version? And
Yes.
then we can all
Sure.
calibrate.
Okay, we will start on packet page 93, and that would be also page 53. That's a very, very beginning.
I think the printed packet I'm in the red line, the first page of which is introduction, packet page 96, item page 56.
I might suggest, Mayor, it may be most expedient, given the different versions people are referring to, simply to refer to the sections. So
Yeah, let's go with-
introduction. I hope we can make it past the introduction, but this will be the first test.
Yeah, well, the second one is let's go to a table of contents.
Well, that's true.
If there's any comments over there.
Well, I think you can guarantee that will change depending on your decision. So I'd like to believe
Okay.
the table of contents is something you can leave to staff to clean up.
Okay, then in that case, introductions. Are you at introductions now? With that, so I just want to coordinate with you. Is that page 4?
That's it.
All right, I have my second version here too.
I withdraw my concern. I was wrong.
No worries.
I hope it's the
We're all
last time I'm
looking-
ever wrong.
We're kind of all looking for it. So there's the older version, which is on page 4. The newer version is also page 4, packet 96. Is there any comments there? No. Let's go to page 5. And that is part 1, city council procedures, section 1.
So if it works for you, Mayor, and for the council, suggest that the discussion be open on the entire section 1?
Yes. Yes. And council members, you can go through the entire packet section 1 as you're speaking, and then we'll go to the next person. So we'll start with Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm interested in the proposed language of the assignment of mayor shall rotate based on consecutive years served and ranked by votes received in the general election. Is it appropriate for me to speak to this now?
Sure.
I watched the December 19th meeting where prior council deliberated on this matter and others. And I note that our former mayor, Pat Burt, said rather emphatically that, hey, the way we do it is the way we've done it for over 100 years. And I think there's validity to that. He noted it has served us well to not have a rotation. But I'd like to note that for the vast majority of the last 100 years, the Palo Alto City Council has been made up of men, white men, whereas lately we've become a much more diverse body with women and people of color. And unfortunately, whether we're talking private or public sector, people tend to get passed over for leadership opportunity when they are not a part of the group votes from the public than anyone, yet could not win a spot as vice mayor and then mayor, had that experience. We saw Councilmember Tanaka get passed over, and instead we selected someone as vice mayor who had served 1/3 the number of years as Councilmember Tanaka. And I mean, no disrespect to our vice mayor when I say that. I'm simply pointing to the years of service as a discrepancy that may be meaningful. Such choices may have had nothing to do with gender or race. It may just be that Councilmembers Cormack and Tanaka were on the wrong side of the majority on various issues. But the fact remains that residents of our city voted for both Councilmembers Tanaka and Cormack in large numbers. And by passing them over for leadership, we are effectively discounting those voters' opinions. So I do support the idea of a rotation. Our mayoral role is a procedural one, not political, as has been pointed out in prior conversations on this handbook. It's what other cities do. A rotation is what other cities do when they have a strong city manager and, quote, weak mayor system. And I think it is time for us to seriously consider such an approach. Thank you.
Is there anything else in section 1 that you would like to make comments on?
No, thank you.
Okay. Next I see is Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. Let me scroll back up to, I was scrolling through the rest of section 1. Bear with me one moment. And I promise that I will not go back to the introduction. Okay. So I would like to look at 1.2. Item 1, standing council committees under general requirements. Just a trio of small issues, but I just had some questions.
So what packet page?
I'm on packet page 97 of the amended packet.
That's page 5.
Page 5 of the report. So.
And it's also on the screen.
Okay. All right. So under referrals, it says that items may be withdrawn from the committee and taken up for consideration by the council at any council meeting with the consent of a majority of the council. So we're talking about if we've referred something to a standing committee and how we can pull it back. And I just want to confirm that if we were to do that, we couldn't address it at that same meeting. We would have to give public notice and do it later or not. I don't know if that's a question for our city attorney.
That's correct, yes. You would
Okay.
need to notice the public, yes.
Okay, so I don't know if there's any ambiguity there because the way it's stated is items may be taken up for consideration by the council with the consent of a majority. I see, and subject to any applicable noticing. Okay, so then in the next paragraph, it says council members who submit matters to the council. And this kind of goes back to the colleagues memo point, but what does submit mean? Because we either, as I understand it, we either do colleagues memos or as a body, we could vote certain times, to have these things, to submit matters to the council, which are then referred to a standing committee. So council members who it's read as if, I could just submit a matter to the council, which I can't do on my own.
So I think under the council's current procedures, it would be the colleague memo process. Some of this language is pulled from the very older procedures where perhaps things were done differently. But yes, I think that's correct. Is that your understanding?
It is, I think that the paragraph you're referring to, Councilmember Vinker, is really speaking to whether that council member who is not a member of that committee could speak at that committee. And because that in effect would be a Brown Act issue, with the majority of the council then participating in a committee meeting. So that's what I think it was addressing.
Yes, and actually that, this is not a matter for local policy. This is a requirement of the Brown Act, and it applies not just to a council member who signed on to a colleague memo, but any council member who is not on the committee. Going to the committee, you may not speak. You may only observe.
Well, and I guess that's my question then. So like, who is that? Like, is it, so if two people author a colleague's memo, then and if one of them were on the committee, they couldn't participate in that deliberation, or they.
No, so I think that's not what's intended here. I think we should clarify this language to be more clear that any council member who is not on a standing committee and who goes needs to attend and not speak, even as a member of the public. And we can also, I think this was anticipating that there would be council members with a special interest, perhaps because they had authored a colleague's memo. So we can say including council members who authored a colleague memo.
Yeah, I just, yes, because I take the import of it that about that they don't all of a sudden get to attend and start speaking as if they're a committee member, but it's the way it's written as I'm trying to envision, how would that happen? Who would, if the whole council votes on it, so or if there's a colleague's memo, it's just strange as to exactly who it would apply to. So if we could clean that up. And then that particular item relates to my next question, which is on the next page, if you just scroll down to the next bullet point on function of committees, they talk about that there's an opportunity. The purpose and intent of committee meetings is to expedite council action for more thorough and detailed discussion and study of prospective or current council agenda items with a full and complete airing of all sentiments and expressions of opinion by both the council and the public, except that it's not the council, right? That's so that to me seemed like an inconsistency. So I'm with the paragraph we just talked about, you can't go and talk about it. But then in this one, it says there would be a full airing at the committee level by the council. And I think that's not accurate because we can't speak. So I think that needs to be cleaned up. And finally, let's see, down a few pages. This is just this is ministerial. On page, sorry, it's just to show you I really read it. Page 101, it's item F under ad hoc committees, the very top.
Can you reference
Page 9 of the memo.
Thank you.
Yeah, very top. And this is, you're going to be sorry. It just says the council may create ad hoc committees or the committee of the whole. And later on, what seems like we deleted all reference to the committee of the whole, but it's still in that top line. So I don't know if you intended to remove that as well, if the body did, or we want to. But it seems like it was eliminated everywhere thereafter. Because when I first read it, I thought, what is that? And later I saw where it defines it, but it was stricken. And finally, so then lastly, for me, on section 1, under creation and appointment, where, sorry, I'm at the bottom of page 9. Bottom of
C, right?
Thank you. Yes, it is C, creation and appointment, and it addresses ad hoc committees. And the sentence that bridges pages 9 and 10 says the mayor will publicly announce any ad hoc committee created by her or him, its membership and stated purpose, and post this information on the city council website. And then the city manager shall prepare a report to council about the anticipated time commitment required for staff to assist the ad hoc committee. And I just was wondering, as a matter of council practice to the people who have been around longer, whether it would also be helpful to have somebody, whether it's council or staff, estimate the amount of time for members who will participate on that ad hoc committee. Because I think as we add committees and we all carry, loads of, in addition to this work, the committee work, so that those who step out or assist the mayor in her appointments to have some sort of estimate of what that would require. Is it going to be a once a month, 1 hour? Is it going to be every other week, 3 hours for the council members? And thus endeth my comments on section 1. Thank you.
Next I saw was Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. So just first want to agree with Councilmember Scott Hames on section 1.1, the organization of city council. The mayor and vice mayor are not political roles. It's just mainly administrative in terms of managing the meetings. And I think that's the only comment I have on that section. Thank you.
That's it. Okay, Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So I'll be using for reference the packet page numbers, although I see even the December one had a slight different rollover for some reason. So I'm on page 6 of the red line packet. Up at the top, it says function of committees. When Councilmember Vinker was raising that issue on where it says city problems by both the council and the public, I didn't hear the corrected language. Is that intended to be the committee and the public? Is that where we go? Okay, thanks. And then it goes on to say, except as to matters expressly delegated to the committee. I should have said above, actions of the committee shall be advisory recommendations only to the full council, except as matters expressly delegated to the committee. And we've had a number of circumstances, for instance, a rail committee over time where we will set guidelines or guiding principles for the committee, giving them authorization to function within the boundaries of those guiding principles. And this expressly delegated, I think, is too narrow to reflect that practice. And perhaps we need to say, except as matters under guidelines provided by the council or expressly delegated to the committee. And then down further on that page under public participation, it says if extended public participation, this is at committees, if extended public participation is desired, the chair may provide for a longer period. I wasn't clear what that was referring to. Is that that the chair can allow individual speakers to speak longer, or a longer total public comment period, which isn't designated in the aggregate? Or it says the chair will typically set speaking time somewhere between 3 and 5 minutes. I didn't know what that was referring to.
Well, you're looking at staff, and I will once again say this was a document prepared by councils past. And so it can certainly be clarified to reflect the intent of council present.
Yeah, I think it was allowed to provide it was meant to provide flexibility on either the total amount of time or the amount per speaker, but it's up to you what you want to do here.
Well, there's no constraint on the aggregate time that the public can speak. That's not referenced above.
And so I'm sorry, then what's the lack of clarity there?
Well, is it, I can guess that it might be referring to the amount of time an individual speaker is allowed to speak?
Correct. The previous version of the handbook referenced that at committee that all public speakers would get 5 minutes as an individual to speak, but that hasn't been the practice in finance or policy and services, at least in recent history. So the updated language based on policy and services discussion was the 3 to 5 minutes, just sort of respecting that the 5 minutes had been in the handbook before, but typically the chair allots the 3
Okay.
minutes, but it is individual
So I
speaker
haven't
time.
even seen where 5 minutes is at all customary. Maybe we should simply say typically 3 minutes and then leave this language in that gives greater latitude. Okay. Let's see. Next, under page, well, let's see. I think I'm outside of that section. And where's the section 2? Okay, I will wait then to the next section. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Okay, thank you. The first item that was commented on by two previous council members was this issue of assignment of mayor by rotation. And my understanding was that that was going to go at the end. I would suggest that it does, because for one reason, we have a year to figure this one out. But for another reason is I think it's going to take some debate and get all the points on the table. So I have actually quite a bit to say on that, looking at this over the last number of years. But I'm going to not talk about it right now. I'm going to just kind of get through some of these shorter things. So on packet page 98, I concur with the previous discussion from Councilmember Vinker. And I'm actually wondering if we need more than the first full sentence there, just to identify the function of committees. You know, there's 3, 6, 9. I mean, it's to study the perspective or current or prospective council agenda items. It's not really going to air all sentiments and expression of opinions. I mean, it's not, it just won't. I mean, it doesn't have to, I should say. It might, but this whole thing seems just really not clear to me. I would just put it that way.
And it is old language, so if you,
Pardon?
it is old language, so it was preserved from the prior version. If you wish it to be different, we can do that.
I mean, we're just stating the overall point of having committees as opposed to not having them. I think we should, I do think we should have note that the public can continue to speak at them, but it seems like this needs some more wordsmithing, which I presume we don't want to do from the dais with 7 council members and 3 staffers.
Thank you, we don't, but a little bit more
concur.
on the substance of what you're looking for would be helpful. If you're looking for something in particular, if you could point that out in concept, we will write the words.
Commissioner, Councilmember Lowing, I neglected to speak to that, and I, if you want, I have some specific language.
Yeah, I mean, all the new gray matter down there, I don't think we really need. And so I would yield to Councilmember Burke.
Well, it was on my notes and I skipped over it. So the concern I had where it says under new language, it says add other standing committees and lists finance, CAO, and city school, which have been long-standing ones. But those are essentially permanent standing committees. We have other committees that can become standing committees for a limited duration of time because they don't qualify any longer as ad hoc committees. So for instance, a rail committee. I wouldn't view that as a permanent standing committee, but it's functioning as a standing committee and not an ad hoc under Brown Act rules.
Where are you guys?
This is page 8,
Oh,
the table of new language.
Right. The word standing committee, standing does not actually appear in the Brown Act. Ad hoc does. So we have to be careful how we're using it. So I understand you to use it to mean committees that are not ad hoc. And then they can be different in character. Some of them are in our municipal code. Some are sort of very long-standing, but not in the municipal code.
Right,
Those
but
are
which
these.
ones do we want to put
Right.
in our protocols and procedures? These ones that are listed here make sense because they've been around for 20 years or
That was
So-
staff's thought, to add the ones that are not in our municipal code but have been longstanding every year. And you're right, there are others, which if you wish, we could add them. Then when they're done, we would need to amend to remove them.
Well, I don't know that we want to list them in the procedures, but maybe we want to allude to the potential that they will exist.
Okay.
And maybe we just add that language that says other standing committees may be adopted by the council. That work?
Councilmember Burt, can I just get clarification? Are you right now on page 8 and changing language there?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're under function of committees?
No.
Pardon me?
He's under policy and services. No, he's under role, purpose, and work planning.
Well, it says the box new language.
Right, so strangely, the old version of the procedures and protocols only talked about policy and services. Apparently, at
Right,
some
I got
point,
that,
someone
and
cared
that's why
about
this-
policy and services.
That's why this new block's here.
Mhm.
And all I'm saying is I'm fine with this new block, but we need to have language that anticipates that there may be other standing committees that the council creates and the mayor would appoint to. And just language that alludes to that potential.
No, it's not there at all in the clean version.
That's good. Director Lowing, back to you.
Yeah, except that wasn't what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that it wasn't the subject I was talking about. That was perfect.
Okay, we got
So I'm still back on function of committees.
on
I
page
like the
6.
first sentence. I'm not sure we need any more. But people can add to that. I don't know why the new gray matter was added because we already know, and maybe that's why it's in here. We already know that there's no decision making here, right? This all has to come back to council from any committee. So I'm not sure we have to specify delegation, approval of contracts, et cetera, because none of that can be done without council approval.
Well,
So this is just to hear the thing in more detail and then make recommendations back to council, right?
So what comes to mind is the operation of the rail committee in this last year, where the committee and the staff, in honor of this principle, required or worked with the committee to send a work plan up to council that was prepared and approved so that rail could do things like, not things like ordinances or contracts, spending money, not that. That has to be done by council.
Yeah.
Under the charter.
Right.
But things like writing to another agency. There are many other state and local regional agencies that impact the rail area. Meeting with officials. And Councilmember Burt, what are some other things that rail has kind of done without coming back to council?
But that doesn't seem to be covered by those gray words there anyway. Just talking with another official, if you're a committee member of the rail committee, sounds like a great plan, but you're not making any decisions. You're getting information that eventually comes back as a recommendation to council.
Well, once it's distilled into a project, it certainly will. But there are many intermediate steps.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, for instance, within rail committee, there were a set of referrals by the council for the rail committee to then pursue over the next year. And they had some breadth to them.
Yeah.
And so that's the sort of thing that we're trying to capture here, that the council can assign things that are not express and narrow actions, but give some latitude to a committee.
As they definitely should. So maybe,
Right. So we just need
just a
language to
sentence or,
reflect that.
as and other matters as assigned by council. Something nice and easy like that.
Just strike the last sentence. Is that it?
Yeah, the last sentence is very, I think it may not even be true, but it's definitely not helpful.
So I think with this, staff, you take note of that.
Well, so here's where the rubber hits the road. We had suggested or conceptualized that you would actually take motions and vote on each section as we proceed through the document. In order to do that, I think we want to have clarity on what's being changed and what's not. Now, there's a threshold at which some of these changes may be clerical. So yeah, we got it. We'll take care of it. But there is also some that are substantive, and quite frankly, I think it's a gray area. I'd suggest we try this section 1 to see if we have clarity on what changes will be made with specificity. The one sort of caveat to that is the box on the method of selecting the mayor and vice mayor. You may choose to not address that issue tonight and either punt it or not address it at all. But again, I think that would be a majority of the council decision and direction to us.
Well, the way I was looking at it is on these boxes that we do, somebody, if they choose to, can make a motion and see what the vote is going to be and then determine it from there. Now, on the wordsmithing part of it, that's a little bit harder. So unless a council member who expresses the concern about the wording has the words already, we might have to just provide the concern and then have staff come back with words when it goes back to policy and services. So it won't be addressed tonight.
So in that case, just for clarification, someone would give it a go. And then if we just got that far, we wouldn't vote on it. It would go back to policy and services.
For example, what you're concerned about, the gray matter, the gray wording, if we don't have the wording right now and can vote on it, then it will just go back to policy and services or for staff to look at the wording.
Right. So just to close on that, I think the specific there is I would drop the gray matter and go with it.
Adopt the gray matter and go with it?
Drop. No, actions of the committee shall be advisory recommendations only.
When you're referring to gray matter, you're looking at a black and white copy? And
Yes,
I'm
I
looking
am.
at a colored one? Yeah, okay. That's why I went to my old colored one. We didn't get for this meeting the one that actually had the colors that are
From the December.
yeah.
So you want to drop actions of the committee should be advisory recommendations only.
Stop.
So you want to keep that with a full stop over there, but the remainder of the sentence to be deleted.
Yeah.
Neither of us know where you're referring to.
Okay, we're on page 6,
6.
top
Okay.
of the page, function of committees.
Got it.
Or look at your screen as well. If you look at
Oh,
your screen
thank
in
you,
front of you,
Madam Clerk.
it would be everything in red would be excluded, I believe.
So Councilmember Burt, it is the red lines that I'm suggesting are not helpful. Yeah. And just make it simpler. Because it doesn't tie the hands of council and it doesn't give new powers to the committee. So I think it's better without it.
And at the risk of being a little elementary here, okay, if we were to attack this like you do your budget, and this were a section of your budget, we would say someone would make a motion to approve section 1 with the following changes, and hopefully get a second on that. Then let's say if someone wanted to remove the section that's in red, then that would be a friendly amendment, and then the mover of the motion would accept or not accept. If not accepted, it would be an unfriendly amendment, and you take a vote on that.
Thank you for
We'll
that
proceed.
suggestion. So let's make a motion here. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve section 1 with following amendments. Madam Clerk, let me know when you want me to continue. That we keep the existing language in 1.1 for annual organization of city council. That, I guess, do I just need to keep it? If we're not accepting the proposed additional language, just say keep it. That's fine. Okay. Oh, don't even need to mention it. What's helpful for staff?
I think mentioning it because there is a either or, either or.
Let's just
right?
make, I think it'd be, okay, looks like getting some nods to, so keep existing language in 1.1, perfect. Remove red line in function of committees. Adopt proposed new language for add other standing committees. And then maybe a subsection to C would be add, because I want to incorporate what Councilmember Burt was mentioning, to add language in order to provide flexibility for council to be able to create new standing committees.
How are those two, how C and CA different? I thought those were the same thing.
Sorry?
So what is the proposed new language for add other standing committees? I thought Councilmember Burt's idea was just to recognize and acknowledge that council has the authority to create other standing committees. And
specifically state that.
and doesn't A say the same thing?
I think his C was referring to the box
Yes.
Yes.
on page 8, add other stat. So he's referring to that one.
Yes, so you're implying to add the language related to the finance committee, the CAO committee, and the city school liaison committee.
Yes, to be able to add. If, again, I'm open to suggestions, but seem like be helpful to be able to include language there to make sure that we're not precluded from adding additional standing committees. And I am open to
So
language
we-
change and other additions.
Let's go
No
for a
yet, yeah.
second. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burt is seconding. Would you
And
like to
then-
speak to it?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, briefly, I guess I'll go in backward order. Yeah, agree with that, with the discussion and making sure that we are able to have that flexibility. I know there has been discussion lately, even as recently as as our retreat on Saturday. I think Councilmember Lowing brought up the possibility of a housing standing committee. I know we've talked about making permanent some sort of SCAP committee. So I think that we want to have that flexibility. I like not having that precluded here. I appreciated the arguments that Councilmember Lowing made on for B. I agree, that seemed redundant. And then on A, just to respond. So why I'm pushing to not have mayor, I guess right now it just talks about mayor be rotational. To respond to a couple of comments by my colleagues earlier. I think one, this idea that voters voted us in, and so it should be rotational. The voters didn't elect us to be mayor, did not elect us to be vice mayor. They elected us to be council members. I think the skill of a council member is very different than a skill of leadership of being mayor or vice mayor. And they also elected us under I would imagine under the kind of presumption of our current rules. And so to assume that voters voted in any one particular member for leadership, I don't know how accurate that is. My second point, and I kind of talked about this a little bit in December, I think our residents expect more from us than organizing ourselves like a kindergarten class might pick team captain for a game of softball. And I think this isn't about elevating our own political ambitions for self-serving purposes. It's about picking the best candidate for the job. Our current practice allows for us to pick our leaders based on merit, not time served. And to think of a recent example, I think President Obama was one of the best presidents we've had. He was a freshman senator when he was elected. So certainly time served does not equate to effective leadership. I think this is the wrong direction, and I don't think our constituents would support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Byrd, would you like to speak to your second, please?
Yeah, thanks. So I just want to offer two prospective changes. So under the function of committees, where we deleted all the red, I would propose that we include, well, we had the actions of the committee shall be advisory recommendations only, and then include the balance of just that sentence to the full council, except as to matters, drop the word expressly, except as to matters delegated to the committee by council.
I'll accept that.
And then down under public participation, as we had discussed before, the fourth line down where it says the chair will typically set speaking time and say for 3 minutes, period. And then that following language.
I'll accept that.
That's it.
Let me see here. Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you, Mayor Ku. On the mayor, vice mayor rotation question, I actually agree with Councilmember Lowing that I would learn from and believe it appropriate to have a more robust discussion at a different time on that as separate apart from these more ministerial things, whether it's later tonight or I agree perhaps later in the year so that we can really talk more fully about that. But and so as to the other provisions, I'm confused. I just want to ask a couple clarifying questions. So first, I'm sorry, I'm being, I have to go second round on this question. So at the bottom of page 5, packet page 97, council members who submit matters to the council. Do we just mean council members? Yes. Okay, so can we strike who submit matters to the council?
Yes, I think that's one of those clerical ones that you can put it in your motion, but I think we would do that regardless.
Okay, and that was my question, was whether you could, thank you, whether you could clerically do that. So then I think the answer is, and then you addressed my second point in your motion.
Councilmember Vinker, could you read and say which one is going to be eliminated? Council members who, what will the sentence read?
It will, so the words that would be deleted would be who submit matters to the council, so that the sentence, the resulting sentence would read, council members, how would it be?
I think you could take it all the way to the
Who
word
submit
may.
matters which are referred.
Actually, I would say council members who are not on a
Yes.
committee may attend the committee meeting, but only as an observer.
There you go.
That's, yes. That's what I heard you all saying, and I think that's clearer.
Madam Clerk, did you get that? Let's make sure she gets,
Thank you.
huh?
Would that be part of the motion?
Yes, she's adding
it's
it, but
Proposed amendment.
she's proposing an amendment, so we'll need to see if maker and the seconder will accept as a friendly.
I hope the maker and seconder do, because this is true as a matter of law. So we really do need to make this change.
Yes.
Yes, okay, they accept.
Thank you. And similarly, I think it's clerical, and so you tell me whether we need to, but when that bit about the, is it top of page 9, council page 101, this is the super simple one, so I'll keep talking while you, this was the reference to the committee of the whole. Should we delete that to conform with the rest of the deletions, or do you want that in there for some reason that I'm not aware?
When I staff, I mean, I understood these clerical matters. We don't need to, I feel like we really slow down the process if we're having to make motions for those. Is that
Correct.
clerical?
I described that one as clerical. We'll remove that phrase.
Okay, yeah, I just, and that's what my question was, it clerical? Okay, sorry to bring that back up. I just wasn't clear on where we left that. And lastly, I'll leave this one be. It was my comment about the time that council members would spend, but I'll leave that. And with those friendly amendments, I would support this motion. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm struck by the fact that we have clerical changes to the language. We have sort of consent type changes, and we have action items. I really liked what Councilmember Lowing said, and Councilmember Vinker acknowledged that the question of how the mayor is selected is a much different category of question than these others. And I would like us to, through some mechanism, commit that that conversation will happen, rather than, I'm worried that if we just exclude it from this motion and section 1 is approved with these changes and that box is off the table, I guess we can colleagues memo, get it back, in conversation. But I would rather us commit that there are some items in this handbook that really are action items that deserve more time. I imagine this is not going to be the only one. It might be, but I wonder if there's a way to say as we start with section 2, for section 2, these are the things we agree are clerical. We've put on essentially our consent motion for this item, and then these are the items we're deferring for further conversation. I know that I am suggesting something that is mucky and muddy. I don't have necessarily the right procedural solution for this.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes. The other way is you can try to make a friendly amendment or a substitute motion if it's not.
I appreciate that. I think this motion of mine that I have in mind, I should have made it earlier before we got to this motion that's on the table about section 1. I think it's really, well, I'm not sure. Maybe Councilmember Lowing has a thought about how to implement what you suggested by way of handling the mayoral rotation issue.
Mayor, would you like me to address that or no? Up to you.
Well, I was going to say, let's go to Councilmember Tanaka first. And then
Sure. So,
But she asked me a question, so.
through the mayor.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I came to you.
And
That's
the
right.
light is on. Okay, through the mayor. Sure, answer the question.
Just very briefly, because they're just answering your question of suggestions. Number one is if we pass 1.1 as is, it doesn't change anything we can do in the future. So at any point we can bring it up. I think it would be less likely that it would impact next year, just given the timing of things, to throw that out there. But and then secondly is that we could just take all the hard items and put them at the end, which probably means at the next meeting. Just
Councilmember Tanaka.
So one suggestion I have on the motion here, and most motion I think it's fine. I think for the first part, motion A, I've heard probably at least 3 other council members who expressed interest in discussing part A more. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to make a amendment to the motion on part A that we basically add to the end of that sentence right there, or that phrase, and schedule a meeting or an action item to discuss it this year, something like that. So I don't know if I could get a second for that amendment.
So that's a substitute motion. It's not asking for friendly.
Not a friendly amendment,
Okay.
no.
So that's a substitute motion.
Basically at the end, oh, right there. The clerk got it.
I just want to remind that this handbook goes back to policy and services every year for them to review. And certainly that's something that can come back.
Oh, for the clerk, everything else is the same. It's just that one addition. So yeah, sorry.
Actually, I think we've typically referred to this as an unfriendly amendment.
That's right. It's an unfriendly amendment.
So it just would affect that one
That's right.
component
And
of the
so,
main
and so I
motion.
need a second for this because I don't think the maker or seconder will accept this.
I second.
You all want to speak, Councilmember Tanaka, you want to speak to your substitute motion?
Well, I've heard at least 3 other council members for myself. So I think there's majority here that do want to have a more in-depth discussion about this. So I think we should honor that. This is an important topic. It's what we do in our city is actually quite different than other cities. So it's probably good to have discussion. And I think the new council members deserve the right to speak about it. We did talk about this during policy and services, and it did actually pass in policy and services. But this is something that really kind of, is important to all of us on council. So it's probably something that deserves a full council discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, would you like to speak to your second?
I have nothing additional to say. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Stone, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one clarification. Yeah, it passed from a 2-3 vote on policy and services, was not one of our unanimous agreements. And I agree. I think the process that the mayor discussed of having this come back as a colleague's memo makes a little more sense. I'm a little concerned that here we are. This is literally 1.1, and if we continue to say let's schedule an action item for this, schedule an action item for that, I think we're going to have a pretty burdened schedule of kicking the can down the road. So I think that the best step forward would be a colleague's memo if council members are interested.
Well, I also mentioned that this item, reviewing the protocols and procedures handbook for city council, always returns every year to policy and services. So it is reviewed every year. I'm sorry that you have to do that, but okay. So Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I'll just say that as I previously stated, I believe that our current policy is the correct one. So I don't see the point, or I would not support coming back for a prolonged discussion. I'm clear on my position.
Councilmember Lowing.
I think we get to the same place with the original language because we can take it up at any time. And this year is fine. As I said before, I don't think it's logical that it would end up impacting next year anyway. So I'm comfortable with the original language as opposed to with the amendment. In spite of favoring more discussion on it, I'm comfortable with the original amendment.
With that, I don't see any more lights. Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote on the substitute motion?
Wait a minute. I don't see it broken out there. It's only on the revised A that we're voting on, correct?
He's only on the revised date, not the entire motion, even though that was the request of the
So
motion.
there's 2 different ways to do this. They're the same. So it was set up as a substitute motion with everything the same except for that little change. You could have also treated this as an amendment and voted separately on it just as an amendment. That would be more typical how we've handled it, but we started down another road. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So to be clear, if this fails, then we do a vote on the original motion, especially for new members. Thank you.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
No.
Councilmember Stone,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
No.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion fails 4-3. Are we ready to vote on the original motion or is there more discussion?
Yes, we go back to the original motion.
Okay.
Call the vote, please.
Okay, here's the original motion. Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcutt Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
So Madam Mayor, I would suggest one minor change as we move forward. So on items that are suggested by council members that we believe are very straightforward, uncontroversial clerical errors, we as staff can just call those out and then you can consider them taken care of and you don't need to address them in a subsequent motion. Is that a good idea?
I appreciate that.
Great.
Since we're talking about clerical errors, because we're going back and forth, I forgot to put mine in. So if you don't mind.
Madam
I'm so
Mayor.
busy doing everybody else's. Apologies. So on page 8, where it says Policy and Services Committee, it has letter B, and I haven't found letter A, so.
There definitely are some formatting changes that need to be made. You can consider that we will do that.
Okay.
It's a bit of a mess.
And then on
That will
page,
align with fixing the table of contents as well. We'll codify it appropriately.
okay, super. On page 6, where Councilmember Burt mentioned the chair will typically set speaking time for 3 minutes. Is it necessary to put per speaker there, or it's?
That makes sense, yes.
Okay, so
We'll do that.
that's it. And we progress onward to section 2. Light it up. Section 2 is about general procedures for city council meetings. And I don't see any light so far. So if I don't see any, I would like to go first then.
Mayor, if I just wanted to make sure that we're covering the bases here. Section 2 is the area that we had at least a couple of boxes. I would also need to point out that coming out of the Policy and Services Committee discussion, there was an interest in what was termed meeting efficiency. And so this would be the section, if the council members are focused on that topic, that there might be some areas for considering how your meetings are organized in the interest of efficiency. Then back on the policy issues that we had flagged, let's see, we've got some issues related to AB 2449, which is a remote attendance. And the other policy issue that had been raised was the timing of colleagues' memos and how they are handled near the end of either the calendar year or terms of council members. So I just want to make sure that those are on your radar.
Ms. Cotton Gaines?
The only other one I will flag related to remote appearances, remote attendance for council is the number of times you can attend a meeting remotely. That was one that there was not a unanimous vote out of Policy and Services
It was
Committee.
unanimous?
It was
It is
not.
not, okay. Because that was what I was going to talk about. So that would be on page 13, number 1, it's the number of remote appearances. It was the numbers were like, should you have 3 or 5 times a year? And I know that when I joined council, it was 3 times a year. So therefore, I think 5 times might be too many. So that is one. My other concern is on the same page, 13, number 2, 3 little i's. On this one here, it says that council members may not take action if there is an unresolved disruption to the meeting broadcast, to a remote council member's audio or visual feed, or to the ability to take call-in or internet-based public comment. This would stop city business. at a meeting. And I have to say, it disturbs me greatly. So one of the ways that we might be able to remedy it is that would it be possible to say after so many tries of connecting and not being able to, then that council member who's attending remotely will have to declare they're absent.
That's an interesting idea. Okay, so thank you for raising this. May I speak to this? So this requirement is in the new AB 2449. And actually the way that we drafted this, it's a bit broader than necessary. We drafted it to apply to all meetings where a council member is participating remotely. Frankly, I think my staff did that because these rules are just so complicated. They were looking for ways to simplify. But the law really only requires that this procedure apply to meetings where a council member is using that emergency circumstances or just cause. Okay, so that AB 2449 type of remote participation. So we could move it to be more clear there. So also, it doesn't require that the meeting be ended. It requires that no action be taken. So a pause needs to occur while the technical problems are addressed so that everybody is back in the meeting. Your suggestion is interesting.
My concern is that we're not able to connect or there's continued disruptions. So, city business, we still have to take action on matters as doing city business. So that's where my concern stems from, which is why I'm saying if after so many tries, they have to say they're absent so we can continue.
So my concern there would be I reread the law this afternoon. If a council member, if that were to happen and a council member were to later come back into the meeting wanting to participate in a later item, what you would set up is a possibility that someone who is unhappy with what council did during that period of time would be able to challenge the action, because the law says that if council proceeds while there's a technical problem. And I think it could be interpreted that way if a person tried to come back. So I think if you wanted to use that rule, all council members would need to understand you're out for the rest of the meeting.
Right.
You've essentially excused yourself as if you had the stomach ache and had to go home.
Right.
You're
And
not
so
coming back.
that's what I'm putting on the table for council members to consider. And I appreciate your advice. Yes, so that's just putting it on the table here.
Can I say just a clarifying question on that? On that it says council members may not take action. Is that only referring to the council as a whole may not take action? They're not referring to.
It should say that. You're correct. It should not say council members. It should say council.
Okay, got it. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just that the remote council member couldn't. But.
Then the other part that I would like, so for the colleagues memo, I feel that a council member who submits their colleagues memo should have it on the agenda before they leave. So I don't have any deadlines on that. But also I wanted to address in this section on page 17 that when a colleague's memo is submitted, that we have a timeline of when it comes onto the agenda. So be it 2 weeks or 30 days after receipt of the memo by staff.
So I'm sure the city manager has some thoughts on that. So my concern would be if we need to do legal research, which occasionally occurs, I would be concerned to allow an exception or enough time for us to do that. And I know you have many challenges juggling your agendas as well.
Yeah, and I just offer the perspective that for what it's worth, I actually think that we've been almost exponentially quicker in getting colleagues' memos onto agendas than had been the case in several years prior. And that said, the time we have taken has been really to work with the authors in order to try to assist them in getting it ready for council. So I would propose or suggest that a specific time frame is not necessary. But again, if the council wants that, then we will operate accordingly.
Okay, thank you. That's all of my comments on this section 2. Councilmember Burt?
Just on that one section on page 17 of the proposed language, I'm okay with it, the proposed language, because it simply says that council member submitting it near the end of the term should consider submittal timing. It doesn't restrict the ability to submit a colleague's memo late in a council member's term with an expectation that it will be come before the council during that term as well. And that's the other thing. I don't know whether we need to put it in writing, but I think it needs to be a two-way street on that, that the council members should consider the timing, and that staff should be, in that circumstance, attempting, if possible, to get it to the council while that member is still serving.
Councilmember Burt, I wonder if you're looking at the most recent version.
Maybe not. Unless it got changed from December.
It was updated after the December 13 PNS meeting.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so then I'm looking at the prior version, which I think is better language. And the prior version said, I don't get how it got changed. How did it change from, what was the council direction that caused it to be changed since December 13th?
Are you reading the language that says non-urgent colleagues memos? Is that the start of the language you're referring to?
Well, I'm reading the language from the December 13th packet that said council members nearing the end of their term desiring to submit a colleague's memo should consider submitting timing and steps needed in order to ensure council discussion before the end of the term. I guess, and I'm now seeing that what's in the most recent packet is different and prohibitive.
My recollection is that was proposed by a council member. Yeah, at PNS, yeah.
But the council didn't vote to have this changed in what was coming forward after the first year in December 13th.
PNS did 2-1.
Pardon me?
I think PNS did 2-1.
Subsequent to the December 13th meeting?
No, let me just check my notes.
Staff is checking on
Give
it.
us a second.
They took this up subsequent to the December 13th?
On December 13th.
Okay.
So
All right,
I
We're
think,
double checking our
Okay.
notes
I
on
think
that.
the staff report meeting date shows December 19th.
Okay.
December 19th was when it was heard by the
Came to
full
the
council.
and I'm looking at the
The
PNS
committee,
red line
right, the
packet.
committee, PNS committee heard it on December
Got it.
13th.
Okay.
Correct.
So-
So I just double checked the notes and
In that case,
yeah, the prior
I would
language.
move the following language.
So why don't you move the
Oh, I'm
entire
sorry.
section?
Okay.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I can wait. No problem.
You can move the entire section and then we can
All
do
right.
that.
We haven't even all weighed in on
Okay.
section 2
I'll
yet.
wait.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Let's wait. Thank you, Councilmember Burt. Councilmember Liscott Haynes?
Well, look at that. All right. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. To section 2, I have a couple of concerns. Number 1, section 2.1, meeting schedules, agendas, and supporting materials. I found it sort of a laughable fiction that we call our regular meetings special meetings as if there's something extra special about starting at 5 in a good way. We all know it just means a longer meeting. So I would suggest that we really acknowledge that our meetings actually do start at 5 and call them regular meetings, just for transparency. I think it's confusing to the public to see that we appear to be having a special meeting. They may think we're talking about special things as opposed to routine matters. So I would love to see that change get made. To section 2.3, attendance procedures. A, attendance required talks about a 10-minute break. At least one 10-minute break has been added. The words at least have been added. I want to say that we are quite possibly violating the labor code by asking city employees, including council and staff, to work often for 5, 6, or 7 hours continuously with one 10-minute break. I'm raising this really to raise the imperative that we try to figure out how to get the city work done without going all hours of the night routinely. I've observed council meetings intently, and countless times I've heard my fellow council members and previous council members say things like, I would like not to think about that at 11 p.m. or it is after midnight, so maybe my thinking is fuzzy. I actually think it is anti-democratic to conduct the city business when almost everyone in the city is asleep. I call it the tyranny of the awake. Many of us have our paid work to do unless we are retired or independently wealthy. We also have family to look after. We have our own physical and mental health, and we are not setting a good example by doing the work of the city into the wee hours of the morning and by having additional meetings beyond what is typical, except in the case of true emergencies. So I'm going to propose a restatement of language in 2.1, which was what I first commented on, 2.1A, that states that council holds 3 regular meetings a month from 5 to 10:30 p.m. and endeavors to add additional meetings or go longer than 10:30 p.m. only in the case of emergencies. This is all aspirational. No one's going to come in here with a director's cut and tell us we're done. But if we put it in writing, it might help us actually put it in practice. And regarding section, whichever section is remote attendance, I guess that's 2.3B. I support the change for 5 meetings a year being permissible as remote, both 5 for council and 5 for committees. Again, a number of us, myself included, are employed full-time, and neither being retired nor independently wealthy, I do need to work full-time. And my work sometimes takes place in the evening. While I will make every conceivable effort not to schedule work on Monday nights or nights when I have committee meetings, I do have some work scheduled before I knew I'd be on city council that will require me to attend remotely with all of the Brown Act requirements adhered to. The pandemic has demonstrated that we are capable of doing remote work really well. And I think in this modern era, a city like ours should be supportive of the flexibility that technology affords rather than reject it. Those are my only comments on section 2. Thank you very much.
So Madam Mayor, if I could just interject here. So the idea of making 5 o'clock your regular start time, the procedure for that would be, yes, to amend this language, but you also need to amend an ordinance because this 6 o'clock start time is in our municipal code. So that can be changed at council's discretion. It does require an ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Get back to, so I have some questions. I may not end up with proposed amendments once I learn the answers, but if you'll bear with me. So, but the first one is on that topic of the regular versus special meetings, 5 versus 6 and all that. Because the language as it currently sits, the amended language says the mayor or council may call a special meeting. I mean, is that what's happening now? Is that the mayor is calling them or do you don't? Because I guess here's my thing. I agree with respect to the hardship and thus selection out of potential council members and a diversity of council members. And to me, the starting at 5 can be a hardship on most working people who work until 5. And so I'm concerned about, staying. So I'm not sure I would support the 5 o'clock hour, although I support the concept behind it. So my question was more just, maybe it's a difficult one to answer, but right now we're in this special meeting cycle. What's happening there? How is that coming about?
Well, perhaps just to, at the risk of being a little too literal here, the term special is really one, quite frankly, of convenience to describe a meeting that starts at 5 rather than 6. Ultimately, if the council wants to start your meetings at 6, then they would start at 6. As was noted earlier, though, you do have full agendas, so that would potentially require either more meetings or later meetings.
So is this something that I should discuss with my colleagues who set the agendas, or I'm just wondering how because it is an oddity, right? That these are all special meetings starting at 5 every week.
So if you read into this procedures and protocols a little bit more, some years ago, I believe a council had said that, instead of going so late into the night, why don't we have a council check-in at 10 o'clock if we have not reached all the remaining agenda items? Check in with the entire council to see if they wanted to take on the next agenda item or not. And so from there, we can decide whether we're going to defer it, continue it, and come up with a date or not. So it is in the procedures and protocols. And the thing is, we do have robust calendars and items on our agenda, and we do have to take care of business, as I said. So starting at 5 helps us get things going. It was just something that I came into. It's been going this way ever since I started on council.
Yeah.
I've just
Yeah.
never questioned it.
So
Okay.
our very experienced council members in the corner, remembering when the standard start time was 7. So when I came here 10 years ago, the code said 7 and we always started at 6. They were always special meetings. So council member said, let's deal with reality. Let's change the code to start at 6. We did, and then we started at 5. So as the city's lawyer, I actually agree with Councilmember Vinker that it would be good to do a little reality test here. And since our code says 6, really, we should start at 6, or we should amend the code to say start at 5, if we're always going to start at 5. And the reason that would be a good practice, good sort of hygiene, is that there are some kinds of actions that can only be taken at regular meetings. And so we have to have, the clerk has to do a little pirouette, and we start at 5. It has to be a special meeting under the law because your code says 6. But then you adjourn the special meeting and have a regular meeting so that we can actually take actions, certain limited actions. And that's a little silly. We probably should deal with when we're really going to start meetings on a regular basis and amend the code to say that.
So what I might suggest is that I'm not going to suggest any amendments to this right now, and hope that we can come back and discuss either offline or formally if we go back to 6 o'clock or have to amend the code. But I'd like us to consider that. And something else you just mentioned that I've now forgotten. Okay, so it's gone. All right, and I know what it was, Mayor Koo, yes. The provisions for the back end of the meeting, I do appreciate, and I appreciate that you actually used them last time when the janitorial services thing came up and you announced to people that we would be deferring that because it was after 10:30, so thank you for that. The next comment is on what's new item C on the same page, supporting reports and materials, and it refers to the at places memo, which are the supplemental memoranda that are provided to us at these meetings. And I think this is generally the case, but I would just ask that those not be any new material if that new material was previously available. If it was, I'd ask that it be put even in presentations in the at the time of the amended packet, if that's not too burdensome on staff, because it's hard to get any new information when you're sitting up here and you're trying to be present and listen to public comment, listen to your colleagues, decide tough issues. So I don't know if we need to amend any language here. It's more of a request, but apparently I'm causing some confusion over there.
No, it's page 11, item C, supporting reports and materials.
The last sentence, So it says some materials such as presentation materials or supplemental memoranda, previously referred to as at places memoranda, may be distributed to council members and the public at the meeting. And I was just hoping that those could be not any new information that would have been previously available. So summary form, the presentation helping us, reminding us of what's in there is fine. But if it was new information that was previously available to staff, I would ask that it come out at the time of the supplemental packets, if that's possible.
Well, unfortunately, by definition, it's supplemental because it wasn't available at the time we did the base packet, or it may be a case where we got a question from a council member or a member of the public based on the original memo. So this is simply a means of communicating somewhat formally to everyone, both the council members as well as to the public, that we have additional information available.
Okay. Well, it's a friendly request because like a lot of these are fabulous and things that we could find elsewhere, but I think you take my point. So thank you. I won't then ask for a amendment there either. And I know we have time issues here, but this is a question I believe for the city attorney on item 1 at the top of page. Oh shoot. Well, it's, I think I can, without naming it, this is the question of how many times per year you can participate remotely. And there's 5 in here. There's some question about that. My question is simply, how does that square with the state law of no more than 2?
Right. So the state law is about, there's 2 formulas in the state law, and those are mandatory for using that type of remote participation. The 5 times per year is a city level policy for all types of remote participation.
And is that type of remote participation the just cause and the emergency?
Yes.
Okay. And so there are, the way this is written in here, I didn't realize that one could do something other than just cause or emergency, but apparently
Yes,
one
you can
can.
use the traditional Brown Act procedures,
I see.
which is that you list your location on the agenda
Right.
and you open the public.
So these are alternatives. So when we get to the bottom of page 14 and it talks about the AB 2449 remote attendance procedures, those are supplemental or alternative or in addition to the other.
I don't believe that's what council intended. It's not intended to allow additional.
Different then, how's that?
What it does is allow you to use a different set of procedures for some of your 5. So as I understand what council has said is for council members here, you can only participate remotely in a council meeting 5 times per year. So you may never qualify for AB 2449, or you may choose not to use it. But if you do, those would come out of your 5.
2 of the 5.
Yes.
Right. Okay. But it's a different procedure for participation is what you're saying.
Yes, you don't have to list the key issue is you don't have to list your address. There are lots of requirements you have to meet in order to use them.
Or post the agenda 72 hours in advance, wherever you're going to be.
Correct.
Thank you. That's the clear.
And you could participate remotely from an area that's not open to the public, whereas in the traditional rules, you can't be in a car.
Got it. That's very helpful. Thank you. Lastly, so when we are talking about the more permissive or more restrictive, I suppose, but the ones under the standard remote attendance procedures, it's item 3 on 13, but I'm talking about the last sub-bullet F that's at the top of 14. We're talking about the closed session parts. If there's a closed session portion of the meeting which you're attending remotely, says a private location means that you have to go to a closed room such that no other person can hear any portion of the closed session. If you're in a place where that's not possible, a business center in a hotel or something, or a public library, can you leave the meeting for that portion, sit out of the closed session, or are you done?
You can step out for that portion.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am done and apparently have no amendments. Thank you for your patience, all of you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, so let me give some thoughts on this section. So I think that we should stick to what's in our charter, which is 6 p.m. And the reason why is because a lot of people work, a lot of people have families, a lot of people have kids. And so when you make it at 5 o'clock, it's super hard for a lot of working people, a lot of people with families to be able to attend our meetings. And I think we want diversity of people being able to attend our meetings. And so I would like to stick with 6 p.m. In fact, I'd like our meetings to be at 6 rather than at 5 every time, because I do know that, especially with people with school-age kids, it's really hard when it's at 5 instead of 6. But I do also agree with the concept of maybe a cutoff time, right? I mean, I don't think we make the best decisions for our constituents when we're talking at 12 o'clock at night. So we should probably have a cutoff versus keep on going. No, I've been here sometimes we're past like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I don't think it's great when we do that. And then, so what do? Right? We have city business to do. We want to have these kind of constrained times. And my opinion, and again, I've been. This is my 7th year on council. I've been through several terms on Planning and Transportation Commission, and I really think we could run more efficient meetings. I think we need to use a timer more than we do, and be more strict on a timer. But I think with the time we meet, I mean, I look at other cities, and other cities don't meet nearly as often as we do, and their meetings aren't nearly as long as ours. And there's this really great book which I encourage everyone to read. It's called The Mythical Man Month, and in there there's this phrase of how work expands to fill the time, and that's so true. So more time we give, longer our meetings, and I don't necessarily think that our decision making is necessarily better. So I think by running more efficient meetings, and by having these kind of deadlines, we can actually do the city's business, make better decisions when everyone's kind of alert and awake. Make sure everyone's heard. So I think it's actually possible to have it all without losing a whole lot. So I'd actually like to see us kind of move in this direction. And some of you know that my daughter's in speech and debate program, so I'm sometimes recruited to be a judge, and they're on this super strict timeline in terms of when they can say things and the protocol, and maybe we should adopt some of those practices just so that we can be much more efficient, because I do think that we can deliberate things in a more efficient manner than we are doing today. And then to the question about number of times the meetings we should have, I think we've all demonstrated through COVID, through our own meetings that using the internet, using Zoom, we are, I think, just as effective, maybe more effective, for instance. And I think we should have at least 5 times a year for each meeting. I don't think we want to restrict it. I think we want as many of our council members attending as much as possible. And we have to also recognize that a lot of our council members, we are not independently wealthy, right? We have a full-time job, and we need to have flexibility. And so I think we can still serve the people. And I think having that flexibility would allow us to have more perspectives being heard. So I think we should have five times a year for the council meetings, 5 times a year for whatever committees you have to be on each. And then in terms of the colleagues memo, I think that what the mayor said about, if they're heard before the person leaves, I think that's actually a good idea. So there should be some sort of timeline, because I've seen these colleague memos take forever to see the light of day, and I don't think that's effective. But that's all I have for section 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lizcott Haynes.
Colleagues, I realize the irony of talking about using time expeditiously by choosing to speak again on this matter. So this will be my last. It's really clear that getting the work of our wonderful city done in a manner that humans can sustain has been an ever elusive goal. Councilmember Burt just clarified for me that once upon a time we had 13 members, and then it was 11. I only thought it was 11. 13, 11, 9. Now we have 7, all done to try to save time. We met at 7 some time ago, then 6, and now 5 to try to get the work of the city done. I'm hoping our handbook will reflect our expectations for ourselves. And I want for us collectively to acknowledge that it's our way of being that has to change in order for us to manage the clock, take on fewer things, speak to things more efficiently, I'd like to see us make a commitment to that kind of discipline, and I look forward to all of us trying to make that effort. And I do appreciate Councilmember Vinker's suggestion that actually starting at 6, regular meetings starting at 6 is more equitable and means that people who work a 9 to 5 job could actually contemplate serving on council, which is important.
All right. I don't see any other lights, so I would love to entertain a motion to get us moving. Okay, in that case, I'll make the attempt to move section 2. With the following amendments, with the following additions, or is it amendment? Oh, actually, it is amendments. For the number of remote appearances to be no more than 3 times a year. B, for general procedures for appearing remotely, the 3 little I's, that after 5 tries to reconnect, that the council member is considered absent. And if it's not successful. And to use the language, Councilmember Burt, I don't have the language in front of me for the outgoing council members' colleague memos. Would you please?
That language, I would propose as council members nearing the end of their term, desiring to submit a colleague's memo should consider submittal timing and steps needed in order to ensure council discussion before the end of their term.
Okay, that's,
I'll second.
thank you. You know, I think we all ran to serve, and I think many of us also know what to expect. I hear there's many of us that also work full-time. I do as well. But when I ran for council, I did know what is expected of me. This city needs to be in continuous movement. And I also think it's democratic for us to be able to ask our questions and to represent the people who live here and the community. And also for the community to be able to come in and provide their public comments. And that all takes time. And so having the meeting efficiency is always a challenge. I think it's, as Councilmember Lithcott-Hames mentioned, it's been challenging ever since when back to when the city started, I suppose. But I think we have business to take care of, and that we should be present and ready to do the work. So that's my 2 cents. Councilmember Burt, would you like to speak to your second?
No further comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Liscard Haynes.
I will reiterate that I'm concerned about the 3 times per year. I have made it clear that my commitment is to this council and that I have work that I am obligated to do that will mean I need to attend remotely more than 3 times in a year. I ran intending to serve if I won, and we have seen how beautifully remote attendance can work. I watched Councilmember Du Bois speak from Japan a number of times. I think he would seem to be there the entire month of December. And it just feels in this modern era that we ought to be able to have that flexibility. So I want everybody to be aware that in voting for this, I will be absent. Yeah, no, I'm just, my colleague here is telling me how to do this. Newbie here, not quite sure with procedure. So I would like to amend this to propose an amendment to 5, to keep it the way that it is in the book, which is the suggested revision is no more than 5 times a year. I would like to offer that amendment to this motion.
Can you just offer to strike A? I mean,
Pardon me?
is it simpler just to say strike A? No? Anyway, sorry. I want to second it. I'll second whatever you end up doing.
So I think you're right that striking A does make more sense. So that is my proposed amendment to strike item A.
I think if you, instead of just saying strike and you say the whole sentence, it'll make it much more clearer.
So my proposed amendment is to strike A, which reads number of remote appearances to be no more than 3 times per year.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. And so the effect of that would be to keep with the language that's there, which is 5. And so how we've traditionally done this is at first proposed as a friendly amendment. If the maker and seconder agree, it's changed. If they don't, you can have an unfriendly amendment and the council will vote on that amendment.
It's unfriendly.
So now we debate the amendment.
I see lights lighting up. Councilmember Lowing? Is it Councilmember Lowing? Oh, yeah, you're so. Okay, Councilmember Finker, please speak to your second. Apologies.
Thank you. Yeah, when I read through these policies and procedures and I was looking at some of the limits on attendance, and I thought, gosh, are we really trying to limit people? Like if you have a family event, a wedding, a funeral, a graduation, and you're willing to take time out of your time away to be here, why are we doing that? Why are we limiting people? I do agree there has to be some limit, and 5 seems good to me. That's 5 out of, I don't know, how many times do we meet in a year? 40 times? It's a 12% or something. If there will be full disclosure and transparency if someone isn't at a meeting, and the voters and residents will know. And if they think it's excessive or unbecoming or derelict, they'll let us know and they'll act accordingly. So I think this is something that I would support and count on each council member to use their good judgment and commitment to this city as they decide how they would attend.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lowing?
Yeah, I want to say relative to the amendment, I actually don't think it's as good being remote. As we all learned on a lot of commission meetings, it's just not as good. That said, it's better than an empty seat. And I think we have to be practical about that. I don't think the difference between 3 and 5 is that material relative to our total load. I think it's highly, highly, highly preferable for every council member to be here so we can enjoy ourselves more and have, more instant communication and all that. Sometimes it's not possible in instances like Councilmember Baker suggested. So I don't know who came up with the 5 originally. Was that policy and services? but I'm comfortable going with the 5.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I think 5 makes a lot more sense. I've done it both ways many times, and I personally think that's more effective either way. In fact, I would say sometimes we're more effective remotely because like I turn my camera on so that people could see me. And in fact, I think we should allow public speakers also who are remote to also turn the camera on so we can see them. I know there's issues about being Zoom bombed and stuff like that, but I think we can be effective. We have proven to be effective. It's also better for the environment, right? I mean, every time we drive, we're putting out more carbon, and we're trying to be an eco-friendly city. So I think we want to support this, and we also want to support the diversity of council members, right? Not just people who are wealthy enough that they don't have to work. So I think the motion that's on the floor, the proposed amendment, is the correct one. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any more lights. Can we take the votes?
This is the vote on the amendment. Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipscott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
And with that, we'll go back to the main motion with the amendment. I'd like to ask staff for item number B, if the wording is sufficient. After 5 tries to reconnect, should there be something about not being successful, then council member is considered absent?
So I'm really sort of thinking on the fly on this. It's an interesting and creative suggestion. I'm concerned about it. Really, you will not be able to come back. And I'm concerned about the occasion where that could occur. And there's a very important item coming up that a council member wants to participate in. And I'm not sure really who has the authority to prevent an elected council member from attending a meeting. I mean, what would the temptation would be for that council member to sign back in? And none of the staff is going to tell an elected council member, you cannot be here. And yet then a situation would be created where the council's action that might have been taken during the time period that the technology was misbehaving would be at risk.
I just see the disruptions. We're going to be, for us who are here in person, we're going to be sitting here waiting for them to reconnect the whole time. And, time is continuing on, and then we're going to go late into the night if we're going to complete business at all. So that's the only concern. The other way I was thinking, maybe explore, refer it back somewhere to policy and services.
Sure, you could do that so leave the rule as drafted, which is really a statement of state law. And again, I can make it narrower so it only applies to situations where some council member is using that emergency circumstances or what's the other one? Just cause. That may be fairly rare because the circumstances are fairly narrow.
Yeah. But I do see the remote one being used more often.
But this rule does not have to apply for regular remote.
Okay.
Standard remote. So that might take care of quite a bit of the concern.
Council, he's my seconder. Can I just hear his opinion? Thank you.
Yeah, and can we just right now include the language that says it only applies to the circumstances under, was it AB 24?
I think it has to be moved to a different. Oh, yes, I think so. I think that's correct.
And
I'll
we
just
could do
add
that
that
now.
language. Yeah. Sure. It should say, for meetings where a council member is participating using the procedures in AB 2449, comma,
We're trying to come up with a rule where it is not, the council member is not using that procedure, correct? This 5-try rule, that applies.
oh,
This is,
I understood the mayor to say that she would be comfortable leaving three I, as long as it. Some people say that.
Isn't the only place that we're obligated to allow that council member to participate when they're using the state law?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Isn't the only time where the city is obligated to allow the council member to continue to participate is under that AB 2449 or whatever it was?
No, I think as a general matter of the authority of elected officials, I think it's very difficult for any elected official or body of elected officials to tell another elected official, you can't come and vote on an item.
Well, but we do that on remote attendance. We say you can't participate in a meeting beyond a certain number of remote attendances. So we can say they can't come to the meeting, but you're saying we can't limit them on an item if they can't get back on the line?
I don't know. This is a
Okay.
new law and this is a new
All
idea
right.
tonight.
So then I think we should refer it to
We should-
PNS and give
yeah.
you a greater opportunity to look at it.
so
Sure.
I would, modify the language to say explore.
So let's, when we say explore, should we say refer to Policy and Services Committee to explore?
Yes, thank you for adding that.
Okay.
And so that would mean that for now, this language remains as is in this handbook.
That's my recommendation, yes.
Yes, so, okay. Until it's further explored. Councilmember Vinker, thank you for waiting.
Oh, of course, and it's just about this. It's just a friendly suggestion to consider whether, instead of it going to PNS, whether it might, sorry, I'm looking away from you because I'm looking at my screen. Whether it would address the city attorney's concerns, and I don't know if it'd be adequate for you, but to say something like after 5, attempts to reconnect, that the council member is encouraged to declare him or herself absent. So in other words, we're like, come on, don't hold up city business, but then it's voluntary on their part. Would that?
But how would they declare it? Because they could come back on by phone.
Because the requirements usually are pretty strict about video and audio and, Zoom. Is there a way to communicate with the clerk by email or telephone? We all
By
have cell
text,
phones.
usually the problems are the video. The video
Right.
freezes.
So there could be alternate means.
I was just saying if they can go by phone, then they can have video by phone. So that's why I was.
Maybe,
So you're saying
sometimes
that they
not.
could connect by Zoom on their phone, and so we wouldn't have that problem.
Sometimes if the signal's bad, you can't manage the video. And,
Right.
and this new law does require, if you're using 2449, that you have to have audio and video. And it has to be working.
I'll accept the language. Thank you. If you repeat it for the clerk, I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
After 5 tries or attempts to reconnect, the remote or the council member attending remotely is encouraged to declare him or herself absent.
I would suggest for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you. Yes, for the remainder of the meeting.
That resolves my concern. It doesn't need to go to PNS if that's acceptable.
Oh, It doesn't?
No, because the council member is encouraged to, so it doesn't require, and if they do it, they're taking on that responsibility, and we're not going to have a problem of who has the ability to require this.
But we have another issue, which is the circumstance, or we think, and you need to research, where it's not covered by the state law, and therefore it is within the discretion of council policy. And you weren't certain of that. And that's the thing that would still go to PNS.
So, Madam Attorney, I understand that there's a state law, AB 2449, and then there is our own, which is the remote attendance, right? So I'm a little bit confused whether it's the remote, our own, or it's AB 2449. And that's where I am.
It's very confusing. So we're all confused. So AB 2449, this only would apply if a council member is using AB 2449. Yes. So
Historically,
right.
without 2449, which only applies to those circumstances, if we had chosen up until now to set rules for remote participation that said, if you can't get aligned, you can't participate. You have to be able to do that to be in a meeting. That was within our discretion, and so it would still be in our discretion.
It is within your discretion before 2449 and with 2449 to say there shall be no remote participation. Remote participation is not a right. The issue is if you have it, my concern is a council member who comes back, who loses their connection. Connections they flutter, right? So you might move to a different part of the signal gets better and you're back and you want to come back for a later item. Now you're putting the city at risk because 2449 says, if you take action while the technology is down, it is subject to challenge.
And does it apply to the just cause only? Or
No.
all remote participation?
No, just cause and emergency circumstances.
Okay, and that's what I'm suggesting is we carve those off, follow the state law on those circumstances, but we've expanded remote participation. And what I've been saying repeatedly is in the cases where we've expanded it, we're not obligated under the terms of 2449, and we can set our own rules for that.
Sure.
That's what I've been saying.
But you don't even have this problem. If you're not under 2449, you don't have this problem at all. Because this rule that says that the city's action is at risk if the technology is down, that is a new piece of state law that is part of 2449. It only applies to 2449. So I don't care what you do. If nobody's using 2449.
But we need to put in our procedures what we have said is the rule when you're not using 2449. Isn't that what we're trying to do?
Yeah, and that's fine. It's just going to be an enforcement issue will be up to council.
Okay.
Okay, it will not be any member of staff who could tell a council member that they're not going to be connected or that they're dismissed.
Okay. So I just want to mention that under the three little I's, the next paragraph, it does say, if these above threshold requirements are met, the council member attending remotely must ensure they follow the procedures associated with either standard remote attendance or AB 2449 remote attendance. So it applies to both.
Well, yes, so that was how we drafted it. And so we talked about this. I could move it to a different section so it's more clear, but someone suggested that we just add the phrase where a council member is participating under 2449. Either way is fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure that Councilmember Burt is okay with that.
I'm fine with whatever you want.
I'm fine.
I
I'm
give up.
fine with
I
it
kept
too.
trying, but
All right. I'm sorry, I don't know who came first, but we'll go to Councilmember Tanaka.
Thanks. So two quick things. First one, I mentioned it, but I didn't make it in terms of a friendly amendment, and hopefully this is a friendly amendment. But a large portion of our public participants come in over Zoom. A lot of people actually have cameras, and I think we should enable the video should the person want it, so that we could see them. And when I'm chairing meetings, I usually allow it, and it's much more effective. People could see you, you could see them. It's much more engaging. I think it improves the communication with our constituents. So I want to make the friendly amendment to motion D that we consider enabling public participants video. I don't know if the maker or seconder would accept that.
I'm not going to accept that.
Okay, do I have a second for this?
Second.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak to it?
Sure. I kind of did already, but I think we want to encourage as much public participation as possible. I think for the very reason we talk about being in person is more effective, video is much more effective than just voice only. And cameras are in just about every single device these days. And I think it would be a really great way to be able to see our constituents, see their emotions, their passions. People talk about, the house flooded. They can actually show us the house flooded, right? I think it's much more effective if we enable this. And I think, as a modern city, we should allow this and take advantage of technology.
Councilmember Lizcard Haynes.
I agree with that. I think I come from this perspective that we're trying to simulate participation live here in council chambers. That's what virtual is trying its best to do. So I would like the decision maker on whether a person is visible or not to be that of the participant rather than that of the council.
I cleared all the lights. We're going to be just talking about this proposed amendment. So if you have a comment about it, please put on your light. Councilmember Lizcard Haynes.
Hi there. Thank you. I just wanted to offer a friendly amendment and just maybe it'll fly, maybe not. After 5 attempts seems incredibly vague to me.
We're still talking about the proposed amendment that Councilmember Tanaka and you made about video.
Got it. This is more complicated than a roller coaster.
Councilmember Lowing.
I just wanted to ask both legal and technical what the implications are for that if we have 20 public speakers. Is it okay or?
So when we first started.
That want via video, sorry.
Good evening. So when we first started using Zoom, there were some provisions that you had to enable people as panelists to let them turn on their videos. And that was a challenge when you took them out of the panelist option, it kicked them out of the meeting, which was why technically we weren't allowing them to use their videos. I don't know if that has been fixed, where we can allow public members that are not in the webinar as a panelist, but as a participant to participate with their camera on or not. So it was a flaw with the Zoom system technically that we couldn't allow it previously. It may have been resolved. I have not looked into it in the last several months.
Actually, can we modify the motion, just say to allow the clerk to explore the possibility in case there is a technical issue?
Absolutely.
There was one legal issue, which is that sometimes you had people participating remotely who maybe have participating from a far remote community and therefore not feeling themselves accountable to this community or this body at all. And they engaged in behavior over the video in the early days of COVID that was a problem, and they had to be cut off. And there was issues about exposing other members of the public to imagery that was deeply inappropriate.
Councilmember Burt.
Just for clarity, where it says participants, and this is not a reflection on whether I'm going to support the amendment, but just for clarity, great community members or public participants or members of the public. to participate by video.
Can I just ask a follow-on question then from the question that I had asked, which is if it's only going to be suggestion, then how can it be part of this work plan? Isn't it more the attorneys and the clerk have to be investigating it and come back to us later? It seems that it almost excludes it from this motion.
And just from a organization effort, sort of when you clean your house, you want to keep it clean for a moment. This particular point is related to the public interacting with the council as opposed to the actual council's participation. So in the way we've reorganized the handbook, this would actually go into section 5, which is about the public's interaction with council and speaking. So I just wanted to offer that if this goes forward, it would actually go to section 5, but the spirit of the motion, we would be sure to do if it passes.
Thank you. And then I'm going to call on myself. My light is on. So with this one here, I think Madam Attorney did mention that, there has been times that I have actually seen a speaker come on and just put on propaganda at the back, whereas he's talking to the motion, but then in the background or in his screen or her screen is basically propaganda on something that is completely off topic. So there is the concern of that. And I think that, it is not necessary for us to have that shown. And it's very hard for us to monitor or to end the video for that one person. So I do have concerns about that for making that ability available. Council members, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I concur with the mayor's point there, and I think where our city attorney was going. I think we open up a new can of worms regarding the limitations of government to be able to censor speech that could be in the background, what a person's wearing, what they're not wearing, what they're showing, and this creates, I think, an added complexity that is not going to really further the public dialogue here. So I understand the intent behind this, and I appreciate it, but that's my concern, and that's why I won't be supporting it.
I don't see any more lights. So Madam Clerk, if you would call the votes, please.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
No.
Vice Mayor Stone,
No.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3.
So I understand that's going to go to section 5, but it will be in this motion. Okay. It'll be in the original motion.
That would only be if it came back to the council and we support it. That's where it would go. We're not voting to include it at this time. We're voting to explore it. We may see that there's more problems with it. I may change my mind when the clerk comes back and says, here are the pros and cons. And I may say, oh, well, in that case, I wish I could have supported, but I can't. So right now it says explore.
So let me see, second.
Yeah.
To explore the ability, okay. But it's going to go into the main motion, right? Yeah.
Mayor, I had one other thing. I didn't realize this would take so long, so I have one other quick thing. Hopefully it is quick. May I talk about it?
You have another one.
Yeah.
Okay, please.
Okay. Can the main motion be brought up again? Okay, it's kind of squeezed down on my screen. Okay, here it is. So on section C, I think when the mayor talked about C, so this is kind of the perspective of making sure that council members get their thing in timely, which I think makes sense. But it's also, I think that what the mayor was talking about when she spoke about this was making sure also if a council member did submit something that's timely, that it does get on the agenda before the end of their term. And it seems kind of like only one-sided here. It doesn't reflect both perspectives. And so this is really a question for the mayor, if she wanted to try to get that perspective in there as well. Maybe a suggestion would be something like, I think attempts would be made to make sure it's on the agenda. Bearing this, attempts would be made to make sure that's on the agenda or something to that effect. I mean, you could pick your wording, but I was just thinking about this from your perspective that you talked about, because it's not really captured on this. It's more about like council members need to be on time, which I think we all would agree, but the flip side's not there, which is what you had talked about. But it's really up to you.
Sure.
I think I would be good with an amendment that would, on C, put a period there, and then a period at the end of term, and then say that staff will make best efforts to agendize such memos during
Prior to
the end of the term, council term.
Prior to.
Rather than during, as say prior to the end of the council term. That is already conditioned on the council member will have had to have taken the steps to get it to staff with a consideration of the timing and steps needed. So
Thank you,
it's not,
Council.
it's not an obligation of staff if the council member doesn't get it in a reasonable time. And that's going to be a judgment call, but these are guidelines.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka, for the suggestion, and Councilmember Burt for the new sentence. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you. I would like to offer a friendly amendment to B. Instead of after 5 attempts to reconnect, which I think is pretty vague, and we may find ourselves wondering, are they on attempt 3 or attempt 4 right now, particularly since we can't communicate with them. I would recommend we say after 5 minutes, or if there's a different set of minutes that feel more appropriate. It's in furtherance of not delaying the meeting, and it's a measurable, quantifiable thing, and we can say the time is up.
Yeah. Thank you for that suggestion. Makes a lot of sense. So, Madam Clerk, if we can change item B to after 5 minutes, 15 minutes. Councilmember Vinker.
I'm sorry. I just thought it was directed to that. I thought you might want to hear. So I'm contemplating that somebody might, get disconnected. They're back on for 10 minutes. They get disconnected. They're on for 20 minutes. They get disconnected. They're on for 5 minutes. So it could be like ongoing, but it's just disruptive because every time we get going, we have to stop and wait. So that's why the 5 minutes or however many minutes might not be the thing, because you know how you've been on those calls and there's that person that they're gone again. So but I'm at whatever your preference is. I just wanted to raise that point.
We're referring this to policy and services, and you're on it. Okay. All right. I don't see any more lights. Shall we get the votes, please?
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. Can we please, and we would, if you don't mind, would like to go on a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Bless you, Mayor.
Shaved it down from 10.
It's back from our break. Let's get back to work. Now we're on to section 3. There's 7 sections. We're at section 3. And section 3 is on city council meeting order of the agenda. So let it light up. In that case, I'll go first. On page 21, section 3.7, consent agenda, says the mayor and the city manager should be sensitive to high dollar value contracts and consider placing these items in the action agenda section. So do we need to define what the high dollar value is in this procedures and protocol?
Well, I'm not sure that's a question for staff, but just to give you a little context, certainly within council's discretion to do so. I think in the past, there has been a desire to have some flexibility on it, recognizing there can be some relatively high dollar amount items that are nonetheless routine.
Because we have different contracts and for
Yes.
different matters. So it's, some of them are going to be pretty necessary. But then there are others that sometimes it's good to put it on the agenda, just action, so that we can engage and actually have the community know about it. So that's just a question for my colleagues to think about. On page 23, section 3.8, city manager comments. Has there ever been 3.8 city manager comments? It's the council agenda. Okay. Has there ever been in the past where oral communications was allowed for city manager comments?
Not to my knowledge. I think it was specifically set up largely for announcements as opposed to any issue that, but it's certainly not an item that the council would take action on.
Okay, thank you. I think that is all of mine. Anyone else?
Through the mayor, can I make one comment?
Oh, yes, Madam Clerk.
I just wanted to share with you that I've received several comments from members of the public, a little bit frustrated when we have public comment that happens not at the beginning of the meeting, but they have to wait until 8 o'clock, sometimes 8:30, to make just general public comments for items not on the agenda. So I just wanted to let you know that that comment has been an ongoing frustration for some members of the public. So it's up to the council if they choose to reorder the agenda.
This is for public comments that is not on the agenda?
Correct. Usually it falls after the study session or after the closed sessions and the study sessions. There have been times where we've taken public comments around 9 o'clock at night.
Oh, okay, good to know. Thank you. So that's another item that we can put for colleague consideration. Oh, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you. I'll try to go faster this time. So starting at the top, the order, let's see. Yeah, so section 3, before we even get to the smaller ones. It's a question, and partly for those who are more veterans and on both staff and council. Study sessions. So not the closed session. I mean, a study and or closed are both an item little c there, but study sessions. My question is, could we put those after the action items? Because I know they're important, but that would help advance public comment to an earlier time and have us do the more important decisions when we're fresher, and then do the things where we have to receive, but maybe not, we were supposed to ask questions, but we're not having to make the tough decisions later. And so I ask those who are more experienced in this, but to me, it would seem to be reasonable to consider moving study sessions to after action items. And I also wonder about the council member questions, et cetera. If there were, questions on city events or things that weren't on specific action items or things we wanted to announce, it seems like maybe that could go earlier in the agenda because it goes way at the end. And I know they're supposed to be very short, but because they're very short, it might be nice to get them out earlier and let people get a sense of, who we are earlier in the agenda. So I just raised to my fellow council members, I'm not going to offer an amendment at this point, but whether either of those things are good ideas. And then I have just a couple of what I think are just clerical amendments, although this one for the city attorney might be need some phrasing. So if we move down to the bottom of page 18, item A, closed session requirements, item 4, attendance. Talks about the city manager, city attorney, or their designees shall attend closed session unless it is necessary to excuse them. Additional staff shall attend as necessary, and then that's the rest of the sentence. The language strikes me as not quite right. Only if the legal privileges of confidentiality obtained right in an executive session are maintained.
I did not write that.
I'm not surprised you didn't write it because you and I know confidentiality is not a privilege. But so I think that one needs some fixing. I assume it means, and then only if they agree to maintain or obligated to maintain.
Yes, I'll take that as a clerical cleanup suggestion.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, so I can move on. Just looking for my little. And then here's just a typo in top of page 22. I don't even know which number this is. I have to scroll back up. Item B, administrative matters, down to the last item 7. Items identified in municipal code for placement on consent. This includes, for example, certain appeals of determinations of the director of planning and development services. Okay, that's a real important one, Okay. Oh, and then, so now this is substantive, but I think could fall under clerical. So now I'm on page 23, item 5.4. No, sorry, it's item 4. Council requests to remove items from the consent agenda. That talks about 3 council members may request that an item be removed from the consent agenda. Do we also want to note it takes 4 if it's for a second reading? 4 council members, that is?
We could do that for completeness, yes.
Yeah, I mean, so nothing here is wrong. I just think that was news to me. It makes sense. And I just thought we should note that.
Yeah, we can add that as a clerical.
Okay, great.
Councilmember Vinker, I would note that you've moved into section 4 as opposed to staying in section 3.
No,
or was it 3? Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'm still in 3.
Number 4 within section. Got it.
Correct. Sorry. And I think I have one last one. Actually, this is redundant with my comments about at the very top about the agenda order. So I think all of those were clerical, and that just leaves the 2 questions to my colleagues about their thoughts on the order. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thanks. So first on page 18, Mayor had previously talked about this issue of items considered after 10:30, and I had thought that this had applied to items considered, before, it says here, but it struck before 10. I see. It will generally not. I'm good. Got it. All right. I'm sorry. I understand now. So then on page 23, under 4, the new additional part says council members who intend to request to remove an item should inform the city manager's office. And I just wanted to, I'm a little concerned with the should, whether that could be interpreted as that is a requirement as opposed to an obligation that we strive to. Because there are times where we simply don't know that we're going to do that, but we all concur that we should be attempting to give them adequate forewarning. And so I'd be more comfortable if we change that to should strive to inform the city manager's office or something to that effect. And then lastly, on 3.10, I really agree with Councilmember Vinker that having these announcements at the very end of the meeting where the public doesn't hear it, in many circumstances, these are important announcements reporting back from major committees, matters that really pertain to city business, and the public doesn't even hear about it. And so I would support moving that up, maybe immediately following the city manager comments. We just have council comments. Oh, yeah, study session, I think keeping the way it is works best. I mean, we can do agenda changes. So if there's a circumstance where we think that's not the right sequence for a given meeting, we can certainly do that. But on a routine basis, I think the study sessions early are better.
Okay. Council Member Lizcart Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a technical item first. I'm sure you'll catch this, but in case not, the consent agenda 3.7 currently goes 3.7 ABC 234. So there is no 1, which drove me nuts for a while, but for what it's worth. And then to Councilmember Vinker's great suggestion, I was teeing it up for Councilmember Burke because I thought he might agree and he didn't, but I'm going to say it anyway. I love the idea of the study session coming last. That's about us deep diving into something that it warrants contemplation. It might be agendized in the future, but let's get the the action items done sooner. I love that. I would love to experiment with it and just see what it does to our efficiency and the overall length of meeting. And that's all I have to say on section 3.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I really like the thinking from my colleagues, the fresh perspectives here, because I actually, if you look at where people comment, for most part, it's on the action items, and I think we owe it to the constituency to allow them to speak on this. And when we have these at the end, and then we have these study sessions and these other things going on, it's really hard for them to know when are they going to speak because the time moves all the time. And so I think that what we should do is have the action items first. We should do that first. That way there's a time certain as to when the public will speak. They don't have to guess as when they're going to speak. And then the other things should come later. I think, but I do like the idea about maybe the city manager's report, then the council members could ask Q&A, maybe have it right after that. That actually seems to make more sense versus the city manager thing way in the beginning and then the updates from the council members at the end. That doesn't seem to make as much sense. And so, yeah, I would support having the study sessions later, maybe after the action items. And I think also, and maybe perhaps even the consent items should go later as well, because those are a little bit more mechanical. But yeah, I think, so if I was to kind of look at the agenda in terms of how we can maybe optimize this, maybe action items, then maybe study sessions, then we could do the consent, then city manager comments, and then maybe council member comments. something like that might make more sense. That way there's a lot more certainty. And for the main items, people have a chance to actually speak about them versus when they go like last time for the janitorial one, they went way late. And I don't think that's really serving the public justice when we do that. That's all I had. Thank you. Actually, one more. Sorry, one more. I missed it. Right now on a colleagues memo, you need only two people on a colleagues memo. And that's different than pulling a consent item. So I think the consent item should line up to the colleagues memo. So if the colleagues memo is 2 people, then the pulling a consent item should also be 2. So that seems to make more sense to me than when we have kind of like colleagues memo is 2 and then the consent item is 3.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yeah, just about 3 quick comments. Speaking just from the perspective of a lot of years on the planning commission, don't underestimate the amount of public comment that you're going to get on a study session. If you're talking about a residential parking permit or that thing called Castellea, you can book 2 hours for 100 speakers. So there's just as much interest. My whole point is there's just as much interest in study sessions early on, and that's when the public wants to be heard before it comes here and is ready to be voted on. So I'm not disagreeing with any of you that want the order change. I'm just saying don't underestimate that, and that's a good thing because that's a good place for public comment. Secondly, on page 18, I just want to point out that stuff about items considered after 10:30 is referencing new items, right? So if that's the case, then, for example, tonight's meeting could go till 12:30 and we don't have to talk about it because we're only at 10. So just pointing that out. And the last one is I just want to put in add a girl for on page 22, items unanimously recommended for approval by council committee from boards or commissions. I think in the interest of efficiency of getting things done and in the interest of recognizing the work that these commissions do to work these things, if it's unanimous, we got a way to pull it off, but at least it starts there, which I think is really good. Councilmember Tanaka and I talked about this years ago, so I'm glad to see it's finally being instituted. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few quick thoughts. Yeah, on the study session, I kind of thought it was an interesting idea. Might be, I wonder if maybe since a lot of this is gonna go back to policy and services, maybe an idea that gets kicked, and then the mayor can maybe agendize, a future study session at the end to test it out before changing the whole thing. Because I do agree with Councilmember Lowing, just because the study session doesn't mean it doesn't have much public interest. And I think the opposite actually tends to be true. Usually study sessions are on really critical topics that the community is very interested in. That's typically why we schedule it as a study session. So I'd be concerned about maybe silencing some voices that would want to participate. Whereas oftentimes action items, I mean, there's 5 people at least on the Zoom meeting right now. So just because it's an action item doesn't mean it's going to get a lot of public attention, but do agree totally with the logic of wanting to make sure that we are fresh and ready to take on action items. So I think that was a good point. I'd like to maybe see a balance. So maybe we can test drive that out. And also like the suggestion of moving up council member comments, though. Also kind of keep hearing us talking tonight about saying we need to make our meetings faster, and yet we keep coming up with ideas that could slow it down. The one nice thing about the council member comments now at the end is generally we're all, let's get this done. And I worry that if it's at the beginning, it kind of gives us all another opportunity to be able to just, yes, thank you, good word, pontificate and kind of go on about all these great things that we're doing in the community. And I wouldn't want to see it used for that. So I'm concerned that adds another 20, 30 minutes onto our meetings. And I'd like to say that's hyperbole, but given just where we're going right now on this meeting that was supposed to end at 8:30. And then I think, and so same logic as well for the suggestion, 2 members being able to remove an item off of consent. That's just going to make that, I think that's just going to continue to add even more to our action items, meaning we have to have more meetings that go later. So I want to make sure we're trying to be consistent. If our goal is to get out of here earlier and to do all this, we also need to consider all these issues that might slow it down. So overall, a lot of good comments that I'm considering now, and agree. It's nice to have new blood to be able to kind of point out, hey, maybe the way we usually do something doesn't necessarily make it right. So thanks.
Okay, I don't see any more lights. Oh, well, I do. Councilmember Tanaka.
It'll be quick, and I appreciate Councilmember allowing bringing this up because he and I talked about this a lot. I was on the planning commission for quite some time, and as was he. And I, and he probably experiences this right now, but it's almost like deja vu. When you first go from the planning commission to council, it's almost like deja vu because you see the same thing again, right? And sometimes you hear the council discuss it, and my God, the discussion is actually worse than it was on the PTC. And so we have incredible volunteers in our city who put in a lot of time, and they make very considered recommendations. And I do wonder, do we need to kind of hear that rehash the whole thing over again? I think first of all, it kind of depowers them. And second of all, I think it just puts a lot more time on our agenda. And so I think his suggestion is something that we talked about years ago now, makes a lot of sense. It would eliminate big chunks of our agenda if things that have passed our boards or commission unanimously, why are we going to talk about it again? I mean, are we going to do a better job? I don't think so. In fact, I think a lot of times we do a worse job. So I think this would really streamline, because we're streamlining by delegating to our boards and commission more. And so I strongly support that. And I think that would be a big way to decrease unnecessary workload on council, because council time is very precious.
Yeah, that's in there. I was just giving an atta girl for having it in there. So
Thanks, Cliff, for clarifying that, because I was wondering, are we trying to change that? But it doesn't sound like it, but just concurring with what is in the report, in this handbook. Okay, I don't see any more lights. Is there a motion? Councilmember Burt.
Okay, I will move section 3 with 2 changes, both on page 23. We're under section 4. It says council members who intend to request to remove an item should. After should, I would add the words strive to inform the city manager's office. And then to take section 3.10, council member question, comments, and announcements, and move that up to immediately following the city manager comments.
Are you done?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Lifcut Haynes.
I don't need to speak.
Councilmember Lifcut Haynes.
Nor do I.
Oh, we're being efficient. Okay. I don't see any other lights. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I actually think that the idea of having the study session later is something that we should try to do. I mean, I hear the comments that maybe sometimes they're really interesting, and it's the mayor's prerogative to actually switch around. So if it is going to be something that is, really something that the public really wants to talk about, then, the mayor can always move it forward. But in general, I mean, since I've been on council, the action items is where the action is, right? Obviously. And having that early and when we're fresh seems to make a lot of sense to me. So I just want to see if the maker and seconder would be open to that suggestion.
No, but I would be willing to encourage the mayor to look for an opportunity to flip that and try it, but not as a policy change at this time.
Okay, I don't know if there's a second for that. Okay.
To second what you said or what you said?
Oh, so what I said, sorry.
Okay. I agree that it should be something that the mayor considers, but that we're not ready to put it in policy at
Okay,
this time.
that's fine. No problem. Okay, so let me get into my second suggestion here, which is, and I don't know why this changed, but the city manager is after the consent. Before it was before the consent. So I don't know why we changed it, but I think it's better that way. And so I like to keep it the way it was versus how it was changed. I don't quite know why it changed. So I don't know whether the maker and second would be open to keeping it the way it was versus flipping it as it is right now, where the city manager comes after consent. Before it was always before the consent. And the reason why I think it's actually better to be before the consent is because basically it gives a little bit of buffer for the members of the public to come to our meeting and this and that. And so I think it flows a little bit better that way versus after consent. So anyways, I don't know if we could keep it the way it was, because right now it's just flipped and I'm not sure why it flipped. And it's just
Okay,
flipped a couple years ago.
so I actually hadn't realized that it had been changed, and I would support having city manager comments before consent.
Okay, great, thank you.
So if the seconder is good with that.
I'm good with that.
Councilmember Vinker.
I just wanted to thank my colleagues for being open-minded to the suggestions of someone who's new at this. And I appreciate this motion, and I appreciate the curiosity, receptivity, and contemplation of possibly trying out the other suggestion. So I just want to thank my colleagues for that. And that said, I support this motion.
Wonderful. I don't see any more lights. So can we call the vote, please?
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Awesome. We're on to section 4. Procedures at city council meetings.
There were not very many things that changed in this section, just for council awareness. Mostly cleanup language, I believe.
I don't, okay, council members, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the other thing I kind of point to, and we struggled with this at Policy and Services, the speaking time, right? Yeah, was the language around council member speaking time. We wrestled with, and I think we're all experiencing it a little bit, the tendency to run past the 5-minute mark, and this kind of balance with, again, trying to achieve efficiency in our meetings, but also a robust debate, and really wrestled with how would we do that. So I think, so it's essentially we settled on the language here. Sorry, it's on page 30. It's pretty much the entire red line one, council member speaking time, and really kind of figured it was going to be left to each individual council member to sort of enforce themselves, but ultimately leave it to the mayor or the vice mayor to also enforce those speaking time limits. But there was no strong directive or anything like that. So it'd be interesting to hear the conversation on that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. And, okay. Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Well, I think the vice mayor should be the one to enforce it. I do think it's I watched your meeting on December 19th with great interest and heard some of the comments made about this. You know, we have to remember, I think, that this is a workplace. We have staff who are working, we have council who are working, and there are issues of equity when somebody feels obligated to adhere to a time limit and somebody else doesn't feel that those rules necessarily pertain to them in that moment or ever. And so I do think, as a matter of fairness, it is important to try to give people feedback if they routinely go long. In furtherance of everybody really having that equal voice. So I would support this change.
You mean what is written already? Yes. Okay, thank you. And with that, I don't see any lights. Oh, wow. Okay. Councilmember Lowing.
I actually just have one additional quick question on, it's called the previous question, the middle of page, number 6, the middle of page 26. I just want to make sure that we understand that math. So to call the question needs 2/3 of a vote. So with a 7-person quorum, that really means we need 5, right? Because 2/3 of 7 comes out to 4.67. The translation is it's hard to call the question. That's just what I'm trying to get to determine.
Right, that's the traditional sort of Robert's rules. And the reason for the supermajority there is so that a simple majority doesn't overbear and silence a minority. So it takes an extra vote.
Okay.
Councilmember Vinker.
I know you all like my lawyerly marching through with all the details here. So on section 4, just a question at the top, item A1, get the floor. It says a council member must receive the permission of the mayor or other presiding officer before making a motion. So is it the permission to speak or the permission to actually move, or is it the timing of the motion? Because don't we have some sort of, I don't know, right is the right word to make motions? I mean, can the mayor preclude us from making motions? It's the way it's written, it looks like it has to be the permission of the mayor to make a motion.
You know, usually the mayor in the past that I've kind of seen is that they provide the time for the questions and then for comments, just to hear each other, and then ask for motions. But I think that if you want to make one early, you just have more people asking more questions about the motion. That's all.
So is this meant to just say timing for the motions? I'm just trying to, it sounds like that you could deny the right to make a motion altogether. And I don't think that's what this is intended to say.
Yeah, I agree. I understand it the way the Mayor Koo described it, which is it's kind of politeness and orderliness. But if a council member was adamant that they were going to make a motion, I don't think anybody would stop you.
Yeah. Okay. And
it doesn't
I don't
really
intend
say
to
that. You're
behave
correct.
that way. I just was, it's just an odd thing to write down as opposed to receive permission on the timing of.
We could change it to should or should seek.
Okay. Okay. Let me skip some of these other ones. Ministerial. Skip that one. I'm trying to self filter now so that I can move more quickly. Question down on page 29, item 11, motion to reconsider. I just don't understand the first sentence. A motion to reconsider any action taken by the council may be made only during the meeting or adjourned meeting when the action was taken. How can a motion to reconsider happen during an adjourned?
We don't, yes, that's a technical term and it's not, that practice isn't used here. So it is possible if the council, if a legislative body gets to the end of whatever time they're willing to meet and they haven't finished their business, they can adjourn the meeting to the immediate next day without renoticing it. I've never seen it used here. But it's legal, it's lawful under the Brown Act. So that's intended to say that you could reconsider at the end of that second meeting. Let's say you did reconvene at Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. You could, that's all one meeting from Monday to Tuesday. It's called an adjourned meeting.
Okay, so then I'll leave that be. Then if we go down to page, whoops. 31, item 5, disclosure. And we touched on this, or the speaker did earlier, about what exactly disclosure we need to make, contacts we need to track. So in 4, little 4, council to track contacts. So that is, contacts include conversations, meetings, site visits, mailings, or presentations during which substantial factual information about the item is gathered by or submitted to the council member. So that's defining contacts to be those which involve substantial factual information. So my question is, under a little item 5, disclosure, it says when the matter is agendized, the council members will disclose any contacts which have significantly influenced their preliminary views. Are those the same contacts as contemplated in little 4? If so, could we capitalize it or so indicate? Because then it would be that you'd have to have substantial factual information which had significantly influenced you to require disclosure.
We can capitalize it, but I would encourage council members not to cut this too close. It really protects the city if you disclose.
Mm-hmm. I just, or even just say, yeah, I just want to make clear that it's those, that were all of these contacts we're tracking. And I believe that's it. Moment. Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the speaking time issue. It was just the last, I don't know, few years that there was put in place this 5-minute first a rule, and then more as a monitoring guideline. First, I think having the timer is in front of folks is very useful. But I've seen, I think, virtually all the council members at different times really either not needing 5 minutes or really needing more than 5 minutes because they had a detailed thought on a subject, or they had particular knowledge on that the council actually was seeking. Conversely, I think there are times where we need to figure out a way to have council members air all of their comments, but not repeat them 2-3 times over and over again. And I think for real discourse, which this council has been moving toward, a rigid, arbitrary time limit doesn't really do that, but that the discretion of the chair to move people along, first, that we have a timer that is giving a guidance, and the chair can say you're approaching your 5 minutes, and that's a clue to speed it up and wrap it up. But I would favor language perhaps along this line in the second sentence. The council shall be guided by the speaking, you can have the 5 minutes in the first sentence, but then the council shall be guided by the speaking time set by the presiding officer, and shall conclude their comments beyond the allotted time at the direction of the presiding officer. So the mayor can basically say, you got to wrap it up.
Okay, so not seeing any lights, would you like to make a motion and incorporate that into it?
Okay. First on page 24. Oh, so I'll move the, what's the section 4, right?
Yes.
And then under A1, where it says a council member must receive the permission of the mayor, it would change that to shall seek the permission of the mayor before making a motion.
Should seek or shall seek?
Should.
Should.
Okay. And then under page 30, under 15, second sentence would read, the council shall be guided by the speaking times set by the presiding officer and shall conclude comments beyond the allotted time at the direction of the presiding officer.
Second.
I don't need to speak more.
I think you articulated really well the balance that we were trying to seek at Policy and Services for the speaking times, but we're unable to reach. So I like this language.
Thank you. Councilmember Liscott Haynes.
I wonder if you'd entertain a friendly amendment that would add a final sentence that says something like, the presiding officer shall endeavor to treat all members equally. I worry about, the reason I'm offering this is I worry about in a different future council, no present parties implicated. Somebody doesn't mind when this person goes on for 7 or 8 minutes, but really hammers this person when they go on for 5.5. And that could get to issues of equity depending on what the factions are and the perspectives and so on.
Yeah, and I get the point. I'm unclear what equally actually means. So if someone needs 7 minutes to make real substantive comments and cuts them off versus somebody who says the same thing over and over again for 7 minutes, do we not want the chair to say, gee, we heard your point, let's move on? Why don't we say with equal consideration?
I accept that.
Okay.
Do you accept second?
I totally agree with the intent there. With equal consideration, I mean, would just the word treat all members equitably be better to reach that intent?
Yeah.
Okay.
That works for me.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any more lights. And nothing came on, so let's call the vote, please.
Councilmember Liscott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Super. All right, we're on to section 5.
And just a note to the clerk, I'm sorry that it was Vice Mayor Stone, I believe, was the second on that motion.
Thank you. I will correct that.
Thank you for catching that. Section 5, how the public engages with the city council. Councilmember Vinker.
Not to disappoint, but I only have one comment and it's ministerial. So toward the bottom of page 35, under item F, record of speakers, Persons wishing to address the council shall use the microphone provided for the public and speak in a recordable tone. I don't think that takes account for those not in council chambers. Whom
Can we
would-
just take a direction to fix that and not think of the words now?
That would be I would like that. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, where was that?
Where was it?
The item that you mentioned?
Yes, it's item F, record of speakers.
Oh, okay, I see it. Thank you
Yes,
so
and so I'm
much.
just pointing out that they can amend that. Yes, thank you. That's all.
I don't see any more lights. Oh, Councilmember Lipcott Ames.
Sorry, got to be quick draw here. I've said a few times that I watched the meeting on December 19th to try to figure out why we were doing this work tonight instead of it having concluded then. And I heard some public commenters lamenting that public comment sign-up time had been shortened, that apparently in the past, a member of the public could sign up over the course of 30 minutes, let's say, and that had recently been shortened to 5 minutes. I realize there are concerns about this related to virtual versus in person. I don't even see it anywhere in the handbook. As a rule, I'm just wondering if the public does need to be on notice that they'd better get there, within 5 minutes, or else they won't be able to sign up. I do know how frustrating it is to think and something's going to be on the agenda at 8 and you discover at 8, that they started it 20 minutes ago, and the agenda is a prediction, but it is not a guarantee. So I just feel like we have to give them some notice about how many minutes they'll have within which to submit their name for public comment. And I would suggest adding that somewhere, although frankly, I have not figured out where. I guess
Madam
gaining
Clerk,
permission to speak. It would be D.
D.
Would be 5.1D, I think.
Madam Clerk, do you have a response?
Yes, Councilmember, I just wanted to mention that on the front page of the agenda, the instructions for public comments, and this has been here since before I started, it says that all requests to speak will be taken until 5 minutes after the staff presentation. So either way, whether we modify the procedures and protocols or we modify the agenda, I think they should be consistent. But I think that's what we've been going under the assumption of what was on the front of the agenda.
So I think I would suggest lifting that sentence as perfect as it is and plopping it in item, wherever that was, D, gaining permission to speak, in case a person is looking at our procedures handbook instead of this front page of the agenda.
Did I hear that that's going to be added to D, or is having it on the agenda sufficient?
I think for consistency purposes, it should be the same in both places. Would you agree?
All right, Councilmember Burt.
So first, I'm not, can that get clarified, because I had comments on that, or maybe I'll start with just my concern in that section and then hear this. So procedurally, one of the issues, we want to make sure that people know when the cutoff will be to submit their card. At the same time, the mayor needs to know pretty close to how many speakers there are going to be in order to know how much time. And so I think there needs to be that forewarning. But if we simply say like it's before the end of the staff presentation, how does the public know when the staff presentation is going to end? So there has to be some forewarning period. And Councilmember Scott Haynes, tell me again what you were just suggesting on that. I wasn't quite following.
Sure. I was suggesting that the public needs to know that if there is going to be a limit, that we articulate in the handbook what that limit is. That is, you have 5 minutes after the start of this or before the end of that, or whatever it turns out to be, within which to put forward your card or raise your hand on Zoom. it sounds like we already have a statement to that effect on the front of every packet. Every agenda starts with that. And I was just suggesting that this sentence, all requests to speak will be taken until 5 minutes after the staff's presentation, that be lifted verbatim and put here in the procedures, protocols.
So the dilemma with that is that unless we have a 5-minute break between staff presentation and the first speakers, the mayor won't know how many speakers are signed up and won't know whether there's time to allow the full 3 minutes or not. Now, we could basically try to have a pause near as we're approaching the end of the staff presentation, remind speakers to get the comment cards in, and that reminder should be announced at least 5 minutes before staff presentation is complete. I'm not sure how to reconcile these two competing interests, but that might be one possibility. And then I had a more technical one up under time limits, which is C on the same page. It says, for example, if there are fewer than 10 speakers, the speakers would usually get 3 minutes to speak. I like that it says usually. And I think maybe that's a change from what oh yeah, it is a change from the December 13th. The other circumstance is not just how many speakers are on that item, but how the whole agenda is looking and whether a critical item is yet on the agenda. And if we allow 30 minutes on a topic that isn't real critical, does that cut into the critical item? And once again, each of these things are kind of competing interests. But we could add in that C, for example, if there are fewer than 10 speakers, or there is ample time on that meeting's agenda, or something to that effect. And once again, that's going to be the discretion of the mayor, but it's kind of putting out guidelines for that discretion. And not, if we don't add that, well, this is only an example, but we don't want to imply that the mayor can't exercise that other discretion. If we say we've got a critical item we've got to get done tonight, and if we have a half an hour on public comment and everybody's 3 minutes, we're in trouble. So that's why I'm putting it out there.
Anyone else? No lights are lit. Councilmember Vinker.
If I'm looking at the right sentence, Councilmember Burt, isn't it prefaced by the for example?
Yeah, I cited that a couple times, but that example doesn't give any other example. Doesn't give an example of, and I'd be fine leaving that as an example, but adding, or if the meeting agenda is constrained by time or something to that effect.
Well, perhaps at the end of the sentence preceding the for example, it says, but a shorter time may be designated where there are many speakers, or, you could make that comma, items on the agenda, or large, lengthy, items anticipated to be lengthy.
Yeah.
And if you add that right before the for example, then the example could be examples of that.
Mm-hmm.
So speakers, comma, items on the agenda, comma, or items anticipated to be lengthy.
Or what on the, before items, what did you say?
Items anticipated to be lengthy.
Yeah.
So these are just wordsmithing, right? Edits. We don't need to add it as a.
Well, I think,
Councilman.
and then we need to figure out what we're going to do on the speaker card timing and announcement.
If this matter is mostly, I'm sorry.
Well, speaker card, gaining permission to speak, when you were mayor, you've also done it after a certain speaker, after the second speaker's finishes, then we're going to close public comments.
Yeah, but that's because we didn't forewarn them. And then sometimes we'd say, okay, there's 8 speakers, you can have 3 minutes, and 10 more show up.
Yeah, that's the concern.
Yeah. And so that's why I would encourage us to have this trigger that says we will pause the staff report and announce that speaker cards must be in upon completion of the staff report.
Okay.
So we'll make maybe if we made the announcement approximately 5 minutes before completion of the staff report, that speaker cards must all be submitted before we convene public speakers, so that we can, and even put in this so everybody understands, so that the mayor can determine the amount of time per speaker.
So I guess the question is this going to be amendment? Well, it will be amendment because we're adding
think so.
something in. Okay. Any other, Councilmember Lithgow James.
I've occasionally spoken before council as a member of the public and haven't necessarily formulated my interest in doing so until the end of the staff report, or frankly, until hearing what a few other speakers have had to say. And I'm certainly not in favor of an endless list of speakers, but I would rather cut the time limit from 3 to 2 minutes than ask people to then prematurely say, you have to know that you want to give your public comment before we have even done fully presenting the issue.
I just had people could put in a card not speak, and they do that sometimes. So that if
It's the
they're
opposite.
considering
It's-
speaking,
Oh, I see. Put in
the
better
card
put it
if you're
in.
thinking about it.
Okay.
And then if you don't need to, you don't talk.
All right. Councilmember Lithgow James, are you finished with your comments?
I am finished. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any lights, but I did want to ask oh no, I'm sorry. That's section 7, wishful thinking. Okay, can we get a motion for section 5? Councilmember Burt?
Okay, I'll give it a try. So move the draft section 5 with the following changes. Under C, time limits, the second sentence where it says the council generally allows 3 minutes to speak, but a shorter time may be designated where there are many speakers on items, and then insert anticipate on items or anticipated, what was it?
It
A
was
lengthy.
speakers, comma, delete the or, items on the agenda, comma. That's supposed to be number of items on the agenda, comma, or items anticipated to be lengthy, period. That's what we discussed, if that's what you like.
Speakers, comma, number of items on the agenda, comma. Or wait a minute,
Yeah, so speakers is already there. Currently, so I would say replace
Or many
speakers or
speakers.
items on the agenda with what she has there. So what you have there is good, but that is the replacement
okay,
language, so.
good.
Right,
And
so
then under D,
That's what I meant. I think that's not quite right. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
What I was trying to say is you want to replace, quote, speakers or items on the agenda, close quote, with speakers, comma, number of items on the agenda, comma, or items anticipated to be lengthy. I can repeat that if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
There's an or. But
under D, trying to figure out where to put this. Maybe after let's see. If attending in person, well, no, this would apply to, it's not just attending in person, it's really however they sign up, whether in person or virtually. I don't know that we have to put in the procedure that hit number 9 under procedures. We can, but in any event, it says if let's see, members of the public who wish to speak on an item. No, even preceding that. After the end of the first sentence in the word virtually, starting a new sentence that would say, the mayor will endeavor to announce that approximately 5 minutes before conclusion of the staff report, the mayor will endeavor to announce when that speaker cards or requests to speak, which would cover in person or not, be made prior to commencing public comment period.
Would that interrupt staff's report?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
just do a pause as we get close to the end of the report, do a little announcement, say, okay, anybody who wishes to speak, you need to put in your card at this time so that we can know how many speakers there are and how much time to allocate.
If I might make a comment, that would likely be a little tricky, only because I always hope we're within 5 minutes of the end of the staff presentation, but somehow it ends up not being that way. One option or alternative might be that typically after a staff report, you have a few minutes of technical
all right. So let's
questions.
flip it and say
do right after that.
Approximately 5 minutes before, we'll just do that, whether it ever it is. 5 minutes before, approximately 5 minutes before cutting off submission of requests from the public to speak on an item, the mayor will endeavor to announce the pending cutoff time. Something like that. So it doesn't have to say the staff report, just 5 minutes and say, in 5 minutes, we're going to cut this off. Now, 5 minute warning. That may be during a pause of the staff report. It may be after the staff report and we take 5 minute break. But the mayor will endeavor to let the public know you got 5 minutes to get your card in. And that would apply to in person or remotely. And it's not rigid. It's just saying it's a reminder to the mayor and everybody else that we'll give you a warning. Get your card in.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you,
Second.
Councilmember Vinker.
I also have a technical correction when the clerk is ready. If that's okay, Madam Mayor.
Yes, I just wanted to ask if the maker wants to speak to his motion? No. Councilmember Vinker, go for.
Yeah, thank you. It was actually just a technical correction. In the first quote there, the are many speakers, comma, items on the agenda, please replace the comma, take out the comma and put or, because that's how the current text reads. So that first comma goes away, the word or goes in, and we are good. And I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
Very good. Seeing Councilmember Burt, did you want to speak? Your light is on. No, okay. With that, then shall we please call the votes?
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. We're going to go to,
Mayor,
Yes.
if I might, just to interject for a second, you might set as a goal for tonight to make it through the procedures, so make it through section 8 and leave protocols for a future date. I say that, wondering if what's that? All right, we'll set that as a goal. I think these last 2 sections may be tough, but.
all right. So thank you for the suggestion. All right, we're on to section 6, City Council questions on agenda related items. Light it up. Councilmember Burt? Not you?
Let's see, I had down on, I guess, see if I can do this right on pages. On the, no, it's switched. So I guess I need to make sure. Let me pass because I need to see whether the censure language, what got in this report.
That's a different section.
I don't think it's in this section.
Oh, it's section 8. I'm sorry. Oh, well, good. And I will move item 6. Are we
I will
6? We're on 6?
second. I will second. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'll take back my second because I see Councilmember Vinker's light on.
I would just like to make all of you happy to let you know that I have no comments except for one typo that I will tell to staff offline.
Okay.
So 6 looks straight. I'll go
Yes,
ahead and move
second.
6, and if anybody has an amendment, I'll listen.
Second.
Okay.
I seconded it.
Oh, didn't hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I have nothing to say on it.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember, I don't have any, do you want to speak to your motion? I don't have anything to say either. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, it's pretty quick. So on item 6, the one issue I have is that sometimes when you get the packets, sometimes they're late, not often, but sometimes they're late. And then the second issue is sometimes they're there, but they're missing things. And then staff says, oh, we forgot to put the contract or we forgot to do whatever. And so if you have to submit questions in by 5 o'clock on Wednesday, but we don't have the agenda yet, or the agenda is late, or the agenda is missing parts, it's actually really hard to do that. So just trying to.
Well, it says are encouraged. It doesn't.
Well, staff has been pretty firm about that deadline. It's not a encouraged, it's a pretty firm deadline as far as I can tell.
So let me ask staff if somebody submits something past the deadline and staff can readily answer it, is it the practice to attempt to do so? But if it's a more significant, that they tend to not do so. Is that basically it?
It is. And if it is difficult, we would let the requester know that we might not be able to get it and respond accordingly.
And as I think about this, and as I've read a number of the questions at times and the responses from staff, I now think that I would like to encourage or add language here that is that says that council members are strongly discouraged from asking questions that are already addressed in the staff report.
This is a new wording.
Yeah, that would be under 6.1. Because I know that, I mean, I've seen this a number of times, and sometimes some council members will use an intern and they don't understand the things well enough, and it's undue work on staff to have to go through and respond to questions that are in the report.
I'll accept.
Okay.
Oh, we have 2 seconders on.
Oh, yeah.
I'll withdraw myself. Let Councilmember Lowing go. Thank you.
Already,
Then
it should be already addressed in the staff report rather than established.
I can't, since I'm not a seconder, I can't accept, so. Would you like? Okay. Can you?
Yes, I accept that as a seconder.
Is there any more questions?
Well, I
No.
don't think my question was addressed, but so maybe I'll make hopefully a friendly amendment, but if the staff report is missing or incomplete and then things usually come out by Thursday, right? So if it's incomplete or missing by Thursday evening, that there's an extension to submit questions. Would the maker and or seconder be willing to accept that?
Can we hear staff's thoughts on that issue?
That would be fine. Certainly, understanding that if we're sending some information out late, that it would be impossible to ask questions any sooner.
So Councilmember Tanaka, if you have specific language for an amendment?
Yeah.
Be open to
So
it.
on 6.1, that maybe we add it at the end of 6.1, that if the staff report and or parts of the staff report are missing by 5 p.m. Thursday, that extension is given to submit questions.
That's fine with me as a seconder.
I don't know about missing information. It's incomplete.
Oh, actually, I meant missing. Sometimes the staff report's not out by that time. So it's incomplete, like it's missing an attachment or missing completely.
It was just incomplete, I think,
Yeah,
covers
just
that.
Okay, that's
incomplete.
fine.
Okay.
I have a question. On this one here, the extension for the submission of council question. I don't know if I want to leave it open-ended. So it's not complete by Thursday by 5 p.m. But I think we want to also put a deadline for the submission, I mean, for the extension. So maybe,
Well, the problem is sometimes things don't show up till the day of the meeting, so it's a little bit hard to know.
Well, but then we ask those questions during the meeting.
yeah,
You can't ask questions during the consent item.
Or on a consent item.
so I would recommend to put a deadline of,
Yeah.
The problem is, I agree that sometimes the amended material is given, it could come at any time.
But
If it-
not so much on consent, I think, and that's the subset that we're dealing with
Okay.
here. I'm trying to think of how often we have material additions, significant additions to a staff report that is a consent item.
Right. Quite frankly, really the only time we do that is when it's helpful to clarify a question we've received and address any concern.
So I think because it's uncommon and if it happens, it's typically, as the city manager stated, I think I'm good with what the mayor had proposed of a deadline of Friday at 5 for follow-up questions to the supplemental materials in a consent item? Well, I guess it would apply to either, huh? Consent or. So if you have
Well, as long as information is provided by, or at least before that time, then that's okay. But if it's not provided till, let's say, Monday, it's really hard to get questions in by Friday, right?
I can't think of when a consent item had.
Well, there was a time when, like most recently, for instance, at the end of the year, we didn't quite get the agendas out on time. So that's one issue, and I can understand why. The second issue is there was a consent item where a contract was missing, and it wasn't attached till later. So it happens, but not very frequently, but it does happen.
Well, in that circumstance, you can pull an item.
You need 3 people.
That's the rule.
I don't think it happens that often to warrant this, unlimited extension, so that's why I suggest that. If it happened all the time, I can see what you're saying.
So I would like to add then that if the staff report is incomplete by 5 p.m., there is an extension to submit council questions until 5 p.m. on Friday. We good? Staff okay with that? Okay.
I'm good.
And the second.
I'm good.
All right. I don't see any lights, so can we call the vote, please?
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
and Councilmember Binker.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Awesome. Section 7, Annual Council Priority Setting Guidelines.
This section was a separate policy altogether, and we pulled it into this document. There were a few changes made to reflect most recent practice, but I know at the retreat, there were some questions about this annual process, but though it's all in red line, this is not all new language, just to clarify that.
Thank you. Councilmember Vinker?
Yeah, I just have one comment, and it relates to our discussion on Saturday at the retreat about priorities, objectives within the priorities and work plans. And it's simply that toward the bottom there where it's guidelines for selection of priorities, I think it's page 38. So it's about in the middle of page 38 or packet page where it says guidelines for selection of priorities. Item 2, priorities generally have a 3-year time limit. Since item 1 is there's a goal of no more than 3 priorities per year, I'm wondering whether we could revise item 2 to comport with what I think we're doing now, which is to say 2 to 3 specific objectives within a priority may also be selected and should generally have a 2-year achievement goal. And the idea being that these are the shorter term measurable things that if we have overarching priorities that like housing or climate that don't get done in 3 years and we want to maintain them, but that we pick a few objectives within each that we can prioritize for staff in a shorter measurable timeframe. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt?
So I'm sorry, I'm not speaking to that one, but I'm open to that. I had given some thought on under the values, just that these are going to be reread and they really need to be worded in a way that is clear and concise and not repetitive. And so my suggestion is that we put up in the prologue statement, it says The Palo Alto City Council has, and I don't know that we say universally shared values. We have shared values. They may or may not be universal to every council member on every time, but they are enduring as shared values that help guide our decisions that, to help guide our decisions that, and then colon after that, and maybe others may have better tweaks on this. And then go into, and it'd be a bullet or one, that balance revenues and expenses now and in the future. That are environment, and I'm not repeating that in each one, that precedes the colon. Environmentally sustainable. Omit now and in the future, because that's what sustainable means. Third one, integrate equity, etc. Fourth one, create a healthy, safe, etc. Fifth, safeguard public trust, and sixth, embrace innovation. So no real substantive change, but to make the values be able to stand alone as just simple bullets, rather than having to repeat a refrain.
When you spoke about that will help guide our decisions, colon.
To help guide decisions that, we can omit to help guide decisions that
And then-
balance revenues and expenses that.
But omit and the work we do. These values include, omit all of that.
Yeah. Are environmentally sustainable. I should have had that article in there. That integrate equity, that create a healthy, safe, that safeguard, that embrace. Yeah, I think that works.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes, I had comments on both of those items from my previous two colleagues, but a completely different approach. I just wondered if we would be comfortable in light of the discussion on Saturday to say that we actually delete items 1 and 2 for guidelines for selection of priorities, because we've already done them and we've decided to put some more quote objectives underneath that. And this has to be looked at again next year anyway. So I'm wondering if, instead of trying to wordsmith 1 and 2, because it's already wrong, there's a goal of no more than 3 priorities. So Councilmember Banker is correct. And that they have a 3-year time limit, which we've already questioned. So we could just delete them or change the one that she said, and then these ads.
Well, I wouldn't delete them, because this is intended to be year after year the same guidance to a council.
Right. I'm just saying that this is an annual project of the policy and services, so it's probably going to be changed again before we do this again next year. And I'm just wondering if this should go back.
I would say not necessarily. I mean, I think what we adopt here tonight should be intended to continue, and with the option of it being changed. But
That's fine.
We're not adopting it under an anticipation it'll be changed.
Okay. I just was wondering if you wanted the committee to work on that more, but if not, then I think both of your suggestions are good.
Well, just to respond to that, the committee has the prerogative to make changes, but I wouldn't say it's an assignment to focus on changing that. Now, if we want to have changes either tonight or refer it to the committee, then we can, along the lines of what Councilmember Banker was bringing up, we can certainly do that. But absent that, this should be something we think we're comfortable with being an ongoing set of procedures.
Okay, so certainly to agree with my colleague here, 1 and 2 are not exactly what we think is correct. So we should make those adjustments.
Change that now or refer it to committee.
Yeah. And perhaps I may clarify my comment. Is that okay? Yeah. So because it says there's a goal of no more than 3 priorities, I still kind of like that, even though we have 4. So I think that's okay. And then it was the specific objectives within a priority. that I'm suggesting have a shorter time limit, and I was suggesting 2 years. So that's the difference there.
So would you like to make a motion? Wait, I'm sorry. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes?
I just want to add to this discussion that I find the placement of these beautiful values, these 6 values, I find them strangely located in this document.
Good point.
It feels to me like they should be at the outset of city council procedures, even in the introduction, perhaps, I'm not sure. So I would like to see them moved elsewhere to a more suitable place. They really are these guiding values, and I don't want them buried in this document.
Councilmember Vinker?
Whenever the time is appropriate, may I make a motion? Okay. So I would move that section 7 be amended by revising item 2 under guidelines for selection of priorities to read 2 to 3 specific objectives within a priority may also be selected and should generally have a 2-year time limit. And item B would be that we move first that we revise the statement of shared values at the end of that section. And Pat, you're going to have to help me with that language when we get to that. And that we move it to section 1 or to the introduction, perhaps. Let me put out there and people can amend it, that we move it to the introduction.
Mhm.
Can I ask a question? Did you mean, in addition to adding the objectives, did you mean to delete the priorities generally have a 3-year time limit?
I believe so, but now I'm not on that page.
Yes.
And can I ask what your thinking is on that, given that, you know, when we adopted the values, they're enduring, and that was intended to not have priorities that stay for longer than 3 years because they're captured in the values. So
Ask me your question again.
well,
Please.
I would favor, I'll just put it this way, I'd favor adding your statement on objectives, but retaining the current number 2, priorities generally have a 3-year time limit.
My concern is that we've seemed to be picking priorities that I don't see going away for a long time, such as housing and climate. I can't imagine that in the next decade, either of those will go away. And so I feel like it's a little like we would be honoring it in the breach.
Well, so,
May I ask a
you know,
question of order?
this goes back to this question of what we try to capture in the
I think the mayor
values.
needs to take control of the meeting here.
Can I just ask that?
Yeah.
So are we now discussing a motion before?
I
it's
second
been-
it.
You seconded it?
Yeah,
Oh,
no, I
okay.
am right now.
Then I'll back off.
Okay. Because yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay. So would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And apologies for any digressions from policies and procedures. Yeah, I think I've mostly stated my reasons, but with respect to the last point that we were discussing, I would prefer not to limit the priorities at the highest level to a 3-year time limit, because it seems like that is an unlikely thing given the priorities we've been selecting. But other than that, I have no further comment at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes?
I agree with Councilmember Vinker that effectively we've got some beautifully articulated priorities that sound a whole lot like the values, which is, I think, where the conflict or the the concern comes in, we may want to rename them from priorities to something else. I think the specific objectives you're getting at, the 2 or 3 items underneath each one, are the things that really should be limited in time to 2 years or 3 years or what have you. I can't see climate or housing coming off our list for a long time. And if you look back 10 years, you can see that many of the priorities, despite this rule or this hope, have in fact recurred for more than 3 years.
Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah, so this important discussion, those priorities that continued past 3 years were for the most part things that have been attempted to be captured in the values. And that was the original concept. Is those things that are going to stick with us permanently, we figure out how to capture them in the values. So for instance, on the SCAP, that's covered, that is essentially within environmental sustainability. Now, whether we would want to modify that statement to be more clear on that, but that's today's understanding of major portion or the fundamental part of environmental sustainability if it's the SCAP, including the sustainability part. On the housing, this is one of the things I thought about on Saturday when we were looking at the values, is where have we really captured what is our value on housing as opposed to a focus for the next 3 years or 2 years, whatever, to say we need to adopt the changes in zoning and other initiatives that will allow us to have a shot at coming as close as we can to meeting our housing element goals. 8 years of that housing element. It doesn't go away when it's not this focused priority. It means we've laid the groundwork and we are in an 8-year plan of implementation and achievement. But I will say that I was struggling in where in these values we want to talk about what is our value around. It's not housing per se is the value. It's the value is we want a socially and economically balanced community of people who live and work here as some sort of, I'm not attempting to have the exact wording of a value, but this is the thing that I thought was maybe missing in our values, is something along those lines that I think might be close to what we would share as an enduring value, that housing is attempting to achieve that. So that's why I'm still thinking that the priorities should be for and it's not prohibitive, it's just a guidance that we set priorities that we think are going to be for up to 3 years. It doesn't prohibit a council from continuing one if they say, nope, there are particular reasons we want a 4th year on this one, or we only need it for 1 year.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yeah, we're starting to get into a little wordsmithing and we're starting to head towards midnight. So I don't want to get too detailed here. I think that what Councilmember Vinker has proposed in terms of what we called originally at the meeting objectives, I think that's going to get us to where we need to get on the specific priorities. And I also want to underscore that the public is going to focus on the specific priorities. I don't think they're going to go back and read the values a lot. They're going to say, are you going to get my flooding taken care of? Are you going to get me truly affordable housing? And I think that's going to show up here with the changes that we made Saturday and in the next meeting. But I also think we could modify that a little bit if we didn't say no more than 3 priorities, because it gives us a little bit more flexibility not to exclude some things. So I still don't like that fact that it's down to 3 in this copy. Although you might have changed it now, but in your proposal, because it doesn't have to be 3 and it's already not 3. So it's wrong. Right. So that's why we keep telling it 3. Let's say, guidelines are 3 or 4 and just see where it goes from there. That's all.
So did you want to make an amendment or do a friendly?
If either of you want to offer a friendly amendment, I'm listening. So are you
I was
saying?
going to allow you to wordsmith what I said and put it into yours.
I don't feel that strongly about either of these, honestly. So if the body does, so Ed, you were saying that you don't want to keep the.
On number 1, goal of no more than 3 priorities, we've already violated that. And this isn't even in black ink yet. So I think we should say a guideline of 3 to 4 priorities a year. And then it's a guideline and that's done with it.
I'm fine with that. Is the
Can
second?
clerk capture that?
Did she?
Is the second?
As the second, I'm fine with that.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Keep the ball rolling.
And then Pat, I believe you had. Oh, he's waiting.
But what was yours?
I'm waiting for Pat.
Okay.
Waiting for the clerk, I think. Or not. Pat, did you have a friendly amendment as well?
Well, yeah, let's, under what is the current number 2, why don't we say priorities should be.
So may I just before you, so that the clerk doesn't have to do too much work. So I think what you're suggesting is we keep and maybe revise item 2. So what I'll do on A is if I could, I don't know if I can amend my own motion, but have that be, add item 3, right? Instead of revise item 2.
Mm-hmm.
So at the beginning, add an item 3. And then Pat, you're suggesting that we revise item 2 in some way.
Yeah, revise.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Burt. I
That's right.
apologize. It's late.
Priorities should be targeted for up to a 3-year time frame. It's not a limit. It's not strict. It's just, that's what we're aiming to do. And then I'll still need to offer that language on the values.
So B is revise item 2.
That good?
So is C item. C is item 2, right?
I believe C is item 1 under
C
the
is item
guidelines
1,
for selection of priorities.
Mm-hmm.
So is this all okay with the first maker and seconder?
Yes, to the extent I understand it. Yeah, so revise item 1 to say, there is a guideline of no more than, is that where it picks up that you're suggesting?
Yes.
There is a guideline. Okay. So it's not going to start with the word guideline. Okay. And item 2, priorities should be targeted. Yeah, I mean, you've been doing this longer than I, so if up to is important, that's fine. But I feel like we just shortened it when we were saying that it probably goes longer. It could go longer.
Yep. I'm sorry. I didn't read that clearly enough and I apologize. I do not agree with the way item B reads right now.
Yeah. I mean, if you delete up to it's better, right? Priorities should be targeted for.
Well, it's it was intended to only be targeted to allow for longer than that, just what the intention is, as opposed to it being prescriptive.
Right, but I mean, I was thinking that it could go on for years and years, and so I'm fine with it targeting it for the 3 years, putting that back in because that was removed. Up to makes it sound like we can check it off, and we haven't.
Well, what I meant was it could be 1 to 3 years as the target range.
We're talking about priorities, not objectives, right?
Correct. And I would just add that this is a long time kind of intention of the council is to set priorities that will be a particular focus. And if we we look at the way the current policy on guidelines, priority setting, it's along these lines. There's supposed to be things that are supposed to be a particular focus for a limited time period. And that's why we came back and said, but we want values that allow us to be clear on the things that are continuing every year.
But as a practical matter, in 4 years, are we not going to have climate, housing, and the other two?
No, they're going to be in our plan. They're going to be in our values. They are going to be a major part of what we do. We're just not carving them out that year and saying, this year, we're going to really concentrate on that. We're going to have, you can bet that I'm not going to let up on our focus on those areas. So that's not the intention. It is what we should define as a particular focus in that year.
And that's where I see Councilmember Vinker's articulation of objectives, and I believe Councilmember Lowing's as well, that the objectives give us a level of specificity more granular than what how the priorities are currently framed. And it feels that those are that's the articulation that needs the 2 to 3 year time limit.
Yeah. So I think to move us forward, what I'm going to say with all respect is, I think this changes the import of my motion, which was to say, hey, these priorities are super high level and can be broad categories that may go on for longer time periods. And the objectives are the things that we do within a few years. And I don't want to feel like we have to do that. So what I might say is, could we make this an amendment that we vote on first so that the other council members who have more history with this than I can weigh in? Can we do it that way?
An amendment that.
So that we can vote first on this particular item. So as opposed to me taking it as a friendly amendment that just gets into the big motion, can we do it as an amendment? I hate to call it unfriendly.
You can just split the motion too. That's
Or
probably the
split
best
it,
way.
however it is.
I look at what to split.
Just
You
splitting
know,
up
I'm
the,
not understanding what we're doing right now. So, yeah, yeah. So you're splitting the motion right now, and you want us to vote on something first?
yeah. So what I was trying to do is, right now, as presented to us, there's a provision that says there's a goal of no more than 3 priorities per year. And priorities generally have a 3-year time limit. Because I was, based on Saturday, not feeling like the priorities should have a 3-year time limit, I substituted objectives to have the shorter time limit, because that seemed to be where we were moving. Councilmember Burt would like the priorities to still have a shorter time window. And so we have 3 provisions now. So we have the 2 that are there, and then my addition of objectives. And what I'm saying is, I don't think that the amendment he's offering, item B, is consistent with what my goal was. I'm asking that that be voted on separately in whatever fashion is appropriate.
So we just break out B as a separated question.
But just to clarify, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
So if that said, I don't want to wordsmith, but you're talking about those as being the objectives, not the priorities that can be less than 3 years. Because that gives us best, yeah,
He's not.
that's right, that's right. So I think we actually do have a difference of opinion here. Okay.
And I'm thinking the objectives may change every year or not, but very good chance. And that the priorities would be up to approximately 3 years and the values would be permanent.
And really, you know, the priorities, it's going to be voted by the council members at their retreat anyway. So even at this 3-year time frame, on the 4th year, if they wanted to continue it further for another 3 years, they could vote
It's a
it that way.
guidance.
Yeah, it's just a guidance.
And I would say that if this B was not supported, then we would need to go back and probably revise the priority setting guidelines because B is consistent with the priority setting guidelines.
The intention here is to bring those priority setting guidelines into your handbook. So this
Okay.
would be the only place that it
So
lives.
we drop those. Then either way, I'd say that B is, as proposed, is consistent with the guidelines. The council is open to deciding something different. Okay, and then when do you want me to offer the values language? Should we do that as a now, or
It's-
add the second one?
When we
No.
get back to
Okay,
Yeah, it's in the main motion.
all right.
Okay, so the motion is split. I don't see any lights. So it's moved by Councilmember Burt, seconded by Councilmember, who's the seconder?
Hasn't been one.
I'll second it. Okay, I don't need to speak to it. So we can go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone, Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes,
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
No,
Councilmember Vinker.
No.
No. Okay, motion fails 4-3.
Okay.
okay, back to the main motion.
try your amendment again.
Clerk, please change the
We
word
gotta get
passed
through
to
this.
failed.
Yes, I will.
That won't let us go.
No. Would you like me to now offer the language on the values as an amendment?
It's there. Oh,
I would be delighted.
Okay, so first, it would say,
Is this?
and
is
this will
part of
be
the
in
motion?
F.
Oh,
All right,
can we answer the clerk? This is in addition. Is this added to the main motion or? Are you-
Yeah.
Okay, added to the main motion.
Yeah, oh,
Letter
so E, sorry.
Thank you.
D already says revise the statement of shared values.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it was pointed out to me that D already says revise the statement of shared values and move it to the introduction. So this would be a sub bullet under that. Can you paste the current language, starting with the Palo Alto City Council is universally shared values, and then we'll just edit that. Can the
Councilmember,
clerk do that?
Councilmember Burt, if I may, we jotted some notes when you were going through it before. Do you want us to just, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. That cut a little bit of time if that helps.
I think that is correct. Let's read that. It says as, I guess, has. Shares. Rather than, let's get rid of the as, just the Palo Alto City Council shares values. Is that okay?
Yeah, it used to say has was the,
Yeah, and I'm
Okay.
just fewer words. To help guide decisions that Does that language seem okay? Yep.
Holds values? Shares?
Sorry?
I'm struggling with the word shares. Do we share them amongst ourselves or with, do we hold values? What do you like
yeah.
shares? Holds?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Except now
Does that all look good?
now I want the that back. Holds values, that help guide as opposed to two.
Oh, and we're missing a couple too.
So there's
We're
5 and
missing
6.
safeguard public trust through transparent practices and embrace
That's on the
innovation.
second page.
Okay, and embrace innovation. That's the last one. Does that look?
I hate to say it, we have an extra that before the colon.
Pardon me?
We have an extra that before the colon, I think. Now the Palo Alto City Council holds values that help guide our decisions that. So something's gotten goofy.
We have that one in there, if I may, sorry, Mayor, through the mayor. We had the extra that because you have the verbs at the start of all the bullets, but not really something transitioning to that. So however you wanted to do it is
How
fine.
about the Palo Alto City Council holds these values or holds these values to help guide our decisions?
Yeah, these is good. Yeah.
If you do these, you can put the two back and then the that works. So it holds these values to help guide decisions that X, Y, Z.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am grateful to the staff for providing us with this and to my colleagues for the language, and I accept it as a friendly amendment. If that's
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, all good?
Indeed.
All right, no lights, so let's go for a vote.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone, I apologize, sir. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Super. Okay, Section 8, Procedures and Protocols Review and Enforcement. This is the censure language. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As a new member of council, when I read this, I was intrigued. Clearly, a whole new section on censure is being proposed. It begs the question, what happened? Or what is it that we're trying to prevent from happening? I'm not asking for council to air its dirty laundry from the past, but rather if somebody could give a couple of hypotheticals, for example, if a council member was to do X, Y, or Z, these procedures would then be in place. I would find that helpful. Thank you.
Sure, I'll provide the specific, I think, discussion that the Policy and Services Commission, our committee had. This followed an investigation at the Santa Clara Valley Water District, and one of the conclusions from that investigation being that the board's own policies were not very clear as to what steps might be taken if actions inconsistent with their expectations were encountered. And so this section presented some language to be able to articulate an option. It's not in any way to suggest that it's the only option.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thanks. I also was unsure on the context for this. So I guess one question I would have is how severe of a violation should warrant censure. And it's not going to be a bright line. But at the same time, we have a lot of rules here. And I would venture that sooner or later, each of us will do something that to some degree breaks one of these rules. And we go, oops, or whatever. And is it that we would want to consider this if there were persistent or a severe persistent violations or a single egregious violation? Something to that. I'm not suggesting that is the language per se, but is that what we would want to capture as our intent? And I'll just ask that question and see what people say.
Councilmember Vinker.
First, I want to thank Councilmember Lithcott-Hames for asking that question because I was wondering the same thing as well. Sitting on policy and services, I'm beginning to get a little nervous about the amount of things that are coming to policy and services, but I wonder if this might be one of the ones appropriate to refer to P&S for more thought about exactly the issues that Councilmember Burt raised. How can we set some more specific standards, guidelines for when these should be used? Just put a little more thought into it. I'm glad to see this in here. I think it is, as our city manager mentioned, I think it's good to articulate something like this can be done in extreme cases, but I think we should discuss the fact that it should be an extreme case and generally what that looks like in here. And I think that's beyond us tonight. So thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
I'm happy to sign up for that extra work. Because I think there also might be also to Councilmember Burt's indicators, there might also be gradations here that we want to look at. It's not pass or fail. So I think this needs some more digging in.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
I would love to see added perhaps reference to the city attorney as being a person who would be consulted as to whether censure was appropriate. I think what I'm worried about is if we think federally right now, one party goes after the other party's former leader and, then the next party does it and it's used politically. And I would hate to see that happen here. I don't think it would, but it would be nice if we had an ombuds or some third party. And I'm looking to you, our city attorney, for, sort of some wire that has to be tripped before this can happen. And so I just urge policy and services to think about that.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move we adopt Section 8 and refer the censure issue to policy and services.
Second.
I don't need to speak further. I think my colleagues have made strong arguments for referring this to policy and services. The hour is late and it'd be nice to call the game.
I don't have anything to say either. Does staff have anything to mention?
I think it's just for clarification, is the adoption excluding the censure language or to include and revisit?
Exclude for now and refer to policy and services.
Yes. Understood.
I was going to just say add. So the approve of Section 8 includes the censure. So I'd like to ask if you would consider including the censure language and then referring what our colleagues had asked about to policy and services rather than the entire thing going back.
It's just curious staff's thoughts on how practical that is. And if that's not a problem, then I'm totally fine with that.
I would say it could go either way. It's fine to either
Okay.
include or
Then I accept
exclude at your discretion.
I accept that then.
Okay. Councilmember Burt.
Two things. First, I think the point that Councilmember Lithcott Haynes mentioned about that we should have guidance in here that says this should not occur, something to the effect for political motivations or reasons. It's not a guarantee, but it once again, it gives guidance on that. But second, I'm a little worried about adopting it with kind of this hair trigger implication that's in it right now.
So you would prefer to
I'd prefer
amend it
to
to exclude?
I'd prefer to send that whole section back to policy and services with the guidelines that guidance that we've kind of just given as what we'd like them to reconsider.
Okay, if it causes concern, yes. Okay, I'm fine with it. To exclude. Apologies, Madam Clerk.
And I'll say, since I can't think of when we last had a censure, which decade that was, we're probably not in jeopardy of running into that in the next couple months.
Please. And if we don't have any more lights, can we please call the votes?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Mayor Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I do have a question for staff. Did we approved the procedures, but we haven't adopted it yet, right?
Oh.
Is that considered approved and
Actually,
we're going to be
I
using it?
think you approve them. That'd be my sense.
You approved them section by section.
We have some cleanup to do. On consent? Huh. We could bring back the cleaned up version to you on consent.
Just the procedures
Just the
part.
procedures, right? The protocol section has not been approved yet. On consent. Oh,
Okay,
you want to bring the whole thing on consent? Sorry, procedures and protocols?
now
that's
let's
probably-
come back with procedures first.
Just the procedures. Yes, we'll do.
Yeah.
We'll do.
Um,
We will find another date for the protocols discussion. I suspect it will be after your committee work plan discussions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Council member questions, comments, and announcements? Nothing. Okay, I just want to say that I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of Tom Jordan and also Walt Hayes. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.